All right, we are live. Let's get some folks up in here so that we can have us a live stream today. Whoever's first, say something in the chat. Say hello, say good morning, say something so that I know y'all are with me. Say hello, say good morning, say something so I know that we have a party going on. There we go. David, good morning. We have a party going on this morning. Tiffany, oh, you jazzy. Morning, people. So we have people starting to stream in, which is excellent. Karen, Danny, oh, you jazzy. Very good. Edgar, Aretha, Mr. Boombastic. You're back. You're back to being Mr. Boombastic. So y'all, there's a lot of different things that I want to talk about this morning. I think they're having a 10 a.m. start. And yeah, let's start it off right. Let's hit the like. I agree with that. Miss Dixon, good morning. So we're having a 10 a.m. start today, y'all. And you know, something that seems to be a big takeaway from yesterday is that other people in this trial kind of got screwed a little bit, y'all. And when I say this trial, I'm not talking about this trial with the 6 defendants that we've been watching. I mean, just the whole RICO. Morning, Jeff Dollars. Everything going well. Nana banana. Good morning. So, y'all, what I'm starting to see online in different areas, different pages, is that certain people might have gotten the short end of the stick, so to speak, as it relates to some of these charges. And particularly the gun charge, it seems like the way that the DA, district attorney, charged the gun charge, they made the potential sentence, the penalty, they made it more difficult and more more severe. And that may have caused people to either plead out or, cooperate. And people are really upset about this because if you remember, yesterday, Judge Whitaker granted a directed verdict, and they actually talked about some of these charges and the way that they were charged, etc. So I want to take a second look at that. So let's take a look at Doug. He's going to go first. He's asking for directed verdict. Y'all, the video wasn't very good yesterday. The audio was definitely not good. I fixed the audio. The audio, if y'all haven't noticed, the audio is only coming out of one side. LTO, good morning. Some of y'all names are just too difficult. Solitude, good morning. Solitude, I like the profile pic. Thick, what is that? Thick Aneto? Thickanto? Whatever it says. Y'all do hit the like button this morning. Unique, good morning. I was not a fan of them being able to do the lesser included or allow state to change charge after. Yeah, they don't seem to really care. Listen, y'all, let's talk about this real quick. The state has a job to do, and it's a job that we all need for them to do. The state, their job is to put criminals away. Okay. And we need that. And I think we all acknowledge that we need that. I think we all agree that we need the state to put criminals away. We need the state to handle criminals for the benefit of society. Thieferito. Okay, Solitude is that says Thieferito. Talking about the watch. So we need that, y'all. And I think we all agree, most people on this stream will agree, yeah, that's an important and essential part of society, an essential role in society where you're going to put criminals away. But I think what we're all coming to understand better and better here is that we need people of integrity, and not just people of integrity, but we need them to act with integrity and with good faith. And we do need people trying to put criminals away for a long time, though. We need people trying to put criminals away for a long time. You know, so let's not say, you know, this isn't the mercy show. I mean, there are certain circumstances, extenuating circumstances, so on and so forth, but we need people trying to put criminals away for long periods of time, period. I mean, depending on the crime. And that's just part of what we need in society. There's certain crimes, certain circumstances where it's like, yeah, that person, we can't have them walking the streets. So with that said, it looks very bad when you say one day this person is too dangerous to be on the street. And then they take a plea deal and you say, let him out. And it's like, oh, what? Huh? How dangerous is that person? I thought you just said yesterday they couldn't be on the street. And now today it's just let them free? Did you really believe what you said yesterday? Y'all might dislike me for this, but I'm going to go there. Y'all might dislike me for this one, but I'm about to go there. Okay? I'm going there. It's like Donald Trump, y'all. People were telling us that Donald Trump, they literally used the word Hitler before the election. There were many people using the word Hitler. And now, after the election, some of those people are like, well, you know, let's go work with him. It's like, hold up, buddy. Did you really believe what you said before? Because you can't work with Hitler. Like, you once you've determined there's a Hitler out there, you can't work with that person. You cannot work with, like, the word Hitler is a synonym for can't work with that person, must destroy at all costs. That's what the word Hitler means. It doesn't mean somebody I might be able to work with. Maybe Saddam Hussein would be like I might be able to work with you. I might not. You're evil, but maybe we could work together. That's like a Saddam Hussein, maybe. But when you say Osama bin Laden, when you say Hitler, I know I'm freezing a little bit. When you say Osama bin Laden or you say Hitler or Satan, you're saying we can't work together. So if you told me yesterday that this guy is Hitler, you can't tell me today that you want to work with him. You lied to me. I'm making an analogy here. That's the same, not the same, but it's similar in my mind to yesterday you told me these guys are too dangerous to be on the street. And today you're like, we could let them out because we made a deal. What was the deal? That they won't be dangerous anymore? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, y'all, I'm ranting a little bit. Slim Life, good morning. Thank you so much. Do hit the like button, everybody. Do hit the like button. So, y'all, I'm on a little bit of a rant, okay? But we have time. Court doesn't start for another hour and a half. So I'm not making an opinion on whether Donald Trump is or isn't Hitler, y'all. That's not my point. My point is the messaging that the officials and the authorities are giving us, what they're telling us. And we have to be able to trust them. And they go to these extremes. They scare us. And then when it's convenient for them, they change the message. That's what I'm saying. When it's convenient, they conveniently terrify the population so that we'll back what they want us to back. And then when it's convenient for them, they will turn on a dime and say the literal opposite, even from one day to the next. Even literally yesterday you said this, and today you say the 180 opposite of that. And that's what we've been seeing in this YSL trial. We've been seeing the authorities saying that these guys are so dangerous that they cannot be released. But if they'll make a deal with us, they're not that dangerous anymore. I mean, come on. Other people have said this, so I'm not inventing this thought pattern. People have been saying this. I'm repeating what many other people have said. Okay, so this is not an original thought of mine, but I agree. I agree with this. It's either that they're that dangerous, don't make a deal with them, or whatever the deal is has to. If they're that dangerous, the deal should be, yo, you got to be away for a while. You got to be. We'll make a deal, but we want some breathing room from you. So you got to go away for a while. We won't send you away as long as we were thinking, but you got to go away. You need to reform. We'll give you an opportunity to get better. Then you can come back. That's what the deal should look like if they're as dangerous in their minds, if these people are as dangerous in their minds as they're telling us. Okay? So a little bit of a rant, y'all. If you're too dangerous for bond, but yeah. Well, you have to agree with what I'm saying about Trump, because I'm not saying whether I think Trump is good or bad. I'm saying if people are telling you he's bad on Monday, that he's Hitler, they can't turn around on Tuesday or Wednesday and then say, well, let's work with him, because that means they didn't believe that he was Hitler. That's my point. Because the word Hitler means we can't work with you. Again, you say Gaddafi, you say Saddam Hussein. Okay, those are words of like terrible person, but we can work with you. That's what those words mean. That's what those names mean. But the name Hitler means unworkwithable. So anybody who told you that they're going to try to work with them, that person was lying to you if they also told you that he was a dictator, Hitler-style dictator. That person was literally lying to you to scare you. And that's what we've been seeing from our authorities, y'all. We've been seeing that they want us to be afraid. And we should be afraid of certain things. We should maybe be afraid of the people telling us to be afraid. Maybe we should be afraid of the people who want to scare us. But that's all of them, frankly. So, you got to also keep that in mind. Anyway, y'all, what we're going to do, just a little bit of a rant, but it kind of tells you the way I think a little bit. I don't do a whole lot of opining here on my stream a lot, but that gives you a sense for the way that I think. Okay. So let's get some comments real quick. I feel like that is just prosecutors prosecuting, say to keep you from getting bail. I heard that multiple times in court, even in nonviolent offenses. I agree with you, Jeff. My question is it the best way to prosecute? Is it the best way? I think that, Jeff, you know what I'm going to say about this? The biggest the biggest takeaway of this entire YSL RICO trial for me, the biggest takeaway is the people started to side with the defendants, even though it's clear that many of these guys have done terrible things. The people started to side with the defendants, even though it's clear that many of these guys have just done literally the worst, almost among the worst things you could do. It's clear that they've done it. They've pled guilty to it. Some of them anyway. And the people have taken their side, and the question is why? Why have the people rallied around the people who have even many times admittedly done things that are among the worst things you can do in our society? Why have the people taken their side? And the reason why is because of the way the prosecution and the government has acted. So the people have chosen the criminals over the government due to the government's treatment of the criminals. So the criminals have become heroes because of mistreatment by the government. So when we say it's just prosecutors prosecuting, okay, but look what happens when the people shine a light on it. It actually turns the accused into the victim. it takes the people who would normally say, get that guy away from us. We're like, hold up, get these prosecutors away from us. You know, we actually, we have tens of thousands of people watching this every day, most of whom don't live in Fulton County, don't live in Georgia. You know, I would imagine thousands of people who don't even live in the United States who are watching this with keen and intense interest. And the main storyline is prosecutorial misconduct. That is the storyline. Because if this were a highly, at least seen as a highly ethical prosecution, then we would be looking at, yo, get these guys off the street. This is crazy. That's what I think. But I think due to, from day one, you had Miss Love, you had a mistrial motion filed against Miss Love, and then every single day, basically, the prosecution has turned the people against it. And the people have said, hold up. Like, this could be used against me. I think people have started to understand, like, whoa, this type of thing could affect me one day. I mean, not that they only care about themselves, but people have been able to start thinking, oh, we can't, I didn't know this is how we were doing this. Then you start thinking, how many innocent people are getting caught up in this? You know, how many people who really didn't do anything are getting caught up? You see the Shannon drinks, the main evidence is a video, and we look at it and we say, yo, can they convict you because you were at the light, even though there was somebody else at the light, and they don't have anything else? They don't have any gunpowder residue or gunshot residue. They don't have any muzzle flash. They don't have any shell casings. They don't have any eyewitnesses to what happened. They don't have any kind of confession that they caught on. They were wiretapping people. They don't have any kind of confession. They don't have a text message that said we did it. All they got is a video that I was at the light, but somebody else was at the light. And we like, hold up. Is that what we doing? And then you say, hold up, you want to charge somebody with gun possession because they were in a house with guns that wasn't even their house, and they didn't have any contact that you know of with the guns, no fingerprints, no possession in their hands. There were many people in that house. So now you're going to say that they owned everything in the house? So I think people are just like, yo, this is crazy. You know, I think this has been such an eye-opening experience for us. And I think people are like, they want justice, and people don't see justice here. They don't see justice. Somebody said, oh my gosh, Hilton is Hitler. Y'all, I'll be honest, in my personal opinion, since I'm on a little bit of a personal opinion rant this morning, y'all. Amy, good morning. I kind of feel like Hilton, well, you know, this is that situation where you felt like somebody was being made to do something, or just, you know, it's almost like you have a general who seems like the bad guy, and his lieutenant seems like he's kind of being dragged along. But now the general, Love, she's not even there anymore. So while I had a kind of a, dang, man, Hilton, what'd you get yourself into? You got caught up. Love isn't even there anymore, but Hilton keeps going. Hilton's making the arguments. Hilton is leading the ship, at least many of these days. So for a while, I'm watching this and I'm like, well, Hilton seems like, you know, she's just trying to do her job. But she seems like Love, you've seen Love kind of even confront Hilton in court. And it seemed to me like Love was a domineering kind of figure. And Hilton, wanting to do a good job, you know, I feel like Hilton can handle herself, but she's also at work, you know. So if your superior is telling you do it this way and you work there, you're going to have to do it the way the superior tells you. But now Love's not even there. And Hilton is the point person. She's the point person for this. So this is her show. This is her show. People have said People have asked who's going to do the closing arguments. I think Hilton's going to do it. What, they going to bring Love back just to do the closing arguments? Maybe they do. But Hilton's the one who's been running the show. KJ, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, y'all, that's a little bit of a rant. I know I went on a rant. I don't do a whole lot of rants here, but I'm a big ranter. One of my favorite things to do is to rant, actually. I just love to rant. I love to rant all day, every day. So y'all are kind of getting to know that a little bit more. Hilton and Love are horrible and seem so evil and unprofessional. I can't be convinced otherwise. Well, so Lori, what I was saying right now, just personally, is Love took the brunt of the abuse by the trial watchers for a very long time. But now there's no excuse for Hilton because Love is not there. Now there's no excuse. Let's be honest though, y'all. Since this trial since Love has been removed or demoted or her appearances are just less, who knows? We don't really know what happened. But since she's not there as much, the trial has gone a lot smoother. Generally speaking. I mean, you did have the Wooney Lee F up and you had a couple of hiccups, but just the interaction between all the parties, they're talking now. Sharp regularly goes over and has a quick chat with Hilton or with Atkins. You know, there seems to be more cooperation. And I'm going to be honest, y'all, if Hilton had this case from the very jump, if this had been her case, we might have seen a totally different type of case. We might have seen things unfold differently if it had been from day one. If Love had not been in the picture, this case may not look like it is today. So it's quite possible that Hilton was number two. She appears to be number two in this case. It's quite possible that she was number two in a huge ship that somebody else built a certain way that she wouldn't have built that way. And then once that person was thrown off the ship, the builder, she just had to steer this huge monstrosity of a ship, but she couldn't just dismantle it and make it in her own image. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's some possibility that Hilton is going along with something that's not right, but that if she had been able to do it herself from day one, she might not have done it this way. You know, Glanville. Oh my gosh. You know, now a lot of people say Glanville is corrupt. My number one, y'all, I don't want to criticize people too much, particularly in a tough position who have these, you know, these high esteemed positions, particularly a judge. So let me put it to you like this. I'm just going to make a comparison. Judge Whitaker, in my opinion, is like, she's a model judge. Now, a lot of people say, well, she let the defense, she let the prosecution get away with this and she let them get away with, yeah, she did. She did, y'all, because she's human. And when she came into this role, she had some kind of mandate, apparently, whether somebody told her or whether she decided herself. She had some kind of mandate she was working with, which was, let's get this to either a plea or a jury verdict. She just didn't want to grant a mistrial, y'all. She didn't want to go back and re-rule on everything Glanville rules on. She didn't want to second guess Glanville. She didn't want to start the trial from day one and say, well, he messed up here and I'm going to try to correct it. And she said, look, everybody's got a blank slate. So a lot of the stuff that the prosecution had done, she kind of just erased. I mean, she erased the bad will that would have been building up. She was new. So whoop, I didn't see that. That wasn't under my watch. Basically, it didn't happen. And she didn't want to grant a mistrial. And I think a lot of people were very upset about that, and rightfully so. But if you could check all of my comments as we went along, I repeatedly said, look, she wants to guide this to a jury verdict. And while I do think there were different moments she could have granted a mistrial, the jury verdict was the most secure resolution, or a plea, but a jury verdict was the most secure resolution for this entire trial. She didn't see any reason to grant a mistrial with prejudice. So she would have been granting a mistrial without prejudice and starting everything over from day one. And she just didn't want to do that. And I get it, even though she could have at multiple times. And I get people being upset with that. I really do think I do get people being upset with that. But one thing that you cannot argue when you compare Glanville and Whitaker is that Whitaker, as a jurist, as a justice, as a decider of law, as a knower of law, she is just light years ahead of Glanville as a judge, y'all. She's just you can't even put them in the same category. You can't even put Whitaker and Glanville in the same category. She just freaking knows her law. She knows how to express herself. You know what I'm saying? She knows how to express herself. She does have that thing where she does that laughing thing, which I think we've all gotten used to. That was a little annoying at the start. But hey, again, we're humans. We all have our individual quirks. We all have our individual quirks, don't we? It is kind of off-putting when you first start with her. But you start learning, don't mess with Judge Page. So to me, I kind of feel like she should be giving lessons to people like Glanville. Like she should be doing the workshop. But I just feel like personality-wise, Glanville is not ever going to be like Judge Page. I don't feel like he's going to be able to exercise and expound upon. And I hate to say understand because that sounds like a personal attack. But I just feel like she has a deeper understanding of the law. I just really do. I think she just gets it more than he does. Can y'all imagine? Let me just answer this question, Ted White. So we are paralegal school, y'all. And the school, we've been doing this for 20 years. I've been with PIW since 2017. So after we wrap this whole thing up, I'm going to be giving paralegal classes every day. The school is $2,000 right now. We have a sale. I'll put the link in the chat. We have a 50% off sale. It'll probably go through Thanksgiving or something like that, or the weekend after Thanksgiving. So I will put that in the chat. Let me type this. All right. So I would certainly not have wanted to see Glanville in this RICO. Could you imagine him yesterday making these decisions? Do I need instructors? Possibly. Yeah. Here, let me give you the email address. Send me your resume. I hate saying that. We'll arrange a time to talk if you want to instruct or if y'all want to get involved, send me a proposal to info@paralegal-institute.com. Y'all, this is it's funny because y'all see me here every day, but we really do for real, no joke. So if you have any proposal for me, any decent proposal, not an indecent proposal, because I am married. Any decent proposal, send it over. If you want to enroll, you can go to the website. Morning, Miss Candy. Good morning. Don't forget, this is Judge Whitaker's first RICO case. She didn't want to see it. She wanted to. I guess you're saying she wanted to see it completely through. Yeah, I would say if that's the case, it certainly shouldn't be a factor in her judging, but it's understandable on a personal level that it would be, even though on a professional level it shouldn't. Y'all, Judge Whitaker's doing a great job. She's doing a freaking excellent job. And I know I'm kind of being a fanboy a little bit for her, but I'm impressed by her. And I like watching a competent person do their job. I just, especially after you've seen y'all want to, I'm going to tell y'all a quick story, real quick. I called to get my daughter a physical. I called our HMO or whatever to get her a physical. And my daughter's starting cheerleading. We needed a physical fast. So I said, hey, can we get a physical quick? What's the next physical we can get for her? And the rep says, well, I can't look this up based on dates. I can only look it up based on doctors. And I was like, well, can you just look through all the doctors and see whichever one has the next physical and just assign that doctor? Well, I can't look it up based on dates. I can only look it up based on doctors. I'm like, yeah, can you just go through and y'all see what I'm trying to say, right? Find the next physical. Look through. It was like 5 doctors. Can you just look through each? See whichever one has the next physical, assign that my daughter to that doctor, and then book the physical. Easy. Well, I can't. So this lady just would not do it. She just wouldn't. She just wouldn't. And I was like, okay. So she told me, so I'm like, well, just choose doctor whatever and tell me what that person's next physical is. So she chose that doctor. I booked the physical and I'm like, yo, can you just pass me to somebody else, please? So we booked the physical and I'm like, give me somebody else, please. Because obviously we're not, you're not helping me. She gives me to the next lady and I'm like, yeah, my daughter's in cheerleading. We need the next possible physical. Okay, let me find that for you. Well, the next physical is this date. She didn't tell me I can't look up physicals by date like the previous lady insisted. This is our next date. She did. So she looked through all the doctors easily because it took like 2 minutes. She just searched for the next date, obviously, because she opened up all the doctors. I don't know, but she got it done. She's like, this is the next date. I'm like, is that the absolute next date? Yes, this is the next date among all the doctors. I was like, book it. It was sooner than the date that the previous lady gave me. All right, why am I telling y'all this story? Because that second lady was competent. She just did what she needed to do. The first lady was like, so the second lady to me was kind of like a Whitaker. I mean, I'm using an analogy here. It's like, yo, she just did it. Where the first lady was, I don't know if she didn't know how to do it. I don't know if the second lady broke the rules, but she didn't say I'm not supposed to do this. She just, okay, let me find that for you. She just literally went right into it, got it done. Just went right into it, got it done, where the first lady insisted that she can't do it. Like, I'm like, okay, well, why don't you assign each doctor individually? We'll find, this is the first lady, we'll find whatever the next physical is for each doctor. Then we will choose the doctor which has the next physical as the final choice, and we'll book that one. So we'll just go through all 5 of them. I can't do that. Second lady didn't even have to do that. She just looked. So my point is, y'all, when you're dealing with somebody first who doesn't seem like they even know what they're doing, then you get somebody who seems like they know they are a master of what they're doing. It makes you feel like, oh man, I want to deal with a master. I love dealing with a master. You know what I mean? I love dealing with a master. What did you write yesterday, Slim Life? Good morning. Yeah, so she might have been sticking to the script. That's possible. But the reason I'm a little doubtful is because the second lady she didn't say, well, we're not supposed to do that, but she just did it. So she didn't. So I really don't know what the script is. Why would that be the script anyway? Why would a HMO have a script that says, don't let people select the doctor based on next available appointment? That doesn't make sense. This is health. So if they have that kind of script, you should break it. If your company is a health company and your health and your role is your policy is, we have available appointments. This is people's health, but don't let them select a doctor based on next available appointment. That wouldn't make any sense. You got to I need my health checked up. So anyway, I'm ranting this morning, y'all. I'm ranting. Morning, Gemini. I've been on about a 30-minute rant about all kinds of stuff this morning. I've been on a 30-minute rant. Sometimes jobs have different policies. At my job, I can't even see an appointment till. Yeah, so no, she had all of the information. She had all the information. What happened was her doctor at one location is leaving that location. So she needed to get assigned a new doctor, and we want her to go to another location that's a little bigger, more modern. So I was saying, okay, well, since I'm gonna choose a new doctor, can you tell me which one has the next available appointment? And she's like, I can't do that. And I'm like, why? because I can't. So anyway, yeah, I'm just ranting. So anyway, y'all, I'm going to play a little bit of Doug talking about the motion for directed verdict. Now, before Judge Whitaker agreed to get rid of, I really don't know the exact term. I use the term dismiss. I don't know. I didn't see anybody who used the term for what it is that Whitaker did to those charges. So I just said she dismissed them. So before Whitaker dismissed those 3 charges against Yak, many people said that directed verdicts are very rare. But and that's probably true. But dismissing charges is probably not that rare. And that's essentially what she did. I mean, she looked at the evidence. She said, look, the jurors are not going to have neither here nor there, no inkling of how to try to determine if Yak was in constructive possession of those guns. So drop it, get rid of that stuff. Okay, she acquitted on those charges. I wonder, is that the right term? Y'all might have to go to ChatGPT. I'm gonna have to go to ChatGPT on this one. I get that they're directed, but what do we call it? So what's the verb? So we would say Whitaker directed those charges yesterday, Key. That wouldn't tell you if the person's convicted or not, though. So what? So Key, please say yesterday Whitaker, and then explain that using the verb. I get what a directed verdict is. I'm saying, what is the terminology that you use in order to explain it? So you would say yesterday Whitaker gave a directed verdict of not guilty on the gun charge. Is that how you would say it? No, that would be something on the end of the prosecutor who's basically saying we're not going to pursue these charges. Yeah, but so the problem with this, Key, is if Whitaker directed those charges, you don't know if you're guilty or not guilty. That's the problem. What if the prosecutor had asked for a directed verdict and they got it and it's guilty? You see what I'm saying? So you're still missing information when you say it that way. That's now if you say throughout the charges, now you know that it's not guilty. Yeah, directed means that she was asked to make a determination. But again, what if the prosecutors had asked for a directed verdict and Whitaker gave it to him? So it's not enough to just say it's a directed verdict because you don't know if it was guilty or not guilty. Yesterday, Yak got 3 charges, 2 drug charges and a machine gun charge. He got those. That's the verb I'm looking for, Slim. He got those directed as not guilty. I don't know how to refer to it. I'm just saying dismissed. Y'all got those charges dismissed. I'm about to ask ChatGPT. I'm going to play Doug from yesterday doing his thing, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT, and I'll give y'all an answer.
The details of the different counts. As to count 1, Your Honor, the RICO count, in that situation, in that count, I don't believe the state has shown evidence upon which a rational trier of fact could find an overarching conspiracy seeking to achieve an overall common goal as required by the law. The state has shown a number, quite a few, I would agree, a number of individual acts they've presented. They have presented a number of crimes and alleged crimes committed by co-conspirators. But I do not believe that they have presented to this jury any form of an overarching conspiracy that would tie those acts together. The second part, I don't believe that the state has.
All right, y'all. So let's go to GPT. This was my question. Yesterday, the judge entered a directed verdict for the defendant on 3 counts. What would this be, dismissing the charges, or how do I express what the judge did? GPT says you can express it as follows. The judge dismissed 3 counts against the defendant by granting a directed verdict. That's essentially what I said. The judge entered a directed verdict in favor of the defendant, effectively dismissing those charges. On 3 counts, the judge ruled in favor of the defendant, finding insufficient evidence to proceed to the jury. I kind of like dismissed. The phrasing makes it clear that the counts were effectively dismissed. Okay, so it's not that they were dismissed. They were just something like that, I guess.
Enterprise that would be required, at least a criminal enterprise. I do appreciate that perhaps they don't have to show that the enterprise was criminal in nature. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I don't want to take up the court's time. I have some things in my written motion. Third, a pattern of racketeering activity is required for the RICO. This pattern, as you know, requires 2 predicate acts. They have to be within 4 years of each other. And the key that I want to focus on is that these acts have to be interrelated. And it's the interrelated portion of the statute that the state has not shown for the jury. And that a rational trier of fact could not find. Again,
do hit the like button, y'all.
After watching this trial for a year, it's clear that the state has put on evidence of various crimes and alleged crimes. They've put on witnesses. They've had testimony from individuals that are alleged members of this conspiracy that have.
So, Carl, the thing is not, this is the question. Remember, y'all, a directed verdict can be asked for from either side. So, Carl, what if the prosecution had asked for a directed verdict on whatever and the judge grants it? It's not enough for me to come to you and say, Carl, the judge just gave a directed verdict on count 62, because you don't know who asked for it. So you don't know if the judge just gave the prosecution a directed verdict or if she gave the defense a directed verdict. So it wouldn't be enough for me to say, Carl, the judge just granted or the judge just denied a directed verdict on count 62, because you're going to have to ask me then, well, who asked for it? Which side moved for it? You see what I'm saying? So my question was, when she gets rid of some charges by directed verdict, I could certainly say, Carl, the judge just got rid of some, but got rid of doesn't sound like the right word. I could say the judge just granted a directed verdict for the defense. I guess that would probably be an easier way to say it, because then you'll know that the defense moved to get rid of those charges. I mean, they're certainly not going to move to be found guilty of those charges. So I guess that would be it. Oh, yeah, by the way, y'all, let's take a look at this. This is something I was trying to get to yesterday multiple times and never had an opportunity to get to it. All right. Thanks to Adam Scott. Adam Scott's been covering this case. These are according to Adam Scott, I'm just going to take it for what it's worth. We are going to, by the way, just to sum up without my previous question, I'm just going to say dismissed, okay? She dismissed the charges she dismissed the charges through directed verdict. That's what I'm going to say. And y'all don't know what I mean. I'm not saying that's the best terminology, but I think it captures the essence of what happened. All right, y'all. So these were the charges that both guys were facing, okay? Under Kendrick, we had conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. We had the moida of Donovan Thomas. We had participation in criminal street gang activity. We had 3 controlled substances. We had possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. We had possession of a machine gun. So this one is gone. Number 62 is gone. And I think it was 59, 60, and 62, I think, are the ones that were, as I say, dismissed. Y'all can quibble with that terminology if you like, but they were gotten rid of through the directed verdict. So 59, 60, and 62. And then 63, possession of firearm by convicted felon, previously convicted of felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. So, so you have two different statutes or two different types of crimes. You have possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. So I suppose that could be even if you're not a felon yourself at that time. And then you have possession of a firearm by convicted felon, previously convicted of felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. So you still have yak on all of these, to my knowledge. Besides 59, you can strike through that. Besides 60, you can strike through that. And besides 62, you can strike through that. Yak's still on trial for the most serious 2 or 3 of these charges. The RICO is a big one. The murder is a big one. And I think the participation in a criminal street gang activity, that's a pretty big one as well. The gun charges are, all these are kind of big, to be honest with you. So this is Yak, y'all. This is Diamante Kendrick here on the left side. On the right side, you have, now, the reason why this big block here is a big block is because both of these guys are being linked to this number 2 murder, okay? So Kendrick's murder charge is for the same act as Stillwell's murder charge, as one of Stillwell's murder charges. Stillwell has 2 murder charges, whereas Kendrick only has 1. But they are essentially accused of doing a murder together for Donovan Thomas. Y'all, wow, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is serious stuff here. So you have Stillwell, who's accused basically of doing this murder with Yak Gotti. Okay. Hello, Sharon. How you doing? So you have them being accused of doing this murder together. Number 2. This is Donovan Thomas. Then number 49, this is the Shamel Drinks. So as you can see, this is just on Stillwell's side. This is not on Yak Gotti's side. So Yak is not accused of the Shamel Drinks murder, but Stillwell is. And then you have similar charges. You have participation in criminal street gang activity. You have 2 counts of that. And then you have the possession. You have some, and then basically the other. So with Stillwell, you basically have RICO, murder, and then some gun stuff. RICO, murder, and then some gun stuff. Y'all, do y'all want to start talking about what do you think? I think the strongest charge here. Hold up, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I think I'm about to sit down in a sec. I think the strongest charges, people. First of all, yes, it was illegal for Stillwell to have a gun. Shard has tried on 2 different occasions to get Whitaker to make an exception for the gun. And she declined to do it. Okay. Shard has tried on 2 different occasions to get Whitaker to make an exception for the gun due to the threats on Shannon's life. But Whitaker's like, nah, not going to do that. Terrell says they both going to get off the murders. They will be found guilty on gang and RICO. They'll get 5 to 20 concurrent time served. I think the guns, though, I think the sentencing for the guns is consecutive, Terrell. And if I'm not saying that right, apologize. I think that the gun, that's the thing with the gun stuff. I think it's consecutive. Y'all, let's talk about sentencing real quick. Terrell brings up the idea of concurrent. You know, do y'all want to know? Oh man, I would play this for y'all. But do y'all want to know the other day that this channel got 5 different copyright notifications from that day that they were playing Nichols' social media, and they were playing, and he had like 10-second clips of, like, he had Young Boy and different people, and they had 10-second clips. And after that live, this was like 2 days ago, the last day of Detective Viverito. After that live was over, do y'all know that Google YouTube hit your boy up like, yo, you got, it's not copyright strikes, so the channel was not in any danger, but they were copyright notifications like, yo, we can't show this video. This video is taken down. It's over for this video because of 10-second clips of music. They were like, nope. So music is like, I'm like, yo, 10-second clips. Anyway, so I had to trim all of that out, and it took all night for it to get done for that video to come back up. Yeah, I didn't mute it. I would have muted it if I had known, because I usually do mute. I just thought, well, you know, it's only going to be 10 seconds. They aren't going to hit me for a 10-second clip. Yes, they actually did hit the 10-second clips, and I had to remove all of those for that video to come back up. Yes, they also demonetized Thug Talking. That is the same day. The same day. This wasn't like some Grammy speech that he gave 3 years ago where the Grammys could be like, hey, that's part of our broadcast. No. The same day that he talked in court, October 31st, Halloween, 2 hours later, I got a copyright. Boop. You can't have that. That's crazy. Yes. Miss Candy, when we did the live stream of Thug doing the plea deal, he spoke at about 4 or 5 something that day. And by 7 something, YouTube had hit the channel like, yo, this little clip, somebody hit a copyright. It's not a copyright strike. So it's not like somebody saying, copyright strike is basically somebody complaining about you. It's a copyright claim, saying it's somebody saying, yo, this belongs to us, so you can't monetize it. So it doesn't hurt the channel, but the monetization of the video is taken off, and the video is taken down itself. The video itself is taken down, and the monetization. So I had to go while I'm out. My daughters are trick-or-treating. I'm on my phone trying to clip out Thug Talking so that the video can come back, so that the monetization can remain. And that's just him in court talking. I'm going to see if I can show y'all this. I'm going to see if I can actually show it to you. I'm going to see, just to prove it to y'all. I'm going to see if I can show this to y'all, because I was like, yo, seriously? Also, one day, somebody asked me to show the opening statements, and the truly humble under God, same thing happened with that. Exact same thing happened. I'm going to see if I can show y'all this from October 31st, just to prove it to you. How would I find that, though? I don't know how I would find out the fact that I had to clip that out. That's the only thing. Let me see. Monetization. Yeah. The only thing is I don't know how to find that something was previously clipped out. That's the problem. Or else I would show it to you. But y'all trust me, because I was out there doing freaking Halloween, dropping my kids off with my wife, looking for a parking spot, and I'm freaking out like, oh my gosh, got to pull over right away and get this done. I know it doesn't sound right, but that's exactly what happened. I'm telling you. But now I would like to show y'all that, but I don't know how. I don't know how to find it. I don't know how to find it. Let me play it. I'm just gonna play this for now. Let me see if I can find it.
The stand and admitted to committing particular crimes, but they haven't shown at all that these crimes are interrelated. In fact, when the witnesses have taken the stand and they've been questioned, in response to questioning, they've stated, I would say universally, I mean, it's been a year, so I don't know that I have everything in my head, but I believe they've stated universally that they committed these crimes for themselves. If they sold drugs at a gas station, it was to get money for themselves. If they robbed somebody, it was to get money for themselves. There's been no demonstration that this was interrelated at all. There's been no demonstration, for example, of money flowing up and down the organization, and they could have attempted to show that. They could have subpoenaed financial records. They didn't do any of that. It's as if the state believes if they just show a tremendous number, and I guess we have close to 200 acts, if they just show a tremendous number of different acts, that's sufficient. And it simply is not sufficient. They can try to argue interrelatedness, and I am sure that they will, but they haven't demonstrated that for the jury such that a rational trier of fact could find the interrelatedness that's required for those predicate acts. Regarding count 2, the murder of Donovan Thomas, again, it's been a year. I could be leaving things out, but from when I have looked over the evidence that's been presented in this court, what I have seen them present, the state present, is Mr. Kendrick at a Texaco station inside of a Pontiac. And inside of the Texaco station, this Texaco station is a block from the location of the murder of Mr. Thomas. And they show Mr. Kendrick in and out of the Pontiac. They show him in a conversation with someone that may be in an Infiniti. But when Mr. Kendrick leaves the gas station, he's in a Pontiac. There's been no testimony at all, nothing, no video, no evidence that Mr. Kendrick somehow moves from the Pontiac into the Infiniti. And the Infiniti is what is alleged to have done the drive-by shooting of Donovan Thomas. There's been testimony from the state's own witnesses. I believe they presented an Infiniti identification expert that was able to identify the car that goes by as an Infiniti. It is not a Pontiac. Mr. Kendrick is not in anything other.
All right, somebody recommended that I look in my YouTube. In my email, just to show y'all I'm not tripping. I can't see the exact, it won't pull up now the exact clip. Okay, it won't pull up the exact clip because I cut it out. So I don't know how to find that clip. Is gone now. Okay, but you can see, look what day this was, October 31st, just like I told y'all. Will Thug plea out? Let's watch. We didn't know that day if Thug was going to plea, so that was the name of the stream. The visibility of your video is not impacted, but you can no longer monetize it. So this one wasn't taken down, but it was demonetized. The copyright owner is blah, blah, blah. Okay. Origin of Young Thug's stage name revealed in court. So that was one of the things that happened on that day. So that was crazy.
Than a Pontiac. What else is the state presented? They have interviews that various individuals gave with law enforcement. I believe they have interviews that they presented in the form of video of Kenneth Copeland on June the 10th, 2015, speaking with law enforcement. They have the plea agreement from Mr. Sledge. And by the way, that plea agreement from Mr. Sledge does not identify Mr. Kendrick specifically. And they also have Mr. Zachary's interview with Detective Thorpe. But in the case with each of those witnesses, when they've gotten on the stand, and the Sledge one is less important, I'm not going to focus on that. But Mr. Copeland, and Your Honor saw this, repeatedly told the jury that he lied to the police. He said anything he needed to say to avoid putting on that blue jumpsuit that Mr. Shart so desperately wants to bring into the court and show to the jury. He would finesse the police. He would tell the police what they wanted to hear. He would sprinkle grains of truth into his stories to lend them credibility with the police officers. But when he took the stand, he completely renounced everything that he said previously. Mr. Sledge, as you well know, also renounced much of what was in his plea agreement, although again, that plea agreement does not focus or even, I believe, mention Mr. Kendrick. And then again, Mr. Zachary renounces what he says on the stand. So I think that a rational trier of fact could not find that Mr. Kendrick had any involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Last, Your Honor, counts 57 through 63. All of those counts relate to the activity, the raid on Jeffrey Williams' house on May 9th, 2022. Each of those counts is either specifically gun count or a drug count, or they're predicated on a gun count or a drug count. There has been zero evidence of Mr. Kendrick in actual possession of those guns or drugs. I'm sure the state will argue that he was in constructive possession. And I'm assuming they're going to argue this because they have two pictures from Mr. Kendrick's phone that were on his phone, that were modified on his phone on May the 9th of 2022. There's been no testimony presented that those pictures were taken by Mr. Kendrick. The only evidence that has been presented is that those pictures are of the inside of the house. So, but let's assume he's inside the house, even if you want to make that assumption. There's been no evidence of constructive possession because there's been no evidence presented of any intent or ability or intent of Mr. Kendrick to exercise control of either the drugs or guns in that house. Zero on intent and zero on his ability to access those weapons and drugs. Last, Your Honor, with respect to count 63 is the 133 charge against Mr. Kendrick. As we discussed previously in court, there's an essential element of 133 that has been left out. So I believe a directed verdict on 133 on that count would be appropriate.
Let me interject and ask you, I saw that Mr. Abadi had sent something that addressed whether, even if directed verdict is appropriate on that, a lesser included. Can you address that?
This is from yesterday.
I saw the one specific case that I saw that would support Mr. Abadi's position was Martinez v.
Sorry, y'all. Yeah, we're just rewatching a little bit from yesterday right now. This is from yesterday, people.
State 318, Georgia Appeals 254. And that case, from the limited time I had to review it and do further research, does appear to support Mr. Abadi's position regarding 131 being chargeable.
Y'all, sorry for it pausing if you were deeply engrossed in that. But y'all, there's a few things that I have never really touched on too much. One of the things is Woody. I'm going to touch on it only because I want to ask a question, maybe raise a little bit of speculation. So closing arguments are set for Monday. Closing arguments, they say, are going to take 8 hours, y'all. So are y'all ready to just, sit back and relax? Are y'all ready to sit back and relax? Because 8 hours worth of talking, that's crazy. But do y'all think, okay, let's do a quick poll. It's going to take me a second to get this together because I don't think from StreamYard I can do a poll. So I have to literally log into, I'll do it later. I don't feel like it. I'll do it later. I have to log into the other, but let's just get some feedback in this chat. Who here thinks that Max Sharp and or Doug Weinstein, because we're talking about Donovan Thomas, who thinks one? So I guess, yeah, we are going to have 3 different closing arguments to make because you have to make Kendricks, but Weinstein tends to be a little bit understated. He's succinct. He probably won't take, if Weinstein takes an hour, I would be surprised, honestly, unless he's going to present evidence or go back through the evidence as slides or as demonstratives. But anyway, who thinks that either Sharp and or Weinstein will mention the name Kenneth Copeland during their closing arguments? Will Woody's name, his actual name, come up during the closing arguments? Will either of them say Woody's name, Kenneth Copeland, Woody, or anything of the sort during closing arguments? Because particularly for Donovan Thomas, and I'll say even make an allusion to, it would count even if they don't say his actual name, but they say, somebody came up and testified that these things happen. And so they're talking about Woody. So that would count also as to my question. Will any of them refer directly to Woody in a way that's unmistakable to the jury and insinuate one? They have to question his credibility. So they absolutely have to talk about Woody. I guess the more I'm thinking about it, the more it's like they can't not talk about Woody because he was the one who got this whole case started. So if they don't address Woody, yes, there is court today. We expect court to start at 10 o'clock today. So if they don't address Woody, they wouldn't be doing their job. I guess that's the point. So I guess this is kind of a question that I myself am answering. Court starting at 10 a.m. this morning, y'all. We do expect it to be streamed, yes. So I'm kind of answering my own question a bit here. They have to talk about Woody, don't they? Because Woody was the uncredible person who started this whole case, in a sense, with his talking to Detective Gaither and Dennis. So I guess in a sense, they talk about Woody. So let me be more specific. Will they? So they will talk about Woody 100%. Okay, we know that. But that wasn't what I was thinking. So I'm gonna be more non-credible. I'll be more specific. Will they blatantly, obviously, and unmistakably try to plant in the mind of the jury that Woody killed Nut? That was really my question. So yeah, they'll talk about Woody. They have to talk about the fact he lied. They have to talk about the fact he got up on stand, he lied, and all that. But that wasn't what I was originally thinking. Will they get on? Will they say this guy seems like he would have been the person who did it, not my guy? That's my question. So who here thinks that? Because remember, both of these guys, Weinstein's guy, Sharp's guy, meaning their client, they're both charged with unaliving. And I'm not laughing because it's a funny thing. I'm laughing because of the word unaliving Nut. They're both charged with that. So will they basically tried to pin it on Woody? That's my question. That's really what I'm getting at. Gigi, you think no? Woody said he did it, and on cross defense brought up how the state wouldn't let him admit it. Interesting. They gave yeah, a lot of people have been saying this. So Gigi says no. CC seems to say yes. They'll talk about his immunity for it or this whole case. That's why. Y'all, okay. So it is in evidence. So y'all, I think I'm gonna tell y'all something. As a juror, I think I have reasonable doubt that Woody did it. Now, the prosecution is going to say, well, we know where he was because his phone, the only way they know where Woody was, or the primary way, is because his phone was over there. But Woody had two phones. Everybody has two phones, right? So one phone is over there, one phone is over there. I think they have to talk about Woody. I think they have to talk about Woody. And I think if they do it right, they will be able to reaffirm reasonable doubt. Y'all want to know something that's funny? The internet thinks Woody did it. Like, I thought at one point about making a video of all the people who say Woody did it. And then I thought, Woody's a real person. He's out here moving around. You know, I wouldn't want a video like mine to, get 100,000 views. And then next thing you know, that causes problems for him. Because at the end of the day, I don't know who did what. So I didn't make that video because, on this channel, it very well could have gotten 50, 100,000 views. Not saying anything would have happened, but you never know. You really never know. But there are many people online who've been saying it was Woody. Woody's the main reason that RICO exists. Yeah, I've been very careful talking about Woody, y'all. I've been careful talking about who might be guilty of something. You know what I'm saying? I heard nothing proving who killed who. Thank you, Cece. He clearly had possession of the Infinity. He said that. So he didn't just, not that saying it makes it so, because he also said he's a liar. But he said, I had the Infinity and I gave it the threat. That's what he said. And he made a music video. He made a music video depicting, it certainly did not track with reality, but it was a depiction, if y'all remember. And he called it homicide, the name. So I think everybody knows Woody and Threat did it. Woody's motive was being jumped at Crucial after he broke into Nut's car and stole his jewelry. See, there's a lot of people online who say it in that way. There's a lot of people online who say it not like, I think Woody did it, but they're saying everybody knows this. Okay. Yeah. And then Woody actually interjected Threat into it. So they actually have to bring Woody up and kind of pin it on him. They have to, don't they? They have to. You be careful. We don't. Okay, BB, I got you. So there's reasonable doubt as to whether Diamante Kendrick and Shannon did that. Okay? Reasonable doubt. We all have seen the reasonable doubt for drinks. So I think closing arguments are going to be very important because remember, these jurors have not seen Woody on the stand since August, and it's now November, and they've seen a lot since then. So if they aren't watching social media, which they're supposed to not be, they haven't seen or maybe even thought about Donovan Thomas and Woody and the possibilities and all that. They haven't thought about that maybe for 3 months. A lot has happened. I mean, we've had an election. We've had, a hurricane destroy part of the country. We've had all kind of stuff. They haven't thought about this for a while, possibly. There's been so much since Woody's testimony that I don't even, see, we're in tune, Nicole. We're in tune. You and I. That's literally what I was saying while you were typing. So that's why closing arguments are going to be so important. And that's why Max made that strategic move that he did not want to. He wanted everything to happen on one day if possible. So I know today they're gonna be coming in and they're going to be hammering out some of the additional language, and then they are going to. So opening statements, what did they say they're going to do tomorrow? Because they are in court tomorrow. I have to go back and watch that. Yeah, Woody's getting money, y'all. Woody is definitely getting money. Again, there is okay, y'all. I'm going to bring up something. Mama's boys, hey, welcome to the live. I'm going to bring up something. Do y'all remember, man, I'm trying to do this as respectfully as possible, but do y'all remember when Vivarito was on the stand? Man, I would love to play this if I could just find this exact part. Vivarito was on the stand. And do y'all remember when Woody was talking? I think Woody might have been in jail. Might have been a jail call. And I think he might have been talking to Garlington. And Woody was like, what do you think happened? Do y'all remember that call? Woody's like, well, what do you think happened? And I was like, oh, snap. Did anybody get a feeling as they listened to that call? Grand Rising Black Ross. I'm going to see if I can find that real quick, y'all. How would I? You know what? I'm going to see if I can find that. We need to listen to that. I'm going to see if I can find that. This would have been Vivarito on the stand. This probably would have been Monday. Do y'all remember when Woody was like, what do you think happened? Huh? Let me see. This was Wednesday. I think that was Monday when this happened. Everybody thinks Vivarito's been out here smashing people. I think it's because of Vivarito's looks. I don't think people would have assumed Vivarito was smashing people unless we saw these photos of her and she's, a relatively attractive lady. And I think people started speculating. Morning, D-Hab, must be Hab or Hob. Let me know. What do you think? Ah, man. I want to know. I want to play that for y'all. It was a wiretap with Woody on it. And he's like, what do you think happened? Oh, man. I'll have to find it for later. Who says she's attractive? I said relatively attractive. I said she's relatively attractive. And she is, y'all. I mean, come on. Let's just keep it real. Detective Vivarito from the photos is relatively attractive. Okay? She's a detective. When you say detective, most of us immediately, at least I do, I normally think of a man, first of all. Not saying women can't be detectives. Y'all don't come at me. I'm just saying if somebody says the word detective, I would think of an old, 40 to 50-year-old dude with a mustache and a cup of coffee, walking around a crime scene. That's what pops into my mind. So you say a woman detective, then I'm looking to think of a nerdy type of woman. A young woman detective. You starting to get to more of, of the whole detective world. When you say young woman detective, you're already talking about more attractive than 90% of detectives for a man, Come Come on, let's keep it real. So I said relatively. I didn't say she is like, you know what I mean? I said relatively. And she is. And she is. But y'all, I want to show y'all this wiretap from Woody. I just don't remember what time it was. Garlington, let me see. Let me see here. That's the issue. I'm gonna have to find it for later. I have to find it for later. So at any rate, y'all, we have about 20 more minutes waiting for the jury to come in and for everything to get started at about 10 o'clock. She had some work done with that watch. Yeah. Everybody keeps saying she had about $400,000 worth of work done. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. She's attractive, but her arrogance and ego makes her ugly. But y'all, let me tell y'all something about men, about heterosexual men. We don't care. I mean, we do care, but for a smash, it doesn't matter. Your ego and all of that stuff, if it's just as people would say, a wham bam, it matters not. It doesn't matter at all. And I'm not speaking for all of us. I'm just speaking for almost all of us. It doesn't matter. You're talking about a detective. If you're a criminal dude and you can smash a detective who's investigating you, that would be a win. That would be a win for sure. Especially if you could do it without putting anybody at risk, go to Las Vegas. It would certainly be a win. It's risky though. It is a big risk, but it would be a win. It would be a huge win, y'all. Yeah, she gonna get you back. She gonna get you back, but it would be a win. It would be dumb. It would be probably the worst and dumbest decision of your criminal career. But it would be a win in that moment, for at least in that moment. So she's not wifey material. I mean, listen, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in general, like if you're a street dude, you could smash a somewhat hot detective lady. I mean, come on, that's a movie. It's dumb. Okay. It's dumb. It's probably, like I said, it's probably the dumbest thing you could do. But it's a sort of a dumb win. Guys, y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay, Mr. Vegas says, I'm speaking for you. I'm speaking for me. So what are you saying? You saying that it wouldn't be a win? Or are you saying when I'm speaking for me, what part do you disagree with? Because so I didn't say I would smash that. That's not what I said. I said if you are a street dude and you can smash a somewhat hot detective, it's dumb, but it's also a win. That's what I said. I didn't say what I would do. Yeah, LTO, it was Monday this week. I was trying to find a part of just a little clip where Garlington is on the phone with Woody, and people actually said, oh, that's Woody. When Woody came on the line, people were like, oh, that's Woody. I just wanted to play that clip because I think people would be able to hear it. When they hear it, it would kind of give them maybe a different take. She was a parole officer. Yes, she was. Shannon knocked that off and got these women in chokehold. Y'all, so women, let me ask y'all a question. We lose. Nah, Lou, we not losing focus, man. We just shooting the breeze for a couple of minutes until course gets started. See the good and bad it caused. Yeah, I mean, yes. James St. Patrick, aka Ghost. Well, there you go. It's definitely a risky move. It's definitely the riskiest of riskies. So, y'all, what's the deal? Now, now I might be going off topic. I might be going off topic. I'm not gonna go that far off topic. People like talking about Viverito. She was certainly an interesting witness, but I'm not going to go that far off topic. What do y'all make of the fact that Garlington was wiretapped and a lot of the evidence that came in was through Garlington? Y'all know that Garlington is set to go on trial. Like, he's arrested. He's part of this RICO. He's in holding. He's going to be going on trial for, he's going on trial for Chamel Drinks. Did y'all know that Miles Farley? Oh, let me say this. Miles Farley, the little dude, the clothing designer, and Garlington, Scarface, those guys are going on trial for Chamel Drinks as well. Did y'all know that? It's easy to forget that. Those guys are in jail right now. And those guys are going on trial for Chamel Drinks as well. So, you know, just keep that in mind too. Shannon's like the first one out the gate. Wouldn't it be weird if Shannon gets acquitted and then one or both of those guys get convicted with the exact same evidence? Wouldn't it be weird if Shannon gets acquitted on Chamel Drinks, but one or both of those guys gets convicted with the same evidence? That would be wild, wouldn't it? Garlington is going to be in his own trial. I don't know exactly why he wasn't in this trial. He seems like a central figure, and Lil Rod seems like he has nothing to do with this trial. Garlington should be in this trial, and I think Lil Rod shouldn't have been in this trial. Don't lie. Don't she look the BBW that... All right, we're going to keep it moving. Maybe I don't watch those kinds of movies. Maybe I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I've never seen anything of that sort at all. Perhaps that's the case. Yeah, so Hair Alchemist, isn't that kind of interesting? Like, isn't it kind of interesting with the exact same evidence? And it kind of applies to everybody that, I mean, what if Miles Farley, think about this, y'all. What if Shannon and Garlington get acquitted of the Chamel Drinks, but in Farley's trial, something wild happens and he gets convicted? That is a real possibility that Shannon and Garlington, the two people who are considered to have been the most likely shooters, if it's a YSL person, Shannon would be like the top of the list. Garlington would be like, maybe it was Garlington, but Miles Farley is like, that dude probably didn't do it. But you could actually see Shannon get acquitted, and you could see Garlington get acquitted, and you could actually, in theory, see Miles Farley get convicted of that murder, y'all. Think about that. Some things just don't make sense. Some things just don't make sense in our criminal justice system. I'm going to have to delete this, y'all. It's not personal, but I told y'all how sensitive YouTube is. I don't want to get demonetized due to some of the comments, so don't take it personally. So Shannon ain't married that lady. She wants Woody because she Misha, so you're saying you don't think Shannon's married? Misha, would you give a theory as to a hypothesis, I should say, as to what the whole marriage facade is then? Because the evidence for marriage would be a marriage certificate, would be Shannon's ex-girlfriend insinuating that there's a marriage, would be Kayla insinuating that there's a marriage, would be a woman who identified perhaps as Miss Betty, Shannon's grandmother, insinuating that there's a marriage. Would be Abate, an attorney, standing up in court and saying there's a marriage, and would be Shannon's attorney at that time failing to deny that there's a marriage. Okay, so what would be your hypothesis as to why all of this is happening and there is no marriage? Just wondering. Just wondering. It's been confirmed. I guess you're talking about the marriage. Misha is your daughter's name. I didn't know you had a daughter. That's cool. You hate my channel. All right, well, you know what? Y'all, anybody here watch what is that person's name? DJ AK-47. I just went DJ AK-47. Not DJ, just King AK-47, not DJ, King AK-47. Just had to get rid of somebody. Shannon married her because he needs a way out of ATL. Clearly, we see the caliber of women he chooses. Okay, explain though, Khadijah. How does marrying her help Shannon get out of ATL? How does marrying her help Shannon get out of ATL? She's hanging out with his grandmother. They're definitely married. How does marrying her help him get out of ATL? Y'all, please do hit the like button. I appreciate y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Oh, Amy, thank you so much. You were looking for the Woody clip. I appreciate it. We'll find it. She lives in Texas. He can be paroled there. What would be in it for her, though, Khadijah? Why was she getting married is still something very serious in our culture. What would be in it for Kayla to marry a dude? So let's say something, for a prisoner getting married, we can think of a million things that's in it for the prisoner. What's in it for her as the person getting married? That's a question, isn't it? Is it a favor? Oh yeah, I'll do a favor to you. Anybody could have married this guy. Anybody in Texas or in any state could have married him to help him get out of ATL. But Kayla is close to the case. She represented somebody in the case. She's prominent in the case. She has a name related to this case, and she wanted to keep her name out of this case. Why? Okay, so Misha. So Shannon is the ladies' man of the trial, apparently. But whatever you would have married him for, Misha, no, well, y'all are saying love, but I'm really going to this hypothesis that Shannon married her so he could get out of ATL. What I'm saying is, what would she get out of the deal, according to y'all, or according to anybody? To I guess particularly Khadijah, who has this theory, because I don't see anybody else expressing that same theory. What would she get out of the deal? Attention, but she tried to keep it quiet, y'all. She wasn't. She asked Miss Sylvia not to reveal it. So, they got the marriage certificate says August, and we didn't know anything until somebody went snooping around in November, basically. So how could it be for attention if she specifically avoided getting attention on it? You know what I'm saying? If that was the case, I would have been married 100 times. No, I'm just joking. Their relationship is real. I don't know, y'all. Obviously, I don't have any clue, but I am a little bit mystified by it. Maybe Shannon's just that dude. I honestly thought Woody was the dude, y'all. I thought Woody was like the dude, because the way he flipped everything and the way he was able to maneuver and the way he was able to slip and slide and make something out of nothing, basically. I was like, oh, Woody he must have been that dude in the crew. Plus, he was dating a police officer. So I was like, yo, this Bama must be able to pull anybody if he could get a cop. So I thought Woody was the one. I thought Woody was the one in the crew. I'm like, yo, he could get he pulled a cop. He pulled a cop. You know what I'm saying? And then start hearing about Shannon's exploits. I'm like, yo, Shannon was the one. They must have, man, when I was a kid, I don't say a kid, but when I was young and I was running, I wouldn't have want to run with those two dudes. I would have been stuck on sloppy thirds, and that would not have been fun. That would not have been fun. Getting the sloppy thirds wouldn't have been to my liking. That wouldn't have been fun. Woody's in love with Sexy Red. That's funny. Woody's a smooth. See? So you got your Woody fans. You got your Shannon fans. Oh man, I would have been bunned up with an actual girlfriend. I wouldn't have wanted to move with them dudes. Oh my gosh, please no. G-Rail, please no. G-Rail, I just clicked on that. I didn't know what you were going to say, but since you said it, we need some evidence. What is the evidence of that? Oh man. G-Rail, don't do that to me. Not that it really matters for anything, but it would be some juicy gossip. Wait, my bad. That was Charleston White. Oh, what did I put up? I'm just going through. I'm just reading. All right, y'all. Looks like we might have court. Court might be in session now. Let's get it. Let's get court popping. Let's get the court popping, people. All right. Let's get the court popping, people. I'm over here tripping. Y'all got me tripping over here. I thought it on their live. Woody said he knew her and then told. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. It's we're a little bit in the realm of pure speculation and gossip. But again, my question to the people who theorize that the marriage is for money, my only question is, not money, excuse me, for benefits. It's a trade. I shouldn't say money. I guess I kind of gave away my thought. Yeah, there's court today. It's live right now. They're in there right now. So my only question was to y'all is, what would be in it for Kayla to marry Shannon? Kayla, I don't think she's Thug's kid's godmother. I think she's Thug's nephew's godmother. I believe that Thug has a sister and that sister has a son. And Kayla is that child's godmother, I think, and y'all can correct me, but I'm pretty darn sure that is the situation. Okay. I try to watch all the lives that I can. I did see it. But again, um, you know, his rap career was really taking off. He'll probably have a career if he can get out of prison soon. He helped with his case in the past. They never went together. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Them girls from Mechanicsville gonna turn Kayla every which way but loose. Assets protection from civil suits after the trial. I don't know that would help. Whatever happened ex parte with Granville has a lot to do with Kayla and Shannon's marriage. Interesting. But that it's interesting that you say that, but I don't know what you're saying. You said something, but you didn't say it. You said something without saying the whole thing. Ifana was supposedly in a gang and dating that. Anything. Y'all believe that? I think there would be some pictures or something would have come out by now. I'm not sold on that thought. I'm not sold on that. Was she an attorney at that time? She probably would have been an attorney already. Kayla was on lead attorney early and said her baby was crying. Hold on. Okay, so she has a child. Why would they take pictures? Oh, you think that they were like creeping? I just got the sense that people thought they were just dating. When you with somebody and you dating somebody, you take pictures with them. I mean, if there's one thing you do is take pictures. If it's one thing you do is take pictures. Kayla Street 2, that's why Woody Lawyer had her stand in during the ex parte. She had everyone interest, just not Woody. Interesting. Oh man, I'm not gonna read that. I'm not gonna read that comment. She was keeping everyone in the loop. Kayla was letting lawyers know what was going on in ex parte. Word has it was not Kayla that said something, y'all, about the ex parte. Word on the street, it wasn't Kayla. And also Kayla said it wasn't her. So it's not just word on the street, it's also her personal words. Yeah, nah, we don't want to have a troll party here. Lisa Snipes, welcome to the membresía. Muy apreciado. Bienvenida. If the baby just turned 1, he's been locked up 2 years, then nah. Do they have conjugal visits in Georgia, y'all? Again, I'm just asking a question, general question. I think everyone forgot the female YSL attorney, Nicole Fagan, that got arrested for gang charges at the beginning of the trial too. Let's take a look at that. Nicole Fagan. Oh, snap. Nicole Fagan, who represented Tenquarius Mender, was charged with criminal street gang activity and criminal solicitation to commit the offense of tampering with evidence. According to the Atlanta Police Department, Fagan was brought to the attention of investigators during the investigation of a deadly double shooting at William Street and Baker Street on September 27, 2022. Investigators say Fagan contacted one of the people involved and told him about an active warrant for his arrest. Okay, is that illegal? That doesn't sound illegal. Later, during a preliminary hearing, it was revealed Fagan had told that man to dispose of his phone before police arrested him. That is illegal. I don't think telling somebody you have a warrant for your arrest is illegal. I do think telling somebody to get rid of evidence once you know there's a warrant for somebody's arrest, that's going to be illegal. That's going to be illegal. That is going to be illegal. Fagan was taken into custody in Gwinnett County and will be transported to the Fulton County Jail. Oh, crap. Investigators say Davis was seen on video near the shooting scene. Police say 2 people were shot there, were driven to Grady. One of the men died. Dang. Oh my gosh, y'all. This was wild. I do wonder something. If you're Thug and you are moving around internationally in multi-million-dollar and maybe even billion-dollar circles, and you got people representing this thing that you maybe you didn't start, but that you put on the map, and they're literally just shooting and killing people, and people are dying. I mean, you don't think at some point Thug thought, man, I kind of need to maybe do something with this. You know what I'm saying? I need to like do something with this thing because this thing is a little bit out of control. I mean, I feel like every week or two, I find out something new about this, and I'm like, good goodness. Y'all do hit the like button. 432 likes is a paltry amount when we have how many people we have on screen? We have almost 1,400 people on stream. What was he supposed to do? Consult with lawyers and figure out the best course of action. And I'm not saying he didn't do that. I don't know what he did and didn't do. But so maybe he did do that. But I would say at some point you get with your lawyers and say, look, this thing is out of control. I need to what do you recommend? You know, they will recommend something. They'll recommend something. Maybe the recommendations would not have been palatable for Thug. You know, it might have had to do with cooperating with law enforcement and stuff. And, you know, maybe he wasn't ready to do that. All right. But it's a lot of shooting and a lot of killing out there. A lot of shooting and a lot of killing. Y'all do hit the like button, please. What we're doing right now, we're just waiting for court to get started. I don't think we have any volume. We don't have anything happening at the moment. When you're elevating, sometimes you have to leave people behind. Yeah, by 2022, Thug was at the top of everything. So I really think I don't know. It's a lot. I mean, they indicted 20-some people, and as we can see, there's more and more people who were not indicted in this YSL thing. So how many people had YSL as their thing? I mean, were they 50 deep? Were they 100 deep? Maybe reconsider who some of your real friends are. That's the thing. I don't necessarily even know that he even knew all these people. That's my point, really. Like, you got people out here representing your thing. You got people putting on people. And then those people doing things in the name of a thing. And that happens to be the name of your record label. So it's really difficult to just drop it and say, yeah, I don't associate with this YSL thing, because you literally have your company named that and the logo, but it's also a street thing. So I think if there's a lesson out of all this, is your business should not be the same thing as your street thing. That's for sure. Because once they start getting tied in, look how the authorities can say, well, civil asset forfeiture. Let's take the stuff. You got this from street activity. Look how just ninjas on the street doing things in the name of the street, I don't say name, but the street organization. Now that's reflecting on your legitimate business. You know what I'm saying? Hair Alchemist, thank you for the super chat. Hope not guilty. Y'all, you know, when I look at Yak Gotti going into court looking dapper these days, it really makes me feel good, y'all. Like to see Yak, to see him all dressed up, it makes me feel positive and hopeful. It really, really does. Like it gives me such a positive and hopeful feeling. And you just want him to come out of prison or out of jail in this case and just, you know, not necessarily do the stereotypical I'm a changed man, but you just want him to be like a force for good. You know what I'm saying? But not necessarily in any particular mold. Like not saying he needs to become a lawyer or but just that put the BS behind you and be successful and a productive member of society. It's like I pray that. You know what I'm saying? And seeing the change in his look, just seeing it is so real. And it's like, ooh, I hope he could do it. You really, really, really hope he could do it. You really just hope. It's like, please. You know what I mean? You really hope he can pull it off. And I'm not even going to go into, because that could show all these other, I'm not going into any of that stuff. All of that stuff is collateral for himself and for all of the people who have pulled for him and who have paid attention to this trial and who have desired and argued and had sleepless nights and had anxiety attacks about his fate. You know what I'm saying? Not that he owes anybody anything, but it would just be such a great payoff to live a righteous life. Now, I'm not talking about church. I'm not talking about anything in particular except for just living a righteous life in some fashion. You know what I'm saying? So I really, 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 really hope that. And I think the change in appearance has given us all an idea of what it can look like. Morning, Andre. How you doing, buddy? Good morning, sir. When you say Whitaker is noticing, are you talking about Yak's appearance? Is that what? Because I was just ranting about that. Yeah, so I'm definitely hoping that that can happen. Free Lil Rod says Rose Report. 1.2 watching, under 500 likes. Y'all, come on, hit the like button, people. Hit that like. That appearance makes a difference, y'all. I guess I'm gonna have to start dressing up to come on stream so that y'all take me more seriously and come in here with a tie. I guess I'm gonna have to buy some new. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna have to buy some. Would y'all hit the like button if I came in dressed up like Yak Gotti now? Maybe that's why y'all are not hitting the like button. You know what? I just learned something. I might need to start dressing up like Yak Gotti so I can get y'all to hit the like button. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? I'm gonna test that out, y'all. I'm gonna dress up. I'm gonna dress up and see if I get more likes that day. They would if you do the lead and lock us out. You know what? I should do that. I should do that. I should just lock people out. I just think people will go to another stream. I should collude with the other streamers that we're going to lock everybody out. We should have a collusion, y'all. We should form a RICO, a streamer RICO, and lock out all of the non-members. If I go to Cat, Dear Woke Christian, Classy Beats, AV, and I know Lee be locking anyway. I should go to all of them and say, look, on verdict day, whenever the verdict's happening, whenever we know the verdict is coming, let's lock them all out unless they're a member of one of our channels. It'll be a collusion. It'll be a YSL RICO trial watching RICO. That's lame. Don't do it. Oh, man. Anyway, why would anybody not hit the like button? Might be because I'm not wearing a tie. You know what? I'm going to get myself a nice suit and a tie, and I'll go to the barbershop and get me a nice new pair of glasses, and I'm going to do everything. I'm going to Yak Gotti it all up and see how many likes we get that day. Law and crime still free. You want to go on a law and crime chat? Be my guest. If that's where you want to spend your time, you know what? Be my guest. Be my guest. Rev it up. 533 likes. We have 1,200 people watching. So can y'all hit the like, please? Are the other defendants in this case going to have media coverage? I don't know. I would guess because you can do the Rule 22, I would guess you can go and just apply for it. But are they going to have law and crime coverage? I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. When I'm in chat, I have to minimize the chat to see the like button. Maybe people aren't seeing it. Yeah, that's a YouTube thing. Oh, y'all, Robin Dolphin says sentencing day. I honestly never even thought about sentencing day, Robin. But I see what you did there, though. I see what you did there for sure. I don't need anything except a button down and a blazer. No one sees what's under your desk unless I stand up. I see what you did there too. Why did the lawyer get arrested? I just read that. The lawyer got arrested for telling her client, apparently from this Fox 5 news article, she told her client to dispose of evidence. That's why. Hell no to the law and crime chat. Yeah, so y'all, one thing we have here in this chat, we have very few trolls. We have people who like to laugh. We do make jokes, right? We do make jokes. We do have a lot of fun. And it's not the Wild West here, y'all. It is not the Wild West. All right, Original Ghoul, you asked for it and you will get it. You're out. Good luck. See you later. Well, I guess I won't see you later. Bye. Stand up. I do stand up. I stand up a lot. Yeah, y'all do hit the like button. So y'all, at this point, we're just waiting for court to start. I don't know what the heck is going on. I don't know what the heck is going on. I guess the jokes are to keep from crying. We mean no disrespect to the men on trial. Yeah, I think, you know what? I've seen this from time to time. People are like, these people are fighting for their lives. Like, listen, man, I'm going to be honest with you. People would not tune into this every day if the only thing you could possibly feel was fear, sadness, outrage, anger, and wanting to cry. Like, you need levity. You absolutely need levity. You need jokes, because some things that happen are funny. Woody got on the stand and he had a lot of funny moments, and people laughed, and people basically made him into a star. So the idea that you can laugh or make a joke, nobody's making a joke about the thing, about the fact that somebody's on trial. Nobody's making a joke about the victims who passed away. Nobody's making a joke about the fact that people might go to prison for the rest of their lives. The jokes are not about the tragedy. There's a lot of stuff in this trial that is just outrageous, that is funny, that is entertaining, that is all that stuff. So the fact that the trial itself is to determine the fate of people doesn't mean that within the trial nothing funny happens. You know, people go to war, they laugh while they're at war. Okay, so the idea that you can't laugh or that you can't find this entertaining is crazy. If you're laughing at the victims, that would be inappropriate. If you're laughing at the men who are on trial, who we perceive as not having a just prosecution, if you're laughing at them, that would be inappropriate. But over the long trial that we're seeing, we're not going to see anything that's funny or entertaining or crazy or wild. Of course we are. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, people want to make you feel bad for being a human. The day somebody starts laughing at Shannon for being on trial or because he's facing 40 years, I wouldn't want that person in my chat. Same goes for Yak. The day somebody laughs at Donovan Thomas for what happened to him or Shamel Drinks or their families, I don't want to associate with that person. But the day somebody laughs at the fact that Woody said that Hilton, ooh, get away. I don't find it funny, but I can see that people would find that funny. It's outrageous. It's entertaining. It's part of the trial, but it is not the central thing that's happening here. So I'm just trying to give y'all some space here. Listen, I ain't going for all of that. Y'all laughing. Y'all saying it's entertainment. Listen, the trial itself has entertaining parts. It does. I mean, it's not entertainment, but there are things that happen that are entertaining. So again, Woody is a great example. So I don't want, if anybody's like trying to make you feel bad because you are entertained watching this trial, that person is wrong. Again, the core of the trial is not to be entertained, but as it goes on, you are going to find moments that you find funny, that you find entertaining, that you find wild, whatever. Same thing that happens with anything. Same thing that happens with war. Same thing that happens with a tense situation. There will be periods that are whatever. So I'm not buying that. Okay, J. Marie, there's nowhere else but here. This is the best channel. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, some people rock with me, J. Marie, and I rock with y'all. I like that. I like that. So I think I personally try to draw the line at using the word entertaining or entertainment about this trial, because I can see that could cause people some consternation. I get it. This trial is not our entertainment, but there are things that happen during the trial that we will find entertaining. So, again, Woody's a great example. I think people are entertained on cross-examination of Vivarito when people are picking apart what many of us perceive to be lies or fabrications or whatever. People are entertained at that moment. People are entertained to see Vivarito have to scramble. All right. So I just think we just need to be, again, if you're operating in good faith, then I think it's all good. This trial is heartbreaking, and the corruption of the state to convict by any means is sickening. Let's say we all agree with that, Misha. My point is, even during a 1 year long heartbreaking and sickening trial, there's still going to be things that you find that particular thing is not heartbreaking and sickening. That's my point. Even though the trial itself on a whole might be. That's my point. This might be a social experiment. It is. I mean, even if it wasn't meant to be, that's what it's turning out to be. It's turning out to be a social experiment. The fact that Fulton County hires anyone is entertaining. Y'all, I mean, again, the word entertain is definitely it's a tricky word with this trial. I'll admit it. And I try not to use it. I'm just bringing it up now because I'm having this conversation with y'all. I don't think it's the best word to use, honestly. This trial is not for our entertainment. Okay, everybody knows that. But there is this sense of awe or shock or can't believe itness that happens when you see the people who we would think would be the best of the best get up and make an argument that even we as lay people can see like that doesn't make any sense. There's just a feeling of like, whoa, whatever that feeling is. And I think we've seen that a lot, particularly with the prosecution. The defense has not given us many moments of like, what the heck are you doing? They just haven't given us a lot of those moments. The prosecution has given us many moments of like, whoa, like I don't even know what the word is. It is eye-opening, it's educational, it is shocking, it's confusing. But if this were only sickening and heartbreaking, you wouldn't be able to watch this. If your only emotion is sickened and heartbroken, there's no way you could continue to watch it for even a week. Right? There are other emotions that come in, which are shock, which are can't believe it, which are laughing at some points, which are, you better get that person. All of that stuff comes into play. It is definitely very educational. Morning, Rebecca. So, y'all, we're just trying to hold on till court starts. Woody definitely was the most singularly entertaining part of the trial. The wild thing about Woody is he wasn't trying to be entertaining. That's the wild thing about Woody is he became an entertaining part of the trial without trying to. Truly humble under God. Yeah, that was probably when the trial really started picking up a lot of steam when they were. I mean, it could mean that, but I remember seeing a lot of that. It's a true life drama with twists and turns. It makes you think what is fact and what is fiction. Correct. It is a true life drama. Sadly, these guys are likely guilty of most of these, but not drinks. But the pros has made the entire world hate them for taxes and legal stuff. Well, there's no reasonable person, Danita. I don't think there's a reasonable person that thinks that this was not an illegal street gang. I've been said it, I'm saying it again. Now, what was everybody's role? What was everybody's affiliation? What is everybody's responsibility? Was there a leader? Was there shot calling? Was there financial gain? Who was a member? Who wasn't a member? You know, all of these things can be questions. But I think if you're honest, you would say YSL at this time in 2000, let's say 22, was both a record label and a criminal street gang, and they had something to do with each other. They were not one and the same, but they were somehow intertwined. Now, who was a member of the gang? Was there a leader? All of that, separate questions. But was there a street gang called YSL? Undoubtedly, for me. And if you are not willing to admit that, I don't know what more evidence you would need. We've seen tattoos, we've seen hand signs, we've seen a logo, we've seen social media postings, we've heard songs. The songs talking about street life. Now, that's where some of the intertwiningness comes in, admittedly. But we've seen a lot of crimes. You know what I'm saying? So this is going to fit the statutory definition. Now, once you start talking about RICO and all that stuff, I don't know. I don't think they don't even know yet. That's what they're trying to determine with the RICO stuff. But the criminal street gang stuff, I think that's pretty simple. Now, was Thug the leader of it and all that stuff? I'll be honest with you. I'm not ready to say yes to that. I'm not even ready to say that yes, that there was an actual leader or leadership. But it's quite clear to me that this is what we would call a gang. I mean, come on. So wiping my nose, I don't know if you're saying that to me, but if you are, no, that's not what I'm saying. YSL is a record label and a criminal street gang. It's both. It's not that it can only be one thing. There's no rule in logic that says that a record label and cannot coincide with the gang. Okay, so it is absolutely a record label, and I don't know about today, but at that time it was absolutely a criminal street gang as well. Like, there is no doubt about this. And if you doubt it, then you're just one of the people who cannot be convinced regardless of what kind of evidence you're presented with. So Sherry is not convinced that it was a criminal. So I guess the question would be, what would you need if you got tattoos, you got people who make social media postings, you have crimes, you have a logo, you have a long history of people identifying as that thing. What more would you need? Like, I don't know what people actually would need. I don't think that should be said. Maybe you're saying this to me. I'm stating my opinion. I mean, Tayshawn, again, sometimes I don't know if y'all are making the comments to me or to each other, but this is what the whole trial is about. This is what the whole trial is about. So at this point, the trial is practically over. I'm just stating based on what I've seen, my opinion. So Sherry, so think about it like this, or Sherry Lee. Is it Sherry? I'm gonna say Sherry. Imagine this. If I want to start a gang, according to you, all I have to do is start a record label too. And then all my gang activities, according to you, could not be considered gang activities because I have a record label. Like that would be a convenient loophole in the law, wouldn't it? That you can shield yourself from ever being a gang by just starting a record label. So y'all, if we want to literally inculcate ourselves, protect ourselves, and never be able to be considered a gang under the law, we'll just start a record label too with the same name. Then we can function as a gang. As long as we make some music, we're not a gang. That wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't make any sense. Like you have to be able to see that it was both. Or else what we're going to do is create a situation where you can literally shield yourself from a gang charge just by starting a record label with the same name. That wouldn't make any sense in the law to me. So anyway, y'all, that's my opinion. Again, you know, I'm here to keep it real with y'all. I'm here to keep it real how I see it. Let me see.
Okay, let's go ahead and get defense counsel. I know I've been just in chambers making some edits to the instructions. Figured it was easy enough to do that back there instead of here. Do you want to let are the defense attorneys back in that conference room? Well, they may not know that I'm here, so. Mr. Kendrick, did they let you sleep this morning? Okay.
Real quick, this is why I didn't say I think it's a RICO. I don't think it's a RICO, y'all. I say criminal street gang. I do not think it was a RICO. Tammy Phillips, thank you for the super. Weinstein said he didn't think that the state had proven their case. He said that very clearly, so that's why he didn't put anybody up. I thought Max was going to call people, so I'll be honest, I'm not sure. Maybe I imagine he thinks he can do what he needs to do with argumentation on the close. You know what I'm saying? That's my only thought. He imagines he can do what he needs to do with argumentation on the close. Yep, he's been coming to court looking real sharp every day. Oh, sharp. He just threw a heart at whoever's looking. They must got some money, y'all. They must have some money. Maybe. Yeah, Paige definitely has a heart, y'all. They saying that it's Dior. Y'all give us a like, please. 2 hours of ranting this morning for y'all. Everybody who made it through, appreciate you.
Is the verdict form that you were working on?
Yeah, LTK, we're in the same boat on this, but you know, it might be that the jury sees it the way that the people see it, the way that the people see it, and the people here. And you know, maybe they get off on the gang charge. Maybe they get off on the gang charge, y'all. Oh, Misha, were you the one who liked Shannon? I agree with you. Not RICO, no movement. Very vague showing of orders, the RICO laws. Yeah. I certainly did not say, y'all remember the gang, the criminal street gang and the RICO charges are separate. I'll be honest, I don't want what they were doing to be considered a RICO. Like, I don't want the law to be interpreted that way because, even though they are facing that charge, to me, if you're going to say racketeering, you better show me some money moving or some kind of, if it's not money, it better be some kind of real influence. And I'm talking about high level stuff. And money is almost certainly got to be involved. And I didn't see any of that. So I am certainly not on board with the RICO charge. It's Jess. I wonder what happened to you, Jess, because Jess is our number one contrarian. We haven't seen you in, I don't think, maybe you were here Monday. But y'all, let me introduce you to Jess. Jess is the one who's going to be in the chat. She can take over from me now. Jess is our contrarian. She thinks people are, I'm not going to speak for you, Jess, but y'all just pay attention to Jess. You will see very quickly what Jess's stance is. I'm not going to speak for you, Jess, but y'all will notice that very quickly. The label didn't find the individual acts. That's why I don't see it. The label didn't find. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, fund. Okay, let me tell you what sold me on the criminal street gang. Obama came in last week, I think it was. He showed we saw his YSL tattoos. We see he's one of the founders of YSL. And they asked Obama, do you rap? No. Did you ever rap? Not since I was in middle school. So Shari Lee, Obama. So what we would have to understand is how Obama was a founder of a record label when he's not a music producer, when he's not a rapper, and when he's so broke that he needs to go and claim some food stamps. So he's obviously not a person truly associated with the very successful music industry that YSL is in. So you're saying you have a YSL founder who is a music executive or something. He's not an artist, who is also, let me go pick up these food stamps. It doesn't make sense. It would only make sense if YSL is also some non-music related
Latest
organization.
version of the charges. I did some further edits this morning, caught some things that needed to be said differently. So she's going to send that right now, and y'all can take a look at it. And did any of y'all have edits that you noticed that need to be dealt with? No. Okay. Okay. All right. So one question I had is, we've got conspiracy, the 2.021020, and then presence of the parties right now kind of set out also as separate charges, but I don't know who requested that, but I'm kind of thinking we've already covered what those mean. And it may be that in our overt acts, there's a conspiracy to commit a crime that's an actual allegation, so that I would need to charge it with the overt acts. But do we need to charge separately, or does somebody want that as a separate charge?
You said conspiracy?
Yeah.
And what were the other two?
It's conspiracy, and then there are additional instructions about conspiracy, and then there's the presence, conduct, companionship before and after an alleged offense may be considered by you in determining whether they give rise to an inference of a conspiracy.
I don't think we need any of that.
I mean, I feel like we kind of already explained, here's what conspiracy means within the RICO statute.
I think that's correct. I agree with Mr. Shaw.
Okay, state
No objection, Your Honor.
to taking those out.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So another thing we need to do, now that we just have the 106 possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, that does have a pattern. It's really simple. It's just for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the state must prove the defendant possessed a firearm after having been convicted of a felony. And then there's a blank to say these particular things are felonies. So I don't know what the convictions of these two defendants are that have come in right offhand, but I would think that that's what's supposed to get listed in the blank.
I think probably whatever convictions are listed in the indictment as the predicates for the possession of firearms would be the ones that we would list there.
Well,
And
are those convictions for these defendants in? I thought that was the whole,
Yes, Your Honor. So the underlying convictions for at least Mr. Kendrick is in, Your Honor, the underlying conviction for Mr. Stillwell, that is a conviction that I was looking for right before the state rested this case. I was going through a folder, it's supposed to be exhibit 34Q. I do not see 34Q inside of the documentation that is sitting there. That's the only exhibit missing. And so we are trying to find 34Q. I believe the court said that
I did.
we can open it up for that, that limited purpose, but that is the exhibit that we've been looking for with the 34Q, which is the 15SC. I think the last digit ends in 6. I know from the entire indictment.
Have you gotten through all of the evidence?
Not since not since Monday or Tuesday when we
Okay.
rested to determine if it's.
Okay.
if it's in-
So, all right, you just hadn't checked yet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so for Mr. Stillwell, it's the felony that he's charged with in count 52 as having already been convicted of is actually also possession of a firearm by a convicted, 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, a 15 and a 19 SC. Is that your understanding? Okay. Well, that's not charged in this indictment, in this count. So I guess then what we would say there is crazily circular. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is a felony. He's charged with two counts of that. Or no, just one. And then Mr. Kendrick's charged with. So looking at the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon charge against Mr. Kendrick, one of his alleged prior felonies is also possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, but the other one is possession of a firearm during the commission or attempt to commit certain crimes. Do y'all know what that was specifically?
Your Honor, I'll put back up.
Like, was he specifically charged? Was it just during the commission of a felony? The way it was charged?
Yeah, he was charged in 15 SC 140116 with possession of a firearm during the commission of certain felonies, which would have been participation in criminal street gang activity, conspiracy to commit.
What did he plead to, though? I thought the gang, y'all drop a whole lot of gang counts, it seems like.
No,
So-
he, in this indictment, he pled the conspiracy to commit a crime, which was aggravated assault. He pled the criminal street gang activity, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, theft by receiving stolen property, purchase, possession, or having control of a controlled substance in Schedule 1 and 2, 1 or 2, excuse me.
Okay, I'm just going to say possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon are
Yes.
both felonies. Okay. I don't know if there's, so we'll have to figure out what the verdict form is going to look like before we can say figure out exactly what we're going to say with regard to how they walk through the verdict form. We also need to take another look at the overt act charges and make sure that everything is included that needs to get included that hasn't otherwise been defined in these main charges. So do y'all have a copy of that you can look at?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the copy Ms. Percival circulated at the end of the day yesterday.
Yes, I don't think it's changed since then. There are some slight changes.
Do we have the slight changes yet?
No, because we were going through it literally minutes ago. But I can screen share that if that's the easiest way to do it.
I think so.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Mayor Spokane, real quickly, the 3 conspiracy charges.
Yes.
Talking about on 18, I've checked those against what you have in the RICO. The only thing that's in those that's not in the RICO that I think should be part of the conspiracy
Okay.
charge is conduct of the alleged conspirators. That's where it stops in the RICO. I think it'd be appropriate to add the words before and after the commission of the alleged offense. That's an integral part of the conspiracy charge. Otherwise, I think everything that was in those 3 charges, you're correct, is captured earlier in the RICO.
Okay. So what are the offenses though? You know, like, I think we kind of got hung up on that yesterday.
Well, here, that's, we're talking about the RICO conspiracy. That would be the commission of defense.
I mean, I could just say any alleged offense.
Yes, before and after the commission of any alleged offense, yes. Instead of the,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Would that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that work for the defense?
Okay with it? Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. All right, so with regard to the overt acts, what I was planning to say after I define overt act, so it'll say overt act means an outward act made in furtherance of a conspiracy. The overt act may, but does not have to be a crime in and of itself. I was going to say some of the overt acts alleged in this indictment, if proven, would be crimes. You can tell which those are because they will list a cite to a criminal code section. Later in these instructions, I will define for you any alleged crimes that are alleged in the overt acts that I have not already defined. Does that work? All right, have y'all together coalesced on any type of verdict form or?
I think coalesce. No, we have not coalesced on a jury verdict.
All right.
Coalesced as in us in the state.
We're maybe closer to congealing than coalescing.
Well, if y'all congealed
Yeah,
on a
they have it-
verdict form.
We've prepared one, we've circulated it to them, they got it this morning, a few minutes ago. We have not had that discussion yet.
If the best way to proceed may be to throw it up and then on the screen, and then
Okay.
we can discuss the edits we would like to see.
All right.
That works for Mr. Sharp.
Okay, and I don't know. Are y'all ready to do overt acts? The overt acts definitions? Or no?
Yeah.
Yes?
We could do that and come back to verdict form, yes.
I mean, we need to do them both.
Okay, any
So-
order the court would like.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter to me.
Over there.
Okay.
Thank you for that command decision, Mr. Sharp.
This person field is like, y'all are all over the place this morning. Wait, that's all any of us wants.
She had a Christina Weaver expression at that point.
All right, do you have it up on the screen? Okay. All right, do we need, so firearm is a deadly weapon, that needs to get charged, but that isn't like a separate charge, right? I mean, I do think that for these overt acts, it would be helpful to leave like assault as a heading if one of the crimes is assault.
But maybe, I think assault's in there, Your Honor, because one of the crimes is aggravated assault, so, and for aggravated assault, you need to define assault.
Okay.
So maybe.
Well, if it's only aggravated assault, then let's have, can you switch it to say aggravated, and is it aggravated assault with a deadly weapon that's the overt act?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. So that'll be to prove assault. So I think underneath there, we'll give the definition of assault. A person, or assault means to commit or attempt to commit a violent injury to someone else.
Yes.
All right, does that work, the way we have aggravated assault now?
Yes.
And then do we have simple battery, or how is it listed?
There's an aggravated battery harm.
Okay, so that would be the same kind of thing then. Well, I don't know that we need the definition of simple battery because aggravated battery is kind of its own definition. You, you have to actually cause bodily harm. So do we have any simple batteries in the overt acts?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We have terroristic threats.
Yes.
Was it from the person or from the immediate presence? Or do you want both?
That was, Reggie Hill was a car, and I believe a purse that was in the car. So that would probably be immediate presence.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor, in terms of that overt act 61 says from the immediate presence.
Okay. All right, and then we have a theft by receiving stolen property.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it all of those things: receives, disposes of, or retains?
I think receives or retains.
Y'all okay if I just say keeps?
Oh, yeah.
Oops. Do we need to define receiving? I don't think so. Don't y'all think everybody knows what the word receives means?
I think so.
Okay.
Should we say alleged perpetrator?
Instead of, yeah. Well, are we saying alleged perpetrator?
I thought we were saying alleged perpetrator. Are we not?
It's perpetrator.
Just perpetrator? Okay.
Oops. Can you do a global replace of defendant for perpetrator? And we can get rid of that if there's any reasonable doubt, because that's not relevant for here. All right, possession of a machine gun look okay?
Your Honor, for consistency, excuse me, in theft by receiving, the last paragraph says goods. I think everywhere else it says property. Maybe say property, just to be consistent.
Well, it says goods in
It
the second
says
paragraph
goods.
too.
That is one of the pattern charges that has not gone through a plain language rewrite yet. So it's all over the place. Yeah, but I mean, we can say property was,
You say goods in the first sentence as well of the second paragraph.
let's say the pattern says.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry. The pattern. Your Honor.
We okay with this one? All right, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I think I'll just lift we already have that defined in our substantive counts, right?
Correct.
All right, so the question is, some of the other acts, crimes will have been defined already. But for instance, the fact that we have possession of firearm by a convicted felon in the other acts as well, is there a preference for whether it still gets listed in this appendix and just said that's already been defined, or not listed at all?
The state would request to say, to list and to say as previously defined.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so this one will just say previously defined.
And this will all get cleaned up so it looks kind of the same.
And there'll be some others we have to add in there, I would think, but. So on the possession with intent to distribute, we've got various different substances, I think. Do we want to list all of those that way or just say the substance?
Yes, I would just say the substance.
Okay. Well, so we'll get that fixed. All right, criminal gang activity. Well, yeah, a bunch of these are already. All right, so that's it that we've got. What else needs to get included from the overt acts?
I'm going through here on what I have.
Okay.
1 minute, I'm on.
All right.
191.
Great, thank you.
Judge, there's a couple in here that don't have a header on them.
Okay,
Underneath sale of marijuana.
okay.
There's two that are the possession by an inmate.
Oh, okay, I did not,
Sorry, they
yes,
don't have
okay,
headers on them.
okay. I see them now. I'll just kind of bold them for now. Are y'all okay with, everybody okay with how those two get defined?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I had one
Yes.
thought with the consolidating the controlled substances.
Uh-huh,
Could we have one sentence that says, for any of these substances, MDMA, methamphetamine are controlled
controlled
substances?
substances, sure.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can you do that, Laura? Is the defense okay with those two ways that possession of a weapon, possession of telecommunications device by an inmate are defined?
Give me just one moment, please.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, my list was not exhaustive. Any of the controlled substances like oxycodone that we have, we could just have one sentence with all of those substances, are controlled substances, because each individual one lets the juror know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I would,
The jail part?
yes.
Yeah.
I think my personal opinion is it should follow the text of the statute a little bit more and be less specific about while incarcerated is inmate in Fulton County Jail.
It's only in Fulton County. Yeah, that one's a little bit, what does it say? At a jail or at a correctional? What does it say? I mean, at a jail?
Um,
There are all these different definitions. I don't know. Let me pull up if anybody knows. Can give me this.
42,518.
Okay. Can you read what it says? I don't have Lexus up yet. Well, it really says while an inmate.
so I guess it's just for while an inmate.
Okay. Wow, an inmate. I'm happy to say out of jail if y'all want, but
No, just while an inmate, I think is fine,
Okay.
Your Honor.
so question. I would just think possessed and not was found in possession of. Thoughts on that? It's kind of what the statute
Yeah.
says.
No objection.
Whenever, of course, ready.
Yep,
I
we're
think
ready.
I found, so what I believe we are missing, and depends on how we want to do it, is attempted murder,
Okay.
murder, and then conspiracy to commit murder, and conspiracy to possess a telecommunication device by an inmate.
Was that a conspiracy? The last one?
The last one with Mr. Garlington on the phone with Frank Hubert and Quantavious Greer.
Is that charges? What is that over?
Yes, that is count one, excuse me, not count, act one. 179,
So conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device?
yes.
So we have Your Honor, we have a possession of telecommunication device by inmate and a conspiracy. Because 170 is possession.
Okay, so conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device by an inmate?
Yes. That's because they
Is
were on
the conspiracy by the inmate who was trying to possess it, or alleged to be by someone else, like helping them? You know what I'm asking?
Yes, it was helping. They discussed possibly flying the phones in the jail through a drone.
You know,
179.
okay, so that would be then like B1, it's unlawful for any person to procure or give an inmate a telecommunications device, right? So it's a conspiracy to do that, right?
Yes.
So conspiracy to provide, right?
Well, conspiracy to.
I mean, the statute is not, the statute's called items prohibited for possession by inmates. And part of what is illegal within there is for another person to obtain, procure, or give an inmate any prohibited item. So how do you want me to say that? Conspiracy to provide a telecommunication device to an inmate?
The problem is they cited a certain section in the overt acts.
Well, how did they say it?
They said, in the overt act, it says, Demetrian Garlington and Quantavious Greer did unlawfully commit the felony offense of conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device by name.
And then described it as how?
When, while speaking over a cell phone to an incarcerated Fulton County deputy, discussed a plan to fly a drone carrying cell phones beyond the guard lines to a window
Okay.
at the Fulton County Jail, in violation of 42-518.
Both of those individuals were out of jail and they were.
It does. That's a, okay, I understand, but that's not really a conspiracy charge. That's a violation of this statute. But I guess because they didn't actually achieve it, then, okay. Conspiracy to possess a
Or to provide.
well, y'all said possess. Conspiracy to a telecommunications device. All right, let me just say. Y'all can be coming up with language for whatever the next one's going to be.
I think the only two that it appears will be the attempted murder and the conspiracy to commit murder,
All right, well,
based on what I have.
figure out the language while I'm working on this one. Then so am I going to need to define conspiracy? Or can I just say attempts to? So we're not actually like finding anybody guilty of these things in counts or anything. Y'all tell me.
I agree, you're right. I don't think we need to define conspiracy. I think you just put.
So could I just say, a person commits the offense of conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device when that person attempts to provide an unauthorized telecommunications device to an inmate?
Yes.
Okay. That okay with the defense?
When that person
Attempts to provide an unauthorized telecommunications device or cell phone, I can just say cell phone, to an inmate.
might be putting the word in the definition, but why wouldn't we put conspires to? Because it's not an
Why
attempt.
wouldn't we put?
It's not an attempt, like,
Okay, I don't have the definition of conspiracy in front of me anymore. I'm happy to say it however way you'll want.
I'm not saying we need to define conspiracy again, but instead of saying when a person attempts to provide a,
Uh-huh.
why wouldn't we just say when a person conspires to?
Well, I guess just because I was taught you never define a word with the word. But
I understand, but to me, we're
we can,
describing
I'm fine with that.
We're describing a crime.
Fine, conspires.
It's just because attempt is another.
Fine with me.
legal term.
There.
Can we,
Up.
Okay, that's fine.
I have the conspiracy charge, so
Okay.
a person commits conspiracy to commit possession of a telecommunication device by an inmate when that person, together with one or more other persons, we're going back to what Mr. Shar just said, though, conspires to commit.
Okay.
Mr. Sharp.
A person commits the offense of conspiracy to possess a telecommunications device when that person conspires with someone else to provide an unauthorized cell phone to an inmate. Good with everybody?
That's good.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right, so then we need,
That's Bob.
we will have listed, are these getting listed in the order in which they come as overt acts ultimately, I guess?
If we can, yes.
Okay. So somewhere we'll already have murder. And then we'll need attempted murder.
It seems to make more sense to put them in alphabetical order just because you don't know if the jury may be going back, jumping
I don't
around, but
care. We just
whatever.
need to decide on a way. Yes.
Well, I was going to say for the next attempted murder, just to cite the pattern instruction 20110, but I think whether it's chronological from the overt acts or alphabetical, either one is,
Attempted murder ought to come after murder.
yes, Your Honor. And because we define murder, the jury will have already been instructed on it for the counts. When attempted murder comes up in the overt acts, I think all that needs to be defined is just attempt, and then murder is previously defined,
Right. Okay. So we'll define attempt.
which
I
I
like
have that
that.
instruction is simply a person commits criminal attempt to commit insert offense, in this case murder, when with intent to commit, that person performs any act that constitutes a substantial step towards the commission of the crime.
Okay. Where did you get that from? Where could I
Your Honor,
lift that from?
the pattern instruction is 2.01.10, attempt statutory definition from the pattern instructions.
2.01, perfect. Okay.
And Your Honor,
Mhm.
the only other attempt I believe we have is the attempted armed robbery, which is Act 5. But we also we will be defining armed robbery in these overt acts as well.
I'm sorry, but where person, oh, okay, I was looking at the wrong charge. So I think maybe we just do attempt to commit a crime and then they can reference it for both of them, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we're just doing it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That's what I have up.
I don't, I was totally doing my own thing. Does that work for y'all? What's on the screen? I think say with intent to commit that crime instead of a crime.
Yes, Your Honor. Stated here.
Yeah, okay.
And should this be criminal attempt or just attempt?
Probably criminal attempt. All right, so conspiracy to commit murder would sort of be like our conspiracy to have the telecommunications device, right? A person commits. Where is that? Where do you have?
Okay, this is not quite right, but.
Let me see how murders. I mean, we could just say the crime of murder. To cause the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought, or, I mean, is it just, it could be, can you attempt to commit felony murder? I guess. Beats me.
I'm thinking through, Your Honor. I don't think you can.
No? I mean, we don't, do we want to just say murder or,
Yes, Your Honor.
or do we want to say cause the death of another person unlawfully with malice aforethought?
I think just murder, because we would have already defined
All
murder.
right. Certainly. I think that's fine. Everybody all right with that? The way that's defined? Okay. All right, do we think we have all of the, other than the ones we need to just add and say, you know, this is already defined? We think we have everything?
I sent an email, I apologize, as it relates to aggravated battery, the malice definition is different than the malice for murder. So it's usually given underneath aggravated battery as it relates to what malice means.
Okay. Is that part of the pattern charge?
It's 2.22.31, Your Honor.
Thank you. I can,
I have it, Judge.
okay. I think just drop the whole thing in there and,
I just dropped it in there.
yeah.
It's got the seven of it on it.
Y'all
Do
there?
you want that first sentence? Does anybody care if we have that first sentence or just start with malice in this context means?
I think we start with malice in this context means.
Except it says maliciously, not malice.
Ah, yep. Okay, we'll just leave the whole thing. Anything else on these? Okay. All right, I think we better turn to the verdict form then. All right, so I know Ms. Percifield had taken kind of, I think, I don't know even whose it was, but somebody's from yesterday and started working on that. And then I know we've got new proposals from the state and from the defense. Is that right?
For the verdict form, no, I have complaints, but no proposal, but
I sent some edits in. I have additional edits, but I know I sent one form in with edits.
All right.
But that was prior to the most recent version from the state.
Okay.
And this language is lifted from the charges that we all looked at yesterday.
Should I just start making some comments? Or?
okay. This is from the court.
It's, yeah, I mean, it's a draft.
On the last sentence that says list each overt act and or pattern of racketeering activity to which you all agree. I believe that we at least need the word, well, I would like the word unanimously before agree, because the pattern has to be unanimous. I'm still looking. That's just one that jumped out.
And then, Your Honor, under this form, would there be yes, no, or how would they?
Honestly, I'm not even looking at it right now.
Oh, there's gotta be some way they can agree or disagree with that.
Maybe, on the question of,
Go ahead.
maybe something like on the question on has the state proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly, and then, so you start out with like on the question or something to that effect, and then the options would be not guilty and guilty.
So, bear with me. The sort of concept that we, I think, settled upon.
Last night was that they needed to be unanimous that there was a pattern of racketeering activity,
There would be a pattern.
that a defendant agreed to having somebody commit a pattern of racketeering activity. So maybe, do you agree? Do we want them? I don't know that we want them having to say, I think that as long as they are instructed what I was, let me start entirely over. So once we got to the verdict form, I was going to say for count one, the state must prove that the defendant knowingly and willfully agreed to join a conspiracy, understanding that one or more conspirators, himself and or a co-conspirator, would commit at least 2 interrelated acts of racketeering activity within 4 years of each other to either get or keep money or other property or to participate in the enterprise. And the state must prove that any of the conspirators committed an overt act after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. To be unanimous on this count, you must be unanimous as to the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant agreed would be committed. You do not have to be unanimous as to specific acts of racketeering activity. You must also be unanimous that at least one overt act was committed after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. And then I guess, if you determine that the state has proven all of this, or if you're unanimous as to all of this, you should note on your verdict form any overt acts that you all agree to.
as well as the pattern of racketeering activity that they unanimously agreed to?
I mean,
Was it a question, or that was a request from me?
Maybe after that first part, which I agreed with and liked and feel that it's an accurate representation of what needs to be proven, that's where we put in the options, you the jury or we the jury find guilty or not guilty or guilty. And then afterwards, if guilty, identify the predicate act. Okay.
Identify the pattern of racketeering activity that you unanimously agreed upon.
And additionally, identify the overact
After that date.
after
May.
that date, act with the S potential, and then
any overt act.
After May.
And they don't-
2017.
Well, we can figure out whether they occurred after. I mean, they've been told that if they're going to list any overt act, then they should list any overt act, not just the overt acts after that date. And then we can figure out whether one of them is after that date.
Every one of them in the indictment has a date attached.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may.
And y'all had asked either by act number or otherwise, right?
Well, actually, since yesterday.
Yes.
This is going a little bit in reverse order. But the concern that I expressed yesterday was, I think the phrase at that time was, note on your verdict form any overt acts. And in thinking about that, and given that the court's inclination is to tell the jury that if they find overt acts with all the attached requirements, they should list them, is kind of asking them. I don't know what we're going to get if we just say list it. I don't know how they're going to interpret it. So when we sent a verdict form this morning, what we did was attach a list of all of them with a line they can check and to signal that they find it. And just a brief instruction above that says, please check below every act in furtherance of the conspiracy, which all 12 of you unanimously agree was committed by one or more conspirator. Honestly, I don't think we have to say both all 12 and unanimously. I think either one is fine. And so we would have, I think we just say unanimously agree. But that way we'll know, they know to begin and they know to end. They know to do the entire exercise. There's 190 as of this point in time, I believe. They go through all of them. They check the ones they find if they find it. That way we don't have them quit early and we don't have them kind of create their own form. I'm very concerned about the opportunity for confusion that presents.
Well, if we're going to use any version of that, it needs to say any act and not every act.
I understand. I get that. You're not instructing them that they have to find an act. I understand. But this will give us the answer. I mean, if they are going to be told to designate, report those acts they find, then I think a form that takes them through all of them we'll get the answer. We'll get their answer to each one.
What are the highlights?
Those are acts that may need to come
Y'all
out.
haven't decided on those yet.
Yes.
Defense?
If they come out, that would only,
Okay,
that would just, we
All
just have fewer. is
I
all, but
understand.
The principle remains the same.
I prefer the proposal that Your Honor was putting forth. If we use the checklist that the state has put forth, I think it needs to say, please check any the overact with the possibility for plural S, if any, which all 12 of you unanimously agree beyond a reasonable doubt was committed by one or more conspirators.
And I also prefer the court's original suggestion over the checklist.
So,
But
Your
if-
Honor, I don't think we need beyond a reasonable doubt again. You've already rejected the idea that we have to put that in everything
Yeah.
all the time. They'll be clearly instructed on that. And then,
I just really don't like the instruction, check below every act, because it just indicates that there is at least one.
I
the
agree.
state agrees.
We would
If the
definitely
word is
change
any,
that
We have
language.
no objection. So we can take care of that one. And then I have a little more, but just wanted to explain that list that we've appended here.
All right,
and
well, I'll
Logic behind it.
consider that. Is this in Word form in our folder, Laura?
It's not saved in the folder because it just got sent over this morning.
Okay,
I can save it.
all right. What else, Mr.
The,
Floyd?
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could display the version we had up before, because I don't have a copy of it.
Well, you can talk about it. I'm looking at it, whether it's
I know,
displayed or
I just
not.
I don't have the words in front of me.
Oh,
In the general premise here, Your Honor, is that I think there's an awful lot in there. And it's.
oh, I hadn't even looked at what was, honestly, that's just something, yeah, I'm not going to write it like that.
Okay.
It is not, it's going to say count one Rico. Now, I guess it doesn't matter whether they find subsection A or subsection B, as long as they find one of them.
That's correct.
But they all have to agree.
Hmm?
But they all have to agree on the same one.
No, they have to agree, that.
They have to unanimously agree that it was committed in one of those ways.
But it could be either or both.
But they all have to unanimous, it couldn't be 6 on one way, 6 on the other.
I don't know. Does anybody know the answer to that? I mean, it's not like in any kind of an aggravated assault case I've ever said, you've got to pick and tell me, did you think that they were, in reasonable apprehension, or did you think some other way?
You're telling them that they have to find they conspired to violate the statute, and they could have conspired in one or both ways, and you're telling them they have to be unanimous. I don't think we have to tell them they have to be unanimous on everything all the time, just like we don't have to tell them that the proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. That is ultimately my concern, because yesterday we spent a lot of time going over your instruction on and as it's expressed here, the 7 elements of each of these two. And they've got that, and they're going to take it with them out. So re-expressing this in some way here is never going to exactly match that. If it did exactly match it, it would have no purpose. And if it doesn't exactly match it, it opens the door to some confusion.
Do they have to unanimously agree? Assume they only find one. Do they have to unanimously, all 12, say, yes, it was the conspiracy to violate subsection A? Or?
Number one, no case on it. Number two, if they find both, if they're unanimous as to both, it doesn't matter.
I know.
If they're
That's why
not,
I'm asking if they're not.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm thinking it through. With
All right.
you, that's all. If they find, if they do not find one, they're not unanimous on one, they would have to be unanimous on the other. If they
Okay.
find both, if they're unanimous on both, it makes no difference. There's nothing more for them to do.
Okay, then I think it has to be listed out as subsection A and subsection B. If everybody agrees, they have to agree, all 12 of them, it's A or it's B.
So it would be, do you find them guilty, not guilty as conspiracy to violate A?
Yeah.
Find them guilty, not guilty
Yeah.
as conspiracy to violate B? We don't object to that.
But I disagree with the state in that I do believe that at least having the word unanimous in there would be helpful to the jury, because I really, talking about confusion, I think the racketeering statute is so complex, just to put the word unanimous in isn't
I
that
hear
big a
you,
deal.
but I'm going to tell them, everything you check on this verdict form, you all 12 have to be unanimous about.
And Your Honor, if you're editing the document now, can we view that or?
I'm
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can't view that.
I'm old school writing it down. I don't even know, honestly, which of the documents to use because I don't love any of them. So,
Just to be clear from the state's view, I think if we had one we had submitted said, count one, we find the jury not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to violate the Racketeering Influence and Organization Act.
We
Based
would
on
just
the
say
conversation we just had.
Subsection A.
Yeah, and then a second one, subsection B.
Yeah, and they'd both be under count
And,
one.
and I think you would want to say the jury can find them guilty of
Yeah,
one, both, neither.
yeah, agreed.
So that they don't think their job is done if they just check one because
Yeah.
we want that answer.
All right.
But I think with that and the chart on overts, everything that needs to be known is known.
No, because I think since they have to be unanimous on the pattern of racketeering activity, I think that they need to identify the pattern of racketeering
I
activity.
mean,
I can't disagree more.
I understand both of your positions. I think that I will have them, like the one that Ms. Persfield had displayed first, I think, have to say they are unanimous that a pattern,
That would have been.
whatever, however we're going to say it. But I'm not going to have them describe the pattern. I mean, we'll have sufficiently explained it to them. They can just say, yep, we're unanimous.
Okay.
When you asked me over the last couple of days about cases that have used verdict forms that say more than guilty, not guilty, what I've just talked about on behalf of the state, I've never seen one go further than that. Guilty, not guilty, and if there's a question about which predicates or which overts, predicates in a substantive case, overts in a conspiracy case, that's it. I've never seen one that asked any more of the jury.
All right. Well, I think I'm just going to sit with all of the proposed verdict forms and put together something that I think makes sense and then show it to y'all later.
Let me lodge a last complaint
'Kay.
before you sit down with them. Also with the states, I don't think I said this, but with the states checklist, I don't know why we would be sending out checklist options for things outside the statute of limitations that can't justify. I mean, we're giving them options to check things that legally cannot support a
Well, if that's
conviction.
all they check and they don't check one that's after May, whatever, then
Okay.
I don't know if I'm going to use the checklist, but if I do, it's going to have everything that goes out. All right, so I will work on a verdict form, thinking about all of the different things we've just talked about. Y'all need to figure out what evidence goes out and what evidence doesn't, because if we're taking, the rest of today and then we're taking tomorrow for y'all to have a work day, once we close and I instruct, I don't want to take 2 hours to figure out the evidence. That needs to go out when they walk out. Y'all understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to step off and we will be in recess, but y'all stay here and work on all of these various things.
Kind of I guess kind of an informal day today, y'all. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start replaying. What should we watch? Because we definitely can't just only stick around to watch this. Let's see. Weinstein asked her to document her state of instruction. But you had said that this was the second nail in the prosecution or the state's case. So what was the first? What was number one and what is number two? That's my question. What is number one and what is number two? I can't imagine being paid all she has. Yeah. Yeah, this definitely looks like a difficult job here. You're scared for him, Varisha? Varisha. I think I'm saying that right. This is really what it's all going to come down to. It's all going to come down to this. It's all going to come down to the jury instructions. I mean, this is the whole enchilada in a sense. This and the closing argument, because whatever the jury instructions say, that is the law that the jurors are going to apply to the facts. Now, the interesting part is, though, that the jurors are not going to have like the judge sitting in there in the deliberation room to just answer all their questions. They can ask questions, I believe, but they aren't going to be able to just sit down and have this same kind of conversation that we've been watching. So I really don't know how they're going to make sense of all of this. Let's watch them ask Viv about the watch again. You want to go back to that? Okay. Y'all want to watch Vivarito again? We can definitely go back to Vivarito. That's what I was thinking. If the jury doesn't choose a predicated act that is within the time frame, that is good for the defense, because that's one of the components of RICO. Isn't it two? I think it's two, isn't it? I think Max grew up around black people. His swag suggested. Could be. Could be. Y'all want to watch? Let's go. Let's check out Vivarito. One second. Let me load it up. We'll go back to the Vivarito footage, and I'll just play the Vivarito from that day until we come back to court. It could be, who knows how long they might take. They might take several hours today. So I'll just replay Vivarito. Let me get it loaded up. Now I'm gonna play it from my video, y'all. It will have some chat on it at the bottom, but the audio is fixed. The audio has been off for these videos. It's only been coming out of one side of your speaker, and that's one of the reasons the audio's been so low. But I have dubbed the audio over to the other side. So let's watch Vivarito. This is going to be Vivarito, y'all. And we are back, y'all. This is me. That's my voice.
And where was it?
Oh, y'all can go ahead and hit the like button too. Go ahead and hit the like button. Hold up. Whitaker's about to say something.
Consulted, what we're going to do is the attorneys are going to stay here and work, but we're going to actually adjourn court for the day. We will not be in court tomorrow. We will be back up at 8:30 on Monday, and y'all are going to get lots of work done in the meantime. All right, thanks.
All right, y'all, hit the like button before you don't have to go. What I'm going to do, I'll play the Vivarito first. And then, we can play some Woody and whatnot afterwards. So I'm going to just put on this Vivarito from the other day first, and then we'll decide if we go to Woody or what have you. This is going to be an hour and 20 minutes. This will cover the watch. It'll cover all kinds of stuff. So let's just play this.
55 Allison Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30342.
And we are back, y'all. Go ahead and hit that like button, y'all. This is going to be one of your favorite YSL videos ever. I promise you that, y'all. As you can see from the coming up, Investigator Vivarito had the the white ceramic Bubba Watson Richard Melee. She had it in her hands, and Doug called her out on it, y'all. Listen, we're going to jump right into the video. Don't forget, if you want to work in the legal field, holler at us. We got you. We've been doing this over 20 years. careerparalegal.com. Don't forget to hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, what are you waiting for? Subscribe, hit the notification bell, do all the stuff, share this out to your friends, party with us. And without further ado, y'all, let's jump right into it.
Good afternoon, Investigator Viverito.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weinstein.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. As you know, I represent Mr. Kendrick.
Yes, I do.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions. Excuse me. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you DK16. Do you recognize the individual in that picture?
I do.
I'd like to admit DK16 into evidence.
Submit.
Permission to publish? In Exhibit DK16, who do you see?
Dwayne Carter.
And Dwayne Carter is also known as Little Wayne, right?
He is.
Okay. In the image that is on the right side of the two photographs,
Yes,
you see his arm there, correct?
I do.
Do you see ESPN on his arm?
I do.
And what do you maintain that the ESPN, or do you know what the ESPN on his arm stands for?
On him, since he's not a member of YSL, I couldn't tell you what that stands for.
But he is not a member of YSL, correct?
Correct.
And yet he has ESPN on his arm.
Correct. Like I could have a star, Bloods could have a star. Different tattoos mean different things to different people.
So the ESPN on his arm could mean ESPN, the sports network, correct?
As not being a member of YSL, yes.
So if you're a member of YSL and you have ESPN on your arm, are you saying the only thing it could possibly mean is your interpretation of ESPN?
That's what I've seen it mean thus far with members of YSL.
And that's the only thing you believe it could mean?
As far as members of YSL, yes.
So the fact that my client was a football star at Grady. Okay. Do you know if my client played football at Grady?
I do now.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to University of Georgia as a football player?
Objection, assume effects not.
I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to the University
I've
of
heard
Georgia?
that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other TV channels also that aren't tattooed on him.
So if it's tattooed on you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL. You just said that Dwayne Carter has ESPN on his arm,
Objection.
but he's not a member of YSL.
Compound.
Sustained.
You just said that ESPN on Lil Wayne is not a YSL insignia, correct?
Correct. Like I could say, you can see a college sorority girl with a star tattoo on her, right? And then you can go down to the prison and see members of blood gangs with 5-point stars tattooed on them. It's going to we look at everything on an individual basis. So I can't make that determination. When it comes to YSL members, when you see ESPN associated with a YSL member, I have not seen it mean of anything other than every slime play nasty.
And you said you could see a sorority girl with a star on her, correct?
Correct.
And you could see a University of Georgia football player with ESPN on their arm too, correct?
Correct, but they're both not members of a blood gang or YSL.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can I get you to come up? May I approach again, Your Honor?
May.
Would you play a piece of that?
Can I stop for a second? Is that going to show my face on camera?
No, we're not gonna.
Okay, I just
I'm
wanna
not
make-
gonna. I'm not.
I
gonna
just want to make sure.
I'm not gonna show.
Okay, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do you recognize that video?
I do.
I'm not going to publish this video, but I'd like to introduce DK15 into evidence.
Okay. It's admitted.
Okay, now I'm going to show you a still from the video.
Sure,
Okay, do you recognize that?
I do.
And do you recognize the individual in that?
That is me. I do.
Okay. I am going to introduce DK15A. And it's redacted. Are you okay with that redaction?
No objection.
Okay.
All right, and that's a still from the video.
Yes, it's
Admitted.
DK15A. It's a still from the video, and it's been redacted to remove the image of Investigator Viverito.
Thank you. It's
Okay.
admitted.
Would you please publish DK15A? Okay. Who is in this still image from DK15?
That is me.
Okay. Do you recall when this was taken?
That was on March 9th of 2020. I'm sorry, May 9th of 2022
And where was it taken?
at 355 Allison Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30342.
And whose home was that at the time?
The home of Jeffrey Williams.
And where in the home are you?
Should be the master bedroom closet leading to the bathroom.
And in the video that you watched, which I'm not publishing again because it has your image on it.
Correct?
What are you doing at that point in the video?
We're inventorying the jewelry and items that are in the home.
Okay. And is this image that is taken, that's part of your inventorying procedure in the home, is that correct?
It's a documentation procedure, yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what you're holding in your hand in this still image?
I do.
And what are you holding in your hand?
A watch of some sort.
Okay. Do you know if do you recognize that as a Richard Mille watch?
I guess, yes.
And that's a pink watch, correct?
It's pink and either pink and light pink or pink and white, yes.
It's a pink band, correct?
Correct?
And it has a white ceramic, I'll call it the body of the watch.
White, or, yeah, I guess it's white if you say so, yes.
Okay. After you took this image
Mhm.
and you did this inventorying process, where did the watch go after this?
If you watch the video in its entirety, we're inventorying everything in the closet. There's a bunch of small boxes everywhere. So if you watch the video in its entirety, you take it and the watch is photographed like this, box is closed, it's taken and put up on the shelf in the upper left-hand corner, and the inventorying continues. And then jewelry starts getting packed up and getting ready for the evidence team to come and take it down to property.
Okay. Since November the 4th of this year, have you spoken to the state about this particular watch, the pink watch with the white band that I've been calling the Richard Mille or Richard Mille watch?
To the state, no, but I've seen the like Twitter coverage of it going missing or whatever you want to.
Maybe
Well, no, I mean, there's a camera in here. They know that it's being live streamed. You just are not supposed to be watching it.
Oh.
And
Oh.
you asked that in the evidence. So
Well,
just keep moving.
I wasn't watching the trial, but my name.
Don't
and-
worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep moving.
Okay.
Unless you need to approach about something else.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So tell me, and I'd like to know about this. Tell me in the whatever coverage you saw, what did you learn about this watch that came up in this trial?
Sustained, well, yeah, sustained.
Okay. So after this watch was inventoried and you left it for, I'm sorry, who did you say takes the watch after the inventorying
Okay.
process?
So if you watch the video in its entirety,
Which I can't show here, but
Right.
go ahead.
but if you watched it, like I watched it, the watch gets boxed back up and placed up on the shelf, and it gets left there by the team as as an accident. It was left there. The home was then turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond to take possession of the home.
And is it a normal process when you're taking jewelry from the home or high valued goods that you leave behind a $500,000 watch on a shelf?
First, I don't know the value of it. Second of all, Like I said, there were numerous jewelry boxes. It was, if you watch the video, everybody in there had on body cameras. I was made sure I was on camera at all times. There was cameras throughout the home. So you would be able to see if one of us removed a watch, the box remained in the closet. And like I said, the home was turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond, who were the two people on scene that took custody of the home for Mr. Williams.
Okay, can we go back to my question?
Sure.
Sure. Is it the normal procedure to leave high-valued items behind when you're doing a search and then a seizure pursuant to a warrant?
Objection out of relevance and answer.
It wasn't answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I don't know if there's necessarily a procedure on what you take or what you don't. Like I said, it got left behind. There were other things, like other items of evidence that I had asked to be taken, such as photographs and artwork that had relevance to this case that were left behind by the evidence team. It was quite a big operation. There was a hostile crowd gathering at the bottom of the driveway, so we were trying to speed it up to get out of there.
So are you telling me that law enforcement has no procedure with what you do with high-value items that are subject to a seizure warrant?
Objection on relevance, answer.
It's asked and answered at this point.
Okay. So the watch you say was left behind. What else wasn't done according to your instructions at the home that day?
I believe there were two pieces of artwork that were, one was Mr. Williams in a general uniform with snakes on his arm, and then one was Mr. Williams as like the Jesus at the Last Supper with all the people around him that I thought were relevant that were not taken. And like I said, it started to get pretty hostile out there, so we were trying to speed things up.
You said that there were many people with body cams in the
Correct.
home at the time. How many people approximately at the time of this raid of the home, let's call it that, were wearing body cams?
Almost everybody.
And did these body cams capture Mr. Kendrick within the home?
I believe they caught Mr. Kendrick running from the home.
That's not the question I asked.
They caught him outside of the home. I don't know how to better. I'm answering
Well,
the question.
it's either a yes, no.
No.
Is there body cam image of Mr. Kendrick within Mr. Williams' home?
The body camera image I saw was him running from the home.
Is there body cam image of
No.
Mr.
Answer
Williams
yes or no, and then you can explain.
in the home?
I haven't reviewed it, all of the entry team's body camera, but no.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick in Mr. Williams' home?
On that, by the time I arrived at the location, the entry was already made. So I did
you-
not. No.
You did not? Okay. Did you, there were approximately a half a dozen firearms found within the home, correct?
Correct.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick possessing any of those firearms?
I have not.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick near those firearms?
I have not.
There were drugs found in the home, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick with any of those drugs?
No.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick anywhere near any of those drugs?
No.
As far as you know, was Mr. Kendrick in actual possession of any of those drugs?
No, I wasn't there when they made entry.
Have you spoken to anyone? No, let me take that back. Did you speak to Mr. Kendrick at all at that time?
I did not.
Okay. As far as you know, did Mr. Kendrick have any of those drugs? As far as you know.
As far as I know, no.
And as far as you know, did he have any of those guns?
I just know he was in the home where they were located at some point that day.
Okay. Let's talk about the mob ties video for just a moment.
Yes.
So in that video, at the very end, right, we have Mr. Kendrick saying, excuse my language, saying, knock it off, your big homie bitch, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how many times that line was stated prior to Mr. Kendrick uttering that line at the very end?
Multiple,
And it was stated by 24 Heavy, Ricky Hill, correct?
correct,
And I believe he states it 3 times, right?
correct.
So Mr. Kendrick is just repeating a line that someone else has written or someone else has said. He's repeating that at the end, correct?
I'm not sure who the writing credits go to, but he did say it at the end.
He's not freestyling it in that it's never been heard before in the song, correct?
Well, it wasn't part of the song. At that point, the song had ended, and he yelled it.
But it had been said 3 times before in the song, right?
Right.
So you're aware there's post-editing that lines can be put into music after the song is recorded, correct?
Right, but the context of how he was saying it, the way he said it wasn't going along with the song.
Ooh, this is interesting. Tell me about that.
It was after the song had concluded, and he kind of yelled it out with Miss Raven, and I forgot who else was with him.
How do you determine that a song has concluded?
The video, the way it's portrayed in the video, I didn't edit it. The way that it's portrayed in the video has ended, and he utters it at the end after the song is concluded.
So what training have you had in music to know, when a song is ended in a particular video, when there's an utterance after a song is ended?
I asked me how I know when a song ends.
Yeah, how do you know this in this video? Like you've had training and expertise that tells you when a particular rap song ends and then something is just blurted out afterwards?
I mean, I've listened to the song independent of the video, and that's not on the track.
But it's in the video, correct?
Right, but when the song concludes, it's not part of the track.
Can we put up, which one of y'all are throwing up exhibits? Can you put up 512 VV?
Yes.
Mr. Atkins, thank you so much. Okay. We'll talk about something just a moment while it's going to take a few minutes for this to get pulled
Okay.
up, okay? We'll come back to it, I promise. Again, I'm going to go back to the closet, and I apologize for jumping around.
Sure.
When you're in Mr. Williams, did you call it the jewelry closet?
No, it was a closet where there was a jewelry and other things, money, other things were stored.
Okay. When you're in that closet, do you recall in that video that you mentioned how valuable that watch is when you pull it up?
I don't believe so.
I can play that for you so you can hear that.
You can. If you'd like to.
I'll be careful.
Are we playing the video or just the audio?
I just want to do the audio, so I'm going to make sure we can get that done.
Well, that ought to not pose a problem.
I want to make sure we can technically do that without having an issue.
On it, okay. I mean, he could just play it from his laptop if that's an easier way to do it, as long as the jury can hear it.
Okay, can you turn it up?
Just put a mic next to your
Yeah,
speaker on
We can
your
do it from here.
laptop.
We can do it from here.
Ferguson Coach Lane? All right, so just so you know, all the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or gunna's name in it.
I'm not sure that's working. There's a lot of an echo there.
And there's
We'll just play it for you so you
Sure.
can see that. I just don't want to risk your image being shown.
I appreciate you, Mr. Weinstein.
Ferguson Coach Lane? All right, so just so you know, all the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or gunna's name in it, one of the vehicles with one of the horses. containing liquor and
I'm gonna say it.
I'm gonna put all the jewelry in this. We have an evidence bag.
I have a second.
You don't hear it in there?
I don't make that remark, no.
Okay. That was the first watch.
I made it, like you said, I made it about the first watch that made it to
Maybe about
evidence.
the first watch,
Yeah.
which was also a Richard Mille watch,
And
or Mill.
I don't
I
know.
don't know how to pronounce it. So you did make it about the first Richard Mille, just not the
That is in
second Richard Mille.
evidence.
Okay. But they're both Richard Mille watches, correct?
I mean, there were several much more expensive pieces of jewelry that were there also. And this is not my first case with a lot of expensive jewelry.
You go. Did you get it pulled up, Mr. Atkins? Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. Let's go back to 512 VV for just a moment.
Okay.
Look at would you read that line below again about running like Ricky?
Yes.
And what is the import of running like Ricky?
It's from a movie,
And what movie is that from?
Boys in the Hood.
And what's happening to Ricky in Boys in the Hood that running like Ricky has become a meme?
He's getting gunned down in a drive-by shooting,
And what's he doing when he's getting gunned down?
running.
And he's running down an alley, correct?
Yes.
And he's running at a pretty good clip away from the vehicle that is shooting him with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He's not standing on a sidewalk, right?
I didn't insinuate that.
Sorry?
I didn't insinuate that.
No, I didn't say you did. I'm just
Okay,
asking
yeah,
you a
no.
question.
He's running.
Okay. And he's running directly away from the shotgun that's coming out of a car to shoot him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This picture here of I guess it's Duke, it's Martinez Arnold, correct?
Yes.
And Diamante Kendrick. This is from June 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And that is approximately 5 years and 5 months after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, this picture was more so of importance to me to show the alliance between the Crips and YSL.
Oh, that's right. That's a hybrid gang, right?
Correct.
Okay. And a hybrid gang is kind of like a nose of wax, right? It's something that you can twist and pull so that any type of characteristics that you find can meet the definition of a gang, right?
That's not true.
It isn't true. Why wouldn't that be true?
For example, this hybrid gang with Mr. Arnold, this came about when Mr. Keith Troop died and Mr. Williams gave the eulogy at Mr. Keith Troop's funeral. And if you listen to Mr. Kitchens, he tells the story about how Mr. Williams was put in charge to take care of Mr. Kitchens and guide him. And he's the one that kind of took them under their wing and it was okay. And Mr. Williams was the first one to cross color lines when it came to gangs here in Georgia. And they were first uneasy with that, but Keith Troop explained to them, no, it's okay. This is something we do now. So that's an example. And the Department of Justice defines hybrid gangs as a gang member's participation in multiple gangs, vague rules and code of conduct, gangs or different gangs collaborating together to commit crimes. And there's several other definitions, but it's not just something I made up. The Department of Justice defines it too.
No, I know. And what I'm trying to understand from you is I've seen multiple gang experts come in here and talk about definitions of gangs and definitions of hybrid gangs. And it just appears that if a group of individuals don't fit your definition of a gang, that they automatically get classified as a hybrid gang. I'm asking a question about hybrid gang.
Well,
can you explain what a hybrid gang is?
yes, it's
Yeah.
I gave you part of it. It's traditionally a neighborhood gang or local gang that tries to take on the identifiers of a traditional gang. Like I'm from New York. The gangs in New York are much more structured. The gangs in LA, Chicago are much more structured. I apologize, from New York. The gangs are much more structured here in Georgia. You'll see there are neighborhood cliques that will adopt the identifiers, like YSL, for example, adopted the identifiers of sex, money, murder. They were sex, money, murder based in the beginning, but then Mr. Williams decided to do his own spin on it. Like I said, when he was very close to Keith Troop. When he was deceased, he kind of, or prior to that, like I said, if you watch, there's history about it where Mr. Kitchens talks about he was sent to go help out Mr. Williams at one point. And at first he was uneasy, like, oh, do we do this? And he said,
Slow down also.
Yeah,
And
just-
sustain,
yeah.
take your sake.
and that's,
I'm trying to understand, without giving examples, if you can define hybrid gang.
it is a neighborhood gang that takes on pieces of traditional gangs. And like I said, you'll have individuals from different gangs working together. You will have the mixed use of identifiers, like we've seen through the presentation of evidence here. Like here, this snake and the blue heart for the Crips. Vague rules and code of conduct. Sex, money, murder, bloods have a rank structure. I don't know a rank structure within YSL. So they take pieces of what they like and they put their own spin on it, but are still backed by a traditional gang.
So a traditional gang would have a hierarchy, correct?
Correct.
But you, according to I believe the testimony we've heard, YSL did not, YSL as a gang doesn't have a hierarchy.
They don't have, but the Goodfellas, for example, they have.
I'm asking, let's go back to my question.
Right.
What YSL?
Right.
Judge, I would ask the counsel to explain her answer. I mean, the witness to be able to explain her answer.
Well, the answer wasn't responsive to my question.
Overruled. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. YSL does not have a hierarchy as a traditional gang does, correct?
They don't have a set of leadership like roles, no.
Okay, so in that sense, they wouldn't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
But they're still welcomed by members of the Sex, Money, Murder, Bloods.
Can you just answer my question?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was, they don't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
Correct.
So instead, they get slotted over to this catch-all category of hybrid gang, correct?
I wouldn't call it a catch-all, no.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein.
All right. For a minute, let me just ask y'all a scheduling issue. Are you ready?
All right, thank you, Honorable. Please, court, Investigative Riverito, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chart.
Good afternoon. Okay. Let me just start off with something that you said on direct. When did you start working on this case with the DA's office?
I'm trying to think. I got to probably fall of 21, maybe.
Fall of 2021. And in fall of 2021, when you started working with this case with the DA's office, you were in the section or in the working group with under ADA Love, correct?
No.
Okay, who were you under?
Kara Convery was the deputy district attorney at that time.
Okay. All right, and with the DA's office, eventually, you're not with the DA's office now.
Correct.
Okay, but with the DA's office, you worked on this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you worked under Kara Convery. Who else did you work under?
Well, she wasn't on the case, but for the case, I worked under Don Geary.
Don Geary, okay. All right. Now, in your testimony over the last few days, you've spoken about the work that you did on this case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
And you've given us your opinions about certain things that you learned through your work at the district attorney's office, correct?
Some, I don't know. I don't think I've given many opinions.
Okay. As part of your work with the district attorney's office, you reviewed surveillance videos.
Correct.
Okay, you drafted affidavits for search warrants.
Correct.
You collected evidence from Jeffrey Williams' house.
Correct.
You collected social media posts
Correct.
from various people.
Correct.
You reviewed Mr. Stillwell's phones.
Correct.
You've reviewed music, in this case, by various artists.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, today, I guess you reviewed a video to make a determination of what type of gun is in a picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All those things that you did, and there were other things that you did with the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you testified that you were asked by Ms. Hilton, how did you notate your work on this case? And then you said that you talked about your search warrant affidavits, that you make them thorough.
Correct.
Okay, but search warrant affidavits aren't memorandums, are they?
No.
Okay, they're not police reports, are they?
No.
Okay. And your explanation, you don't have reports written for the work that you did in this case as a district attorney with the district attorney's office, do you?
I have, I think, one or two that were witness memorandums, but other than that, no.
Reports about when you were collecting social media posts?
No.
Got any reports on that?
No.
Okay, about whose addresses you were looking at and whose you weren't? Do you have any reports on that?
What do you mean by addresses?
Instagram addresses or Instagram, which people that you were following on Instagram, which people you were looking at their Instagram, what dates you were looking at their Instagram. Do you have reports about that?
No, but they were compiled and each date that they were looked at were noted on the photo.
Okay, so we're just supposed to look at the stuff that you compile and bring to court, and that's good enough to let us fill in all the work that you did.
Objection, argument.
Just take your word for it.
It's cross, I'm going to permit it.
I mean, I'm here to explain it.
Okay, well, that's fine, but
Right.
you know, what if we want reports? Do you have reports?
I said the DA, now I work at a different facility. When I worked at the GBI, we had a reporting system. The DA's
Okay.
office doesn't have that. So I would, in my affidavits, make them as lengthy. When you see an affidavit of mine, it's pretty lengthy for a reason.
Okay, well, I didn't ask about your search warrant affidavits.
Right.
I'm asking about reports and memorandums right now. Okay, and you seem to be saying, well, there was no record-keeping software with the district attorney's office that you could memorialize the work you did.
Correct.
Okay, they don't have a typewriter, they don't have computers, they don't have Microsoft Word, they don't have a pad of paper, they don't have pens, they don't have pencils. Is that what you're saying?
They do.
Okay. But you just didn't write any reports about any of this work that you've been testifying over the last 3 days that you did.
I don't really know anybody that would write a report saying, on this date, I screenshotted this picture. On this date, I screenshotted this picture. That's not really a report. That's not an event I would write a report for.
Well, what if I want to know exactly what Instagram addresses, what individuals that you looked at on Instagram and which ones you didn't, which ones you checked out what they were posting and which ones you didn't? How would I know if you don't write a report?
Well, if I looked at them, the name would be on the post. And if I didn't, there wouldn't be a picture.
Okay, so again, we're just going with what you say happened years later based on the evidence that you bring into court.
I compiled my findings into a folder and provided it as part of the case file.
Okay. And you didn't write any reports about the work that you were doing in real time, did you?
There's a report for Waters Road. And the rest of the investigation, like the investigation into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett, can be found in pretty lengthy affidavits.
So you wrote a report for Waters Road?
I did.
Were you at the DA's office at that time?
I wrote it on a piece of paper. It was a Word document.
So you were able to make a Word document about that work, just not the other work that you did, like when you were reviewing my client's phone, like when you were collecting things off of social media, like when you were reviewing surveillance videos. You couldn't write reports for those matters.
Today, with a report management system, I wouldn't write a report for screenshotting social media or reviewing a phone. I traditionally put together a PowerPoint or a visual presentation for trial.
Okay, I didn't ask what you traditionally do. I asked what you did do and didn't do.
But that's what I would do that's what I did back at the DA's office, is what I'm telling you. I would do that today with a report management system as I did without one. Those things are not responding to Waters Road. I wanted to make sure it's better suited to put it in an affidavit because it's memorialized in the clerk's office. systems can get hacked, hard drives can get lost, things can get deleted, files can get lost. So I prefer to anything that's noteworthy, make sure it's memorialized somewhere.
Things can get lost. That's your explanation? You can't lose something if you don't make it, can you?
Which is why anything regarding my investigation is probably in an affidavit that you have. I've wrote hundreds of pages.
Probably in an affidavit.
If you would give me a case that you're specifically referring to, I can give you an example.
In your affidavits, I would like you to show me an affidavit for a search warrant where you list all the Instagram addresses and people that you checked out in March 2022 when you were pulling their posts. I
That
want
was
to know
cer-
everyone that you searched.
That was served to you in a discovery folder.
Okay. I have the posts.
Correct. So that's all of them.
All right. I'm not asking for the posts. I'm asking for a list of the people that you searched for.
If you look in the folder, you will see the list of people I searched for.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Stillwell, you have known him since 2012, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
He was about 17 at the time?
If that's what the math dictates, then yes.
Okay. You know him to be from the Thomasville area of Atlanta, correct?
When I would encounter him, he would be more in the Mechanicsville area.
Okay, fair enough. You know him, and you know personal information about him, correct?
Such as?
You know that he was raised by his grandmother, Betty Jackson.
Yes.
Okay, and you know Betty Jackson is the mother of his biological father. And
Correct.
that's where the Jackson comes from.
Correct.
And the Stillwell comes from his mother.
Correct.
And you know that his mother has never been a part of his life.
Correct.
You know that she was a very bad drug addict.
Objection irrelevant, Your Honor?
It's going to explain communications on the phone.
All right, overruled.
And you know that she's now deceased.
I know that she's deceased. I don't know the circumstances.
Okay, you know that, and Betty Jackson raised Mr. Stillwell, and you've met Betty Jackson before?
I have.
Okay. And you identified her voice on the jail phones.
Yes.
And also in your review of his phone, the extraction of his phone,
Yes.
you saw her number under the name Boss Lady.
Correct.
You know, Mr. Jackson has a 9th grade education, correct?
I do not know that.
Okay. Do you know him to be a high school graduate?
I don't know that.
Okay. As far as his occupation, as far as you've known him, you know, let's be real for a second. You've reviewed his phones.
Correct.
Okay. You saw mentions of drugs, weed, pills in his phones.
For sale, yes.
Okay, for sale, right. Okay. There was indications in his phone that in 2022, he was selling drugs.
Correct.
Okay. And also in his phone, you saw substantial evidence of his aspirations to become a musician, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen social media posts with him and Wooney Lee at the studio.
Yes.
You've seen social media posts where he hashtagged his upcoming projects.
Yes.
You've seen, you saw on YouTube that short video Slap Talk, correct?
That was on his Instagram profile, but yes.
Okay. Did you note at the time that you captured that Instagram post with the song, how many views it had?
I did not.
Would you dispute that it was 17,000?
I don't know, so I have no way to.
All right. And you also observed in his phone his communications with other individuals that were rapping, correct?
I mean,
You saw communications with Wooney Lee.
With Mooney Lee, yes.
Okay. And you saw different references and conversations about renting studio time
Correct.
in his phone. We're talking about in March 2022, on March 8th, for instance, there was a discussion about him going to the studio.
Sure.
March 9th, going into the 10th, discussion with Mooney Lee about going to the studio. The Yo is what they call it, correct?
Correct.
Evening of March 10th, discussion of going to the studio run by Mook Tovin.
Correct.
And you know Mook Tovin to be someone who runs a studio, correct?
Producer of some sort, yes.
And you saw the evidence of, you see file transfers on those dates from Mook Tovin and other people transferring audio files.
Correct.
Okay. And that's consistent with someone making music in the studio and then their work being transferred to them at the end of the night by the studio engineer.
Sure, yes.
Evening of March 11th, discussions with Mooney Lee about going to the studio.
Yes.
March 12th, booking a session at the studio.
Yes.
The evening of March 14th, your investigation, and I know that, and we're going to talk about 10 o'clock and Windsor Street, but later on in the evening, talking about midnight, your investigation revealed that Mr. Still was in the studio.
Yes.
In fact, when people were looking for him, he informed his grandmother that he was in the studio.
I don't know if I remember that, but I know he did after the murder of Schmel Drink. They were at the studio. Yes.
Okay. So, and you've observed some of Shannon's music.
I have.
You've observed a lot of music in your profession.
I have.
You observe a lot of music. Let's just
I
put
have.
it that way. You're familiar with drill music, correct?
Yes.
All right. Drill music is something that extends beyond Atlanta.
It does.
It's worldwide, correct?
I know throughout the U.S. I'm not too familiar with it internationally, but yes.
Okay. Common themes of drill music, brutality and violence.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Who's the baddest? Who's the toughest? Who's the most powerful?
Correct.
A lot of bragging.
Correct.
Okay. Claims about women, about who gets the most women. Is that a recurring theme?
Yes.
Bragging about the guns people own and carry.
Yes.
Okay. Bragging about how much money people have.
Yes.
Bragging about homicides, whether it's true or not.
Some.
Okay. It's a type of music, and whether you like it or not, and I'm not suggesting you like it, and I'm not suggesting I like it, but it glorifies violence.
I don't know if I would use the term glorifies because there are a number of drill rappers that have been charged with homicide
Okay.
or engage in violent acts. So I don't know if it glorifies. There's two sides. It can glorify it and it can also tell the story. So there's two different sides to it.
Okay. So one side, you know people that are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
What I'm saying is music of that you're describing often feeds into violence.
Okay. And you don't like that, do you?
I don't like anybody getting hurt.
Okay. And that's fine.
Yeah.
You feel it feeds into violence. Okay. And what I'm asking though is when you said it glorifies, you said, I know some people who are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
Correct.
Okay. And you also know a lot of drill music where people claim they did this and claim they did that.
Correct.
And it's not always factual.
No, but being a drill artist doesn't negate the fact that you engage in violence.
Okay. You may.
It could go either way, but being a drill artist doesn't negate that fact.
That's fine. Okay. Common terms in drill music, ops.
Correct.
Stands for opposition.
Correct.
And that is a recurring theme that you almost hear in every song. Isn't that fair to say?
In every song and almost every investigation that I work, yes.
Okay. And if we, and we're not going to do it, but if we Google and get on YouTube and type in rap ops, we'll see dozens of songs with ops in the title,
Correct?
including by well-known artists.
Correct?
All right. Glizzies. Glizzy is a term that comes up a lot in drill music, correct?
Correct.
It's a gun.
Yes, but I don't know if I've heard that used that much by these folks that we investigated with this.
I'm
Yeah,
just talking about,
it does. Guns do come up, yes.
yeah, I mean, it's in one of Shannon's songs,
Okay,
Lizard Walk.
okay.
Okay. And that's another term that comes up a lot in drill music.
Glizzy, blick, fi, whatever you want to call it.
Red light. It's another one that comes up a lot in drill music, correct? Red lights.
I don't hear that as often, no.
Okay. You ever hear of the song Red Light by Future?
I have not.
You heard the lyrics? Yeah, and this shit real out here running through the red light, looking through your rear view and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you. You hear that? Heard that lyric?
No, but if Mr. Wilburn would have engaged in a homicide at a red light, I probably would have looked into it.
Okay. I didn't ask anything
Well,
about a homicide or Mr. Wilburn. I asked if you've heard the lyric.
But yes, if
Okay,
I would
well,
have been
I'm
something I
just-
would look at.
Okay. Chalk. Chalk you out, chalk them up. Slime and chalk. Those
Slime,
are
slime and chalk, I'm familiar with, yes.
all right. Those are things that you would hear in drill music, correct?
Slime and chalk, I've heard. The others, I don't know if I've heard.
All right. We heard 5 songs by Mr. Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
And they were let's see, Slat Talk, Ran This Money, Bullshit, Lizard Walk, and Red Light.
Yes,
And all those songs, you have identified Mr. Stillwell, and they were in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, there were other songs in Mr. Stillwell's phone as well.
Correct.
Okay, so we heard 5 of all the songs that Mr. Stillwell had in his phone.
Correct.
And do you know, outside of his phone, how many other songs Mr. Stillwell has made?
I know through the years I've seen him make a few, but I couldn't give you a number.
Okay. Now, with those songs, do you know when they were written?
No, and on direct, I said I can only see the date that they were added to the device.
Right, and you don't, and let's just be clear, the date that they were added to the device was 3/17. There was some sort of file transfer according to the report
Correct.
on 3/17. You don't believe that on the morning of 3/17, he was in the studio making all those songs?
Not to say that one or two of them couldn't have been made in the days prior, but I can't give you exact dates on them.
Okay. So we don't know when they were when they were made. Do we know when they were written?
No,
Do we know who wrote the lyrics?
we don't.
Okay, and in fact, on one of the songs, Red Light, it says featuring Vito, correct?
Correct.
Veedo.
Correct.
You know Vito to be a songwriter, not an artist, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment, correct?
He could be, yes.
Okay. Okay. Some of these songs that we heard have the typical ops, red light, glizzy, homicide, typical things that are hallmarks of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, also, in one of the songs, Mr. Stillwell makes reference to his bankroll, right?
Correct.
Okay. Bankroll is the amount of money you have,
Correct.
the wad of cash.
Correct.
All right. and he's bragging about his bankroll.
Correct?
Okay. And that's what he's saying. That's what he's releasing to the public through this song.
Correct?
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you know him to own a car?
No.
Do you know him to own a house?
No.
Do you know him to be independently wealthy?
I mean, sometimes, yes. He has a lot of money on him.
Okay. His bankroll, is that something that artists often talk about, their bankroll and how big it is?
Sometimes, yes.
Is that always true, that the artists that are bragging about their bankroll is really as big as they're claiming it is in their songs?
That's an individual basis.
Okay. Could it be, you ever heard the term, like my son says it all the time, cap? Like just made up, cap.
It could be, but that's not necessarily the case with Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
I'm asking if you've ever heard the
Yes,
term.
I have.
Okay. And artists cap on songs all the time, don't they?
Some do, some
Okay.
don't.
And Mr. Stillwell, in his songs, was claiming that he had a bankroll.
And he did sometimes. Yes, he did sometimes.
Well, on the phones, you reviewed his phones.
Correct.
You saw him basically begging Miss Alexander to give him $1,500.
But if you listen to the March 16th wiretap call, he talks about all the money he had,
Okay.
and he didn't want to go to jail with all that money. So he had a lot of, it fluctuates from day to day. So I don't know. Some days he has a bankroll, some days he has no roll. So
Okay. Did he have a bankroll? Do you know if he had a bankroll the day he recorded that song?
do not.
Okay. Could that have been Cap?
Could have been. He could have been reminiscing about when he had his bankroll.
Okay. In these songs, while we're talking about Cap, let's see. Mr. Stillwell referred to himself as Big Slime.
Yes.
Okay, you ever hear anyone else refer to Mr. Stillwell as Big Slime?
I'm trying to think. He's been referred to as Big Slime and Life-Size Lizard.
Right, that's what he calls himself.
He's also referred to as that. I've heard him.
Okay. So he was claiming to be Big Slime in the
Correct.
song that he wrote or performed. Okay. Then we got, let's see, Dolly White in one of the songs. Bullshit, right?
Dolly, yes.
She brags about making $201K in a day.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know, is there ever any evidence that you have that on that day that Dolly White was claiming that she made 201K that day, that she actually made $201,000 that day?
I wouldn't know what day it is to be able to tell you. She could have been on Instagram or somewhere bragging about having 200K. So without knowing the day, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Dolly White, I'm not talking about Jeffrey Williams, I'm talking about Dolly White, has ever made $201,000 in a day in her life?
I couldn't tell you what Miss Greer makes.
Could that have been Cap?
It could, but it also could not have been.
So, we talked about the lyrics on Direct. In these songs, Mr. Stillwell never mentioned an infinity,
No.
never mentioned Diamante Kendrick,
No.
never mentioned Demise McMullen or Nard?
No,
Never mentioned Justin Cobb or Doo-Wop?
no,
He mentioned being arrested for a homicide and beating it.
I don't want, I'm going to tread lightly on it. I don't know. Can I get some direction on? how to
He said
pro-
I beat a
Okay, but I just
murder
want to
rap.
make sure I'm approaching it correctly. You know what I
Yeah, I'll ask a very targeted question.
Okay.
He mentioned on Slat Talk, I beat a murder rap.
Yes, he did.
Paid my lawyer $30 for that.
He did mention that.
Okay. He also mentioned beating a homicide on another song, correct?
Correct?
Okay. Do you have, the fact is that Mr. Stillwell, he's on trial for that here today. At the time he wrote those lyrics, he had never beaten a homicide.
That's a real slippery slope to explain that. I don't want to say some, if I can get some,
He had never been cleared or went to trial and was found not guilty of a homicide.
yes. It's,
Yes. So Mr. Shart asked you a very specific question and you seem to have answered in a way that surprises everybody. So we need to get some clarity from you. Okay, so can you listen really carefully to what his question is and answer that question? And then if your answer is still the same, we need to ask some follow-up of you. I mean, okay, go ahead.
In the songs that we reviewed, Mr. Stillwell claimed to have beat a homicide, correct? Or beat
Correct.
a murder rap, beat a homicide.
correct.
Okay. Did he in fact beat a murder rap or beat a homicide, as he claimed?
I think he,
Go ahead and explain it now because the jury's not in here.
Yes,
We're just
here.
trying to sort out what
I
it
think
is.
from my understanding of Mr. Stillwell back in that time, he was under the impression that the Donovan Thomas case had been, that they were going to beat it. Like they were about to beat it or it was beat or it wasn't going to be an issue. I didn't want to say that because I didn't
Well,
know.
that's good that you didn't say
Yes.
that, but that's not the question that he asked
I'm
at
not
the
asking what
time.
Mr. Stillwell thought. I'm
Okay,
asking-
yeah, then no.
And listen
Okay.
very carefully to what he actually, I mean, that's not what he asked a minute ago, but you don't have like knowledge that nobody else has that he was tried for some
Oh,
other
no, no, no.
murder and got a hung jury or an acquittal, right?
No, Your Honor. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure.
So if Mr. Shart asks you, has he ever beaten one, and by beaten, I mean, gotten an acquittal or however he phrases it, what would your answer be then?
No, I just didn't know
Okay.
the specific outcome of if it was.
Has he
Dismissed
even
and
been
reinvent-
tried for
No.
another murder?
He
Okay,
has not
so
been
don't
tried.
say, I don't know the specific outcome if he has never been tried for one other than the one he's on trial for right now, okay?
Yeah,
You understand?
I just thought, I didn't know if he meant it was dropped. That was all, Your Honor.
That's not what was asked.
But that's not what he just asked right here, Your Honor. And
I
think
know
that's-
that, I know that.
I think that's the clarity that needs to be had, because at the time, Mr. Stillwell was on bond for the murder. And so,
That is not anywhere near what he asked. He asked, has he ever been tried for and acquitted of murder? Being given a bond before a trial ever occurs does not a yes answer for, has he ever been tried and acquitted?
right, but even the question he just asked right now was not that direct.
I know, that's because, I know, but just now what he asked, we're just trying to figure out what it is she might mean. And are you then going to ask?
I'll ask about the bond next.
Okay. So if he asks about bond, then you can answer
I-
whatever you know about whether he was released on bond.
I want to be
okay?
respectful of his rights, Your Honor. That's all.
Okay. Is anybody need any more clarity on,
I definitely do, because I think on redirect, I think
okay,
it becomes very relevant to ask the witness, at the time he wrote those songs, is it, based on everything that you know and speaking to him and other people, that did he believe he beat the murder?
I would not let you ask that because how on earth can she know what is in his head? I mean, you could ask it, but I would overrule it if objection were made.
I understand, Your
And
Honor.
you point that, if that is in evidence, then you point that out in closing argument.
I think we will put them in now. Okay.
Well, y'all have to make a decision, each of you, as to how you're going to present your case, or. All right. Do we have clarity now?
I think I'm clear. Yes, I'm clear.
You're gonna answer first a direct question about whether or not he's been tried or convicted. You're gonna ask that direct question first, and then you're gonna ask about the bond. Okay.
And then, I mean, Mr. Abadi, you suggested that you might then introduce evidence that he said what were you saying?
Well, I think I have to find the call, but I think that creates the questions on redirect that then can be asked is, at the time that he wrote those songs, had he been on bond for a number of years? He makes all of that very relevant as it relates to like diving into why he said that in the lyrics of the song. I think the whole point of this is a very slippery slope, because we begin to talk about things that I don't necessarily we all want to get into as it relates to objections and objections for mistrial, because all of these questions allow us to then ask on redirect the specifics as it relates to when he made the song and being released on bond, things of that nature that you can argue as to the belief as to why he believed he beat the murder, because it had been 3, 4, however many years. So he had not.
But you can ask that had he been on bond 3, 4, however many years. What you cannot ask this witness is, so then do you think he believed he beat it? I mean, that is something that this witness can't testify to, that I know of. If you have some reason to believe you think she can testify to that. But I mean, if it's just, oh, I can put 2 and 2 together, he'd been out for 17 years on bond and not been, tried yet, then that's something that is not beyond the ken of any juror, and you can argue that in your closing, but you can't ask this witness that question, okay?
Yes.
Everybody clear now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll get the jury back. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Investigator Viverito, I'm going to go back to where we were before. In those songs, in Slap Talk,
Correct?
Mr. Stillwell says, I just beat a murder rap, paid my lawyer $30 for that.
Correct?
Okay, and in other songs, he says, I beat a homicide.
Mhm.
Okay. My first question. To your knowledge, in this case, I'm talking about Donovan Thomas,
Correct?
had Mr. Stillwell ever been acquitted or the case been dismissed?
No.
Okay. The case was still open, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he had not, in fact, beat a homicide.
Correct?
He had not, in fact, beat a murder rap.
Correct?
Yet he claimed that on his songs.
Correct?
Also, he claimed to pay his lawyer $30 for that. Do you know if he actually paid a lawyer anything?
I don't believe he's the one that paid the lawyer, but a lawyer was paid
Do you know a lawyer's been paid?
at some
What
point.
lawyer?
He was represented at some point.
Well, what lawyer?
I don't know which lawyer he was. I said at
Well,
some
you just
point.
said you know the lawyer's been paid, and now I'm asking you what lawyer?
Okay. A lawyer back then would have been paid for him. I don't know.
What's the lawyer's name? Since you had an opinion on it,
You-
that lawyer had been paid, what is that lawyer's name?
All I said was, Mr. Sharp, if he had a lawyer, they would have had to have been paid somehow. I don't know how or who.
Okay, so you don't know how much anyone.
I did not work on the Donovan Thomas case at all.
Okay, but you just gave an opinion on it. And so you don't know how much, who, or how much anyone had been paid.
I just said I don't know who his lawyer was or how much or how they were paid.
The reality is Mr. Stillwell was released on bond.
Yes.
He didn't beat a murder rap. He had been released on bond.
Yes.
Okay, so claim I beat a murder rap, that was cap.
If you want to call it cap, I would say incorrect, but sure.
Claim that he paid a lawyer 30 for that, we don't know. We don't even know who the lawyer is,
Correct?
okay? He also said in Lizard Walk, bond was $500,000 N-word. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Stillwell's bond in the case that he paid for Donovan Thomas? Do you know it to have been $500,000?
Believe it was almost, not $500,000, but it was a very high amount.
Okay, was it $500,000?
I think if I remember correctly, it was 300,000.
Was it $500,000?
It was not.
Okay, so that was incorrect. That was cap as well, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, since October 2015, has been charged with the Donovan Thomas murder, correct?
I'm not sure the exact date he was charged, but
Late 2015?
sure.
Okay. And in these songs, he openly talks about being charged for that murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he talks about the money he paid lawyers.
Sure.
He talks about the money, the extravagant amounts of money that he paid for bond, $500,000.
Sure.
Okay. I'm not saying you like it. I'm not saying I'm like it. Do you deny that potentially an artist, an aspiring artist, being charged in a high-profile case, beating a high-profile case, paying large amounts of bond, would be something that would be appealing in the world of drill music? Do you deny that?
No, engaging in violence and homicide skyrockets you to the top of the corporate ladder in drill music.
Okay. And he was saying he had been charged. And
Correct.
beaten.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Atkins, could you, or Mr. Abate, or Miss Hilton, could you do me a favor? Or Miss Knight's back. 436 VVA, please, if you could display that for me. Okay, this is my client, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is him while he's trying to be an aspiring artist, correct? This time period?
I guess.
Okay. And first of all, let me just clarify one thing. In the background, we see a gas station. That is the gas station on Cleveland Avenue, correct?
I believe that's 221 Cleveland.
Okay. That's not McDaniel Street.
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stillwell in this post also makes reference to Donovan Thomas, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. He makes reference in the hashtag Peanut Stone Grave.
Correct.
Okay. Publicly, he is tethering himself to that incident.
Correct.
Okay. And in the message he writes, in the caption, it says, I fell off 100 times, 100 times I bounced back. Okay.
Correct.
Let's talk about some things that happened prior to this post about falling down 100 times. Mr. Stillwell, prior to this post, had someone drive by the green store and shoot at his head, did he not?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, prior to this post, was driving in a car with a young lady named Tiara Jones and another lady named Ms. Duncan, and a car sped up behind that car and started shooting at them, correct?
Correct.
And killed Tiara Jones and put Mr. Stillwell in the hospital.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell, after he spoke to the investigators about the Tiara Jones case, was attacked on social media for talking to the police.
Correct.
All those things happened before he made this post about falling off 100 times and bouncing back.
A lot of things happen, yes.
Okay. Does this post ever say, I killed Donovan Thomas?
Nobody's attaching himself to the incident.
You're absolutely right. He's attaching himself to the fact that the police arrested him and people have been attacking him ever since. Isn't that true? I've been knocked down. I fell off 100 times, and 100 times I bounced back.
Objection speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you about some of the work you did in collecting the posts from social media. And again, I don't mean to harp on this. Maybe I'm not asking correctly. I understand that you have given how many total social media posts did you pull within a folder?
I don't know. They were all compiled into a folder of relevant posts.
Okay, you say relevant posts.
Correct.
So who determined if they were relevant?
If they had anything to do with the hyper-violent back and forth, I felt that they were relevant to the investigation.
Okay, again, I'm going to ask, who determined if they were relevant? Who?
It's just that if I felt like they were
So
anything to
you
do, I would,
determined.
from
you
my, as being the person that's listening and monitoring the wiretap and knowing the ins and outs of what's going on, I was able to determine what was relevant.
You determined what was relevant.
Correct.
Okay. And I understand that we have a thing of posts. What I want to know, when you're on Instagram, do you have notifications set for when people post? Are you scrolling Instagram? Are you looking at certain people's pages and not other people's pages? How are you doing it?
We were monitoring both sides of the conflict, and it's not just me. There are several people that would monitor. We'd all look together
I'm
collectively.
talking about the social media posts.
Correct. We were monitoring both sides. Part of my job is to mitigate violence. So as a conflict is occurring, we're monitoring both sides of the conflict. So when we see, it's a constant job of monitoring, to where if I see YFN down on Cleveland Avenue, which a bunch of assault rifles, probably not great. So we need to monitor constantly to say, okay, we need to get marked units down to Cleveland to mitigate that. So we're constantly, I have a unit that I work with. Everybody was involved in the wiretap, the investigation. So everybody was tuned into what was going on.
Who's in that unit?
I mean, the gang unit, there's a bunch of people. I couldn't tell you give you a roster at that time. It's changed, but.
Okay, well, if we had reports, could we know who was on that unit? Since
They
it
wouldn't.
changed.
I don't know anybody in our gang unit that would give you a report of every social media post they screenshot.
Okay, well, I didn't ask if anyone in the gang unit would. I asked if you did. Did you write a report about exactly which users you were following to pick up specific posts?
Mr. Short, you've asked me that before, and I've told you I've compiled every user you see in the folder is who I was monitoring.
Okay, and what about is there no one else that you were monitoring that's not in the folder?
My folder pretty much covers a whole lot of people.
Okay, and we just take it from you. No reports.
Whether you have all the posts, you have all the posts that I captured. They're in a folder, gathered, collectively organized in a folder for you. So I don't know what, like, do you want a list of screen names that were
Just
captured?
want documentation of the work you did.
It's documented in a folder that was served in Discovery.
Hmm. Some of those posts that you deemed relevant are actually lyrics to songs, correct?
I have to see what you're referring to.
Could you, Ms. Knight, could you display 471 VV? 471? Okay, this is Mr. Nichols, Comarvius Nichols, right?
Correct.
Okay, and 471 VV is exactly how the state has put this into evidence.
Correct.
All right, and we're going to get back to exactly what this is in a little bit.
Correct.
But those words, what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, okay? When are you saying that you collected this?
Probably 2 days or a day or two after the murder of Mr. Drinks.
Okay, and those words, those are written by Mr. Nichols?
No, it's a song by NBA Youngboy that he used he chose those words to put on the post 2 days after Mr. Drinks was killed.
He chose those words?
So what this is it's an Instagram story, and you can select a song and which portion of that song. You can select anywhere from 10 seconds to 30 seconds, and you select that, and you can overlay it onto your story. That's what was done here.
Those words?
Mr. Nichols made the social media post, and in the post, he picked this song to accompany his post.
All right, you know what? We're not going to get back to this. Let's deal with this right now. Mr. Kokomo, if you would. What is it, 60? Yes. Okay, Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach?
Yes.
This is what Mr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, what else? Okay. All right. Security cameras, I promise you.
Commentary and, well,
I'm
comment.
Absolutely flaming Detective Viverito, but she is coming back with the sassiness of the sassiness of the sass. If you want to see sassy, then keep watching. If you want to be frustrated, if you want to throw your computer or your cell phone away, if you want to just.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Investigator Viverito.
Good morning.
Are both those mics being used?
This one is.
Oh, it's fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Investigator Viverito, where we left off yesterday, we were talking about a post that was captured by you that showed Quamarvius Nichols with some writing on the picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We are going to get back to that later.
Sure.
Okay. So we're going to switch to another topic right now. But it is about the posts from March 2022 that you collected.
Okay.
Okay. The reality is in March 2022, you observed and collected some posts that you felt were relevant.
Sure.
and that you felt were derogatory or mocking both the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford situation.
I'd have to see which posts were.
Well, we're going to get to individual
Okay.
posts, but some of the posts were derogatory and mocking Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
And then you also pulled posts that you thought were derogatory or referencing or mocking Shamel Drinks' death. As well,
Correct.
correct? Okay. And let's be clear. As an investigator, you are not saying just because someone posts something derogatory or mocking or referencing the death of another individual, that means that they committed that crime. You are not saying that, are you?
That is correct.
Okay. And I just want to talk to you about a couple of these posts. I'm going to bring them up to you, okay? These are all this is a bundle of the posts that you collected that are in evidence, correct?
Sure.
All right, may I approach?
Yes.
For instance, you observed some posts that were made following the Christian McMiller Darius Ford double homicide
Correct.
on March 10th going into March 11th. And these posts were in the days following.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, could you do me a favor and publish what's been admitted as 457 VV? Okay. Investigator Viverito, this is a post posted by one ABG _ Big Nick, correct?
Correct.
And you know this person from the picture and also from his name on Instagram to be Nicholas Johnson.
Correct.
Okay. And in this post, when was this post collected by you?
That was collected, would have been around 8:20 on March 11th.
March 11th. Okay. So this is the morning after Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down.
The evening, 8:20 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. The evening after.
Correct.
About 20 hours after, 21 hours or 19 hours after.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And this post includes a, says slime and chalk.
Correct.
Okay. And you viewed this as a clear reference to Darius Ford and Christian McMiller being murdered in reference to a chalk outline of a body on the street.
Correct. Coupled with my knowledge and interactions with Mr. Johnson in the past, yes.
Right. I think you testified that Mr. Johnson, in your opinion, he is associated with Atlanta Blood Gang.
He's documented as a member, and he's also a fixture at 12 Atlanta Daily.
Okay. So you saw this post, posted the next day, referencing the death, mocking slime and chalk. Mr. Johnson has not been charged for the murders of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
Correct.
And the reason he hasn't been charged is because posting something like this, while it is insensitive, while it may be wrong, it doesn't mean that he killed Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, does it?
Correct. There's other things we would look at, like if he was in the vicinity of the murder on camera, coupled with a post that's not great, that would be something we take into consideration, but that didn't happen.
And Investigator Viverito, I knew you were going to be dying to say that, and we are going to talk about all the surveillance videos and all of the situation involving Mr. Drinks when I get to it, okay? But I'm asking you specifically about posts. Posts that is not a confession to killing Darius Ford or Christian McMiller, is it?
Absolutely not. But as an investigator, you need to look at things as a whole to piece things together, leading you towards suspects.
Okay, and that's why you collected this.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, I'm going to ask you to publish 462 VV. 462 VV is two posts that showed up on this page labeled Joey _ Hurst 24, correct?
Correct.
All right, and on the left is Christian McMiller.
Correct.
and on the right is Darius Ford.
Correct.
And they're fairly self-explanatory. They're mocking the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this was posted when?
I'd have to see the file name.
Okay, so you're not, and that's fine. Was it posted after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
Yes.
Now, I understand your belief is that this is a trolling page or a fake page. Is that correct?
It's a page. Yes, it's a page that we had not seen surface really or be vocal until this point.
Now, and certainly when you see a page like this, there are certain investigative things that you could do to try to determine who is behind this page, correct?
Correct.
You could subpoena Instagram, you could check IP addresses to see who set up the page, etc.
You could.
Okay. You or anyone else that you know of did no such thing to try to determine who Joey Hurst was,
No.
the government name. Okay. And the reason you didn't, and I'm not trying to beat you up, the reason you didn't go through those steps, if you thought this was a confession, and you thought this meant that Joey Hurst killed Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, you certainly would have gone through those steps to uncover who it is behind this post, if you thought that was the killer.
If I thought that was, but the investigation led us to other suspects.
Okay. The bottom line is you did not view these posts as signifying that whoever was behind this account was the killer of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. You didn't view it that way.
Correct. The individuals that were making posts who we deemed as suspects, they were further investigated, whether it be cell phone extractions or social media.
Okay. 456 VV. Please, Ms. Knight. Thank you. Okay, and this post was collected on March 11th, 2022 at 11:30 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay, so again, about a day after Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford were killed.
Correct.
Okay, and you testified on direct about what you thought new op pack just came in. It's kind of like we're smoking on our ops.
Correct.
Okay. Certainly not kind, not nice, not sympathetic, and it's showing approval for what happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this page is another one that you didn't know the government name of the person behind it.
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't go through any investigative steps, or anyone else that you know of go through any investigative steps to determine the person behind it.
Correct.
Okay, and the reason again is because this post, you didn't take it as a confession. You didn't take this post as saying, I'm the person who did it.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Finally, we're going to talk about Kelvin Watts.
Okay.
Okay, Kelvin Watts has not been arrested for the Christian McMiller or Darius Ford murder, has he?
He has not.
Okay. And this has all happened 2 years ago at
Correct.
this point. Okay. Really 2.5 years ago, more than 2.5 years ago. Mr. Watts made several posts regarding the death of Darius Ford and Christian McMiller.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, could you please publish 473 VV for me? Okay, in 473 VV, that's posted by Shellkel Nutlife, correct?
Correct.
And you know that to be Kelvin Watts.
Correct.
And this was posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
Okay, and this actually depicts Mr. Donovan Thomas.
Correct.
And underneath Mr. Thomas's left eye are 2 shells.
Correct?
Okay, and as an investigator, you're aware of like prison tattoos or eye teardrops under an eye, correct?
Yes, that's what I spoke about on direct.
Okay, right. And you took this as kind of a play on the teardrops under the eyes of 2 shells indicating 2 bodies, Darius Ford and Christian McMillan.
Correct. The first time we started seeing the 2 shells under the eye was after the death of Christian Ford and Darius McMillan, I think, in days following.
Okay, Ms. Knight, could you please publish 461 VV? Okay, and here's another picture of Shell Kel or Kelvin Watts that posted shortly after the death of Christian McMillan and Darius Ford, correct?
Correct?
Okay, and these are, you got to look a little close, but I see the big shell off of his hair, but then there's 2 little shells under his left eye.
Correct?
Okay, and again, that's a post that you interpreted to be a reference to the death of Christian McMillan and Darius Ford.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you could publish 454 VV, please. Okay, in this post, again, shortly after the death of Christian McMillan and Darius Ford, correct?
This was in the hours after they were killed, yes.
And this is on Shell Kelvin Watts' page.
Yes.
And again, we see the 2 shells.
Correct?
Okay, and that had significance to you because there was 2 dead bodies.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And 460 VV, please, Ms. Knight. Okay, again, here, this was posted shortly after the death of Christian McMillan and Darius Ford.
Correct.
And we have 2 shells, right?
Correct.
And we have a smiley face, except the lips are zip tied or zipped up, I guess,
Correct.
and a black heart.
Correct.
Okay, and this was on Mr. Kelvin Watts' page.
Correct.
All right. Also, and Ms. Knight, thank you. Also, you're aware that Shell Kel or Kelvin Watts has made a song that references Christian McMillan and Darius Ford, correct?
He may have.
You never heard Mafia Story by Shell Kel and Third World?
I haven't, but it would not surprise me if he did.
I heard my ops died like some thoughts, referring to 2 snakes dying with their eyes wide open and their tongues out. Crime scene nasty in a fast car, died in empty traffic.
That sounds about on brand for Kelvin Watts.
Okay, and that was a reference to the Kia Stinger, the fast car is Kia Stinger that Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were in.
That sounds about right.
Speculation.
Were Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford riding in a Kia Stinger?
They were in a gray and color Kia Stinger.
Okay, and were they in fact shot on the highway?
Yes, they were on the highway.
Okay. Mr. Watts, despite these 4 posts that you collected and this song, has not been charged with the murder of Christian McMillan or Darius Ford, has he?
No, he has not, but that's also an open investigation that's not assigned to me. So
Okay, that's fine.
But-
So, but the answer is he has
He
not
has
been
not.
charged. And it's just 2 years, 8 months later.
it's still open active investigation.
Right, and you've had you collected these postings that Mr. Watts made way back in March of 2022.
Correct, but so investigations, just the social media posts aren't enough to arrive at probable cause. You need him maybe on video at the crime scene, before that murder. things of that nature. So if social media was enough for probable cause, a lot of people probably would have gone to jail for this, but we don't do that.
Right, because there were a lot of people posting on social media.
Correct.
A lot of people posting horrible things on social media.
But unfortunately, nobody was on camera at the scene or there. Or there was no Niven.
Investigator Viverito, I know that you have come with an agenda today, and I know that you want to talk about the security cameras, and we will absolutely talk about the security cameras. I promise you.
Commentary and, well,
I'm
there's commentary going on both sides. Answer the question that's asked.
okay. I want to clean up some. We're going to shift off of social media, and we're going to get to the wiretaps.
Mhm.
Okay, I want to clear up some issues, or not issues. I want to talk about the wiretaps and what we talked about Friday and yesterday. You had a wiretap. I understand you had one on Mr. Sumlin's phone. I'm not going to be talking about Mr. Sumlin's phone. I'm talking about Demekion Garlington. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you have the number for the total number of calls recorded or listened to during that wiretap?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Was it in the thousands? Is that fair?
Probably in the thousands, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many total calls Mr. Stillwell was a party to?
I couldn't give you a number, but it would probably be not as many as others because he went into custody, I think, within 6 days of the wire going up.
Fair enough. And just so we're clear, when you apply for a wiretap, you send something to the phone company, correct?
Correct.
And the phone company is told not to inform anyone about the wiretap, certainly not to inform the subscriber.
Correct.
So no one, to your knowledge, no one told Mr. Garlington that he's being recorded.
Correct.
Okay, because that would defeat the purpose of the wiretap.
Correct.
Right? And to your knowledge, no one told anyone else that there was a wiretap on Mr. Garlington's phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the state referred to the calls that were played for the jury yesterday as a sampling. What was played to the jury wasn't exactly a random sampling of the calls, was it?
No, all of the calls were turned over, and it's my understanding that they had to be narrowed down.
Right. The state, in preparation of your testimony, they gave you a CD or some sort of flash drive with a number of calls that they chose and asked you to review them, correct? So you could speak intelligently about them.
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't a random sampling, it was calls that the state chose to focus on.
It's my understanding that the prosecution and defense decided on what could and would be played. So it wasn't just random, let me pick 20 calls out of a bag. It was calls that were relevant to the case.
Right. Yeah, right. I'm just saying it just wasn't some random sample.
Correct.
It was focused.
Correct.
Okay. And so let's talk about some of the calls. We're going to talk about specific calls in a minute, but if you go back to what was played yesterday on that wiretap of Mr. Garlington's phone, there were repeated calls about keeping Miles Farley, who's a small man, right? He is a small gentleman, physically small.
Small, yes.
Okay. Talk about keeping Miles Farley from being violated or attacked at the Rice Street Jail, right? We heard several calls about Miles Farley and keeping him safe.
Correct.
Okay. We heard call, and do you have the call logs in front of you or anything?
I do not.
Okay. When you were testifying yesterday, what were you using to keep track of what calls which?
I didn't have anything in front of me.
Okay. Well, we heard call 2532 from April 3rd, 2534 from April 3rd, 2628 from April 4th, 3501 from April 13th, and 3697 from April 14th, all about Miles Farley and being in jail. Do you remember those 5 calls?
I do.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell a party to any of those calls?
He was not.
Okay. We also heard a call 3683 from April 14th about, and you could probably tell me who the people were. It was Demekion Garlington and someone about flying a drone into the jail, it seemed.
Correct.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell a party to that call?
He was not.
Okay. Then we also heard about Demekion Garlington going on and on about running into someone named Blizzy at some hotel in Cobb County.
Correct.
Okay. To your understanding, was Shannon Stillwell present for any of those events in Cobb County?
No, I believe he was in custody.
He
at
was
the
in
time.
custody. So he wasn't involved with any of those things that Demekion was talking about, running the Blizzy in Cobb County.
Correct.
And then we also heard a call between, I believe, Demekion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin. And it sounded, and this was call 3171 and 3172 from April 9th, about seeing someone wearing some jewelry, and they were asking if you have a slider car with paper tags. It sounded like they were trying to come up with a way to commit a crime, a robbery, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was Shannon a party to that call?
No.
Okay. And Shannon was in jail at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he was not involved in that situation at all either, correct? All right, cool. All right. I'm going to talk to you about specific calls that have already been played. March 14th, 2022 at 9:59 p.m. It's called 335, okay? It's a call where you testified, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was a call between Demekion Garlington and a gentleman named DeMarco Boyer.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's at 9:59 p.m.
Correct.
Do you know how many 9:59 and how many seconds? Are you aware of that?
I would have to look at the log for the seconds.
Okay. And in that call, Garlington instructs Boyer to switch to video.
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on your investigation, you said Boyer was at the gas station.
Correct.
And you also said, well, you were about to say, and then I cut you off. Boyer, your investigation has concluded that Boyer was in Mr. Nichols' car.
Correct.
Okay, so, and you're basing that on your investigation. You're also basing on the fact that Miles Farley in that video, when he goes back to the car, gets into the back seat at the BP.
That, and there are calls from the wire that
Okay.
say that he's in the car. Yes.
Fair. So this call at 9:59 between Garlington and Boyer, your investigation is Garlington, this is your investigation, is Garlington is in Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi.
Correct.
And Mr. Boyer, who's not charged in
Correct.
this case, is a passenger in Mr. Nichols' Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Okay, white Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Your investigation based on the time on the surveillance video from the FedEx surveillance is that the shooting happened around 10:01 p.m., correct?
I don't know if it's based on the time on the FedEx video.
Okay, well, what's your understanding of when the shooting occurred? If you know.
I don't know how they arrived at 10:02, but I know that's when both cars pull off shortly thereafter. Within probably a minute or two, the cars pull off from the gas station.
Okay. Now, what I want to know is, it's a matter of timing. The 9:59 and however many seconds that this call is made where eventually Garlington tells Boyer to go to video. That 9:59 and however many seconds is based on the clock used during your wiretap. That's where we get that time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's based on the wiretap time. Okay. So, and then of course, after they hang up, then do you know if there was a subsequent video or FaceTime call?
I believe you could see the data transmission come through
Okay, and do you know how long that call was or when exactly when it took place?
immediately after, but I would have to look at the log.
Okay. And my question is, we have three different sets of time here. We have the wiretap time,
Correct?
we have the FedEx video time,
Correct?
and we have a BP video time.
Correct?
Okay. Are any of those, to your knowledge, are any of those three separate surveillance systems synced up?
They're not. So typically what you would have to do is go back and sync them because I know the wiretap is a constant. I know that's an accurate time.
Okay, so you know, and that's fine. So you know the wiretap is an accurate time, but we don't know if the FedEx is an accurate time or the BP is an accurate time.
I'd have to look at the timestamps on both.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is we can't just go by the BP time and go to 9:59 and however many seconds and say, oh, that's when that call was placed.
I went off of the wiretap data.
Right, exactly.
Correct.
Right, and that's what you were in charge of the wiretap. You went, but I'm going to go back to my question, and that makes complete sense to me that you went off the wiretap time. But we cannot go back to the BP and look at the BP at 9:59 and however many seconds and say that's when his call was made, because those two timing systems between the wiretap and the surveillance might not be synced up.
Correct. I'm not sure if they were or they weren't, but typically that's something I double check.
Okay, and the same thing for the FedEx. We can't look at the FedEx time and just go to 9:59 and however many seconds and say, oh, this is the exact time when that call was between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Boyer, between those two cars was made. We can't do that, can we?
Correct. I go with what I know to be constant.
Gotcha. So all you're saying is 9:59 on the wiretap time.
Correct.
Awesome. Okay. Mr. Atkins or Miss Knight, and I should ask you, could you please publish what you played yesterday at call 350? I'm going to ask the questions first. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm going to give you a couple minutes. All right, I'm going to talk really slow because I got to give Mr. Atkins a couple minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So we listened to another call at 2:01 a.m. between, do you know who that call was between?
I'd have to hear it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cut to the chase. You said in court that you heard someone say riding by the scene.
I don't know if I said that verbatim, but they're riding back through, I think is the direct quote.
And you said the scene.
They may have been riding back through the scene.
Okay, well, do you now know what call I'm talking about?
I know which call you're referring to, yes.
All right, and if you, and do you know who the speakers were?
Well, if it's from the wiretap, one would have been in Garlington.
Right.
And then I believe the other one may have been Boyer. I have to hear the call. I don't want to misspeak on it.
Okay, and people were fussing with each other. Someone was fussing with someone about not having a ride to get back to where they needed to go is essentially the gist of the call, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, if you could play, if you could publish.
350.
Right, and whatever,
You need to sign
okay. Yes, if you could just publish, and I'm going to stop after about 40 seconds.
Bro, who that was? Nah, the nigga Ray got it, not Dan shit got it.
Okay, could you pause it? All right, now, Miss Investigator Riverito, where do you know who the speakers are?
I believe it's Boyer, but I need to hear a little bit more. That was kind of muffled.
That's fair. All right, Miss Hilton, if you could.
Keep playing.
Yep.
Yeah, RP, the YP Ray. Yeah, I don't even know him. That who got his chain snatched? That who chained little J5 to Jason? Oh, for real? Yeah, the YP Ray nigga. Oh, I ain't even know that. Yeah, that little PLK nigga. Oh yeah, I had a J5 with me last night. That's probably what it was. I put him on. Okay. Yeah, that who chained it. Oh damn! What I say? Yeah. Buddy came and followed me. I followed his ass back. Hey, talking about what fuck wrong with him? What you talking about? I'm trying to get the other care data address right quick and care address. He testing the young crew. Somebody he finna send a bit. For real? Somebody he gonna send a bit somewhere late where the spot at.
Okay.
Yeah. He told LJ you got liquor last.
20 seconds. And my notes might be wrong, but I don't think they are.
It was up at page 350.
Yeah. 20 seconds, please. Could you tell me when you hear anything about the scene?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, for real? Yeah, the YP Ray nigga. Oh, I ain't even know that. Yeah, that little PLK nigga. Oh, yeah, I had a J5 with me last night. That's probably what it was. I put him on. Okay. Yeah, that who chained it.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Yep. Okay, I'm sorry. You're going by the different number. It's 2:01 a.m.
It's page 357.
Right, it's the the call 350. All right, here we go. This is the one I meant to pull up for you, Investigator Viverito.
Joe. All right, man, there's all kinds of shit going on. I just jumped in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense. Yeah. The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you? Yeah. That's stupid as fuck. So you need to be on the damn ass out. What the hell? What's on with you? We're right here down here. Yeah, what? Ride past trying to see.
Okay, stop. Did you not just hear him say riding past through the city?
He said riding past trying to see.
Well, where's the scene?
I said,
You said scene before, now you're saying trying to see, and I'm saying city.
you may have misunderstood what I was saying. Or you got to understand when these calls come in, when you click on the call, it will also provide a map of where they are. And the next call may show where they traveled to after that. It's my understanding that he traveled back towards that area.
Okay, but towards the area, you mean the city? It's in the city,
They never
right?
left the city.
Okay. Investigator Viverito, you previously testified that he said going to the scene, and now you're saying to this jury that he didn't say scene, he said see. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said he said, I don't believe I said he said he's riding through the scene. He may have rode back. I believe he was traveling back towards the scene.
And I know you're an expert, but if the jury listens to this and hears city, is that okay with you?
But that's not what's said. So I would clarify for them.
I understand that you want to tell everyone what's said here, but you've already given two different stories. You said scene, and then you said see.
Argumentative.
Overruled.
It's
Can we just go by what we hear? Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, call 416, and I don't need this published. Thank y'all. It's from the early morning hours of March 16th, 2022. Okay, there was actually two calls that were played. Do you recall?
Correct.
Okay, one is Mr. Garlington and someone that you say is my client, and the person's whispering. I'm not even going to dispute it. Okay, we'll just say it's my client.
Okay.
Whispering about hiding in the crawl space.
Correct.
Okay, and then the second call is Mr. Garlington and my client talking about what has just what just happened?
Correct.
And of course, what just happened was the house was shot up, and then a bunch of police officers showed up, and no one was arrested.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So, and that was the same day, of course, that you spoke to Shannon Stillwell. You put him in the back of the police car, or someone put him in the back of the police car, and you spoke to him, and he told you he was in fact driving the white Audi.
Correct.
All right. So, that call, let's just review some things that were discussed by Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell. They talked about their amazement about not being hit by any of the bullets that were fired into 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Correct.
They talked about their amazement that the police let them go from that location.
Correct.
They talked about how they hid from the police.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell talked about being placed in the police car.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell said that he denied knowing Mac Main when asked and said he was from Thomasville.
Correct.
Okay. That was misleading, right?
Correct.
Because he does in fact know Mac Main.
He does.
All right. And Mac Main, just so we're clear, is Christian McMillan.
He is.
Yeah. And he talks about getting out of there as soon as possible. Like speeding away because he couldn't believe that y'all, the police, let him go.
He does, but he says prior to leaving, he collected his FN and his rifle or stick out of, and he left.
I'm going to get there. Okay. And they talked about seeing you too, right?
They did.
All right. So let's talk about, I know he, in that call, and clearly I'm getting there, he talked about sneaking his FN away from the scene, right?
Correct.
And about sneaking his stick out of one of the cars. I think the gray car.
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now, the FN, you've testified, you know that an FN 57 is registered in Miss Taisha Alexander's name, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that gun was located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022.
Correct.
Correct? The next day after this call.
Correct.
All right. Does that FN shoot 40 caliber bullets?
Does not.
That could not have been the murder weapon for Shamel Drinks.
No.
Could it? Okay. He talks about taking a stick from a car on the scene, right?
Correct.
And you know the stick to be an AK-47 type assault rifle, correct?
Could be an AK-47. It could be an AR-15. It could be, it's a rifle.
Typically shoot 7.62 caliber bullets.
Correct.
Okay, not 40 caliber.
Nope.
Okay, so you would know that that stick that he talks about taking from the scene once you guys let him go is in fact not the weapon used to shoot Mr. Drinks.
Correct.
All right. And in this call where, again, you don't have any reason to believe Mr. Stillwell knew he was being recorded.
Correct.
Or Mr. Garlington knew he was being recorded. In this call, he never talks about taking any other guns from the scene.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Call 2119 is another call that was played. It's from April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. It was a call between Demekion Garlington, who's on the wiretap, and Shannon Stillwell, who's in jail at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Demekion is on his normal phone, and you testified that Shannon Stillwell, when you're in the jail, you said there's wall phones, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's, the jury has heard those recordings where they talk about Securus and this phone will be recorded, and they are in fact recorded.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell was not on a recorded line.
Correct.
He was on a cell phone from the jail.
Correct.
Okay, so he, in common sense, he doesn't know that Demekion Garlington is being wiretapped,
Correct.
okay? And he has no reason to believe that the cell phone he's using from the jail is being recorded.
Correct.
It's fair to say that they believe that they're having a private communication that is not being recorded.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Atkins, could you do me a favor? This call 2119, and I'm talking about at 12:29 a.m. Could you play?
I'm telling folks, bro. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about the camera. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. You feel me? They gonna assume that, like, oh, like, y'all ain't did nothing, you feel me? So,
That's what I keep telling Lil. I keep telling him, like, just chill. Like, I know,
yeah, cause they
this
saying
ain't
he panicked.
nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. They seen as a goddamn gas station. Like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling man the same shit. I'm like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling probably in the cat. Listen, bro. No, just tell them before you want to talk, bro. Like,
Not one word.
yeah.
Go down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't know that though. Like, so I need to tell man that. Yeah.
And you can keep that up because I'm going to ask you to play another part. But thank you, Mr. Atkins. So on that call, again, neither party has reason to believe they're being recorded. That's Demekion Garlington and Shannon Stillwell.
Correct.
And they talk about they going to assume shit.
Correct.
Mr. Garlington says, y'all didn't do nothing.
Correct.
And then Mr. Stillwell says, they just saying it because they seen us at the gas station.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Atkins, if you could please play 11:20 at 11:28.
Yeah, man. What the hell swimming on? You still in the yo?
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what's what?
LC.
Who? Yo, folk.
Yeah. Okay, what is that for them?
We're going to come back to that one because I want to get the timing right.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay. And that is Mr. Copeland. He goes first. Okay. And we're going to come back to that call. But let's talk about Mr. Stillwell's phone that was collected.
Sure.
Okay. Do you know you're able to view? So you collect the phones. Detective Leon Packer, he dumps the phones, and then you're able to view the phones, what the contents of the phones through a program called, what's it called? XRZ, is that correct?
XRY.
XRY. Okay. And you get just a whole bunch of information that's in whoever's phone.
The contents of the phone are organized by category.
Right. And we're talking about pictures, text, emails, instant message, call logs, location, data, internet searches.
Correct.
Notes.
Correct.
Okay. And if you don't know, that's fine. Do you know how many texts or calls total were in this phone?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it would be listed on the extraction, on the front page of the extraction. When you open it up digitally, it'll give you what you're going to see initially is it's everything by category. So it'll say 20,000 texts, 100 calls, things of that nature.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you would please display 227 VVA2. Oh, Ms. Knight. Okay. This is one of the text messages or one of the text conversations that was introduced on Friday, I believe. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is from Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
All right. And in his phone, Ms. Stillwell's talking to, is that D? Do you know that number to be Demekion Garlington?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Because there's a couple of D's in this case, but you believe this to be Demekion Garlington?
He did change his number right before the wiretap, so I believe that's the number before.
Okay. And if you could zoom out a little bit, Ms. Hilton. Oh, Mr. Atkins, so we can see the whole conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. So in this conversation, to add context, Mr. Stillwell is indicating that one of his two phones is at Big House.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Darius Ford's house? And again, let's be clear, this conversation occurred December 24th, 2021.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about 3.5 months before any of this involving Christian McMiller's death or Darius Ford's death or Shamel Drink's death occurs.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Big's phone? Is there another Big? Do you not know?
There is another Big.
Okay. So, but in any event, Mr. Stillwell is saying he left his phone at someone else's house.
Correct.
Okay. And then D says, finna take it in where you at, indicating that he's taking Mr. Stillwell's phone, right?
I don't take that as taking the phone, like finna take it in, like I'm finna go to sleep or go home.
Fair enough.
Like take it in for the night.
Fair enough. Could you go down, Mr. Atkins? Okay, and this is the part that the state introduced. Okay. He says, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting. Okay, he did not say I'm op hunting.
Correct.
He said, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting.
Correct.
Okay, and Polka you know to be who?
Taisha Alexander.
And that is Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time.
I guess, yes, I don't. Yes,
Something like-
sometimes,
something like
sometimes, yes.
And you also know from your review of the calls that Mr. Stillwell was having some issues with fidelity.
Yes.
Okay. So he's just saying, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, can we go back to that call? I think I finally got my stuff together here. Okay. Remember that call that we were just talking about with, and just to review, it's Garlington and Mr. Stillwell, and they were talking about people were going to assume things, and they're just saying it because they saw us at the gas station.
Correct.
Okay. I want to play, Mr. Atkins, if you could start playing it. I guess we could start at 11:28.
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I talked to her today.
Man, that be crazy.
I was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She's like, what? You ain't think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
Shit crazy. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be texting on, like, on the tablet and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
Love you. All right.
I love you too.
All right.
All right. Well, okay. Let me just ask you this, and we're going to get it together, and we're going to get it played. Do you remember on that call, that same call, that unrecorded call? I mean, that that these two gentlemen thought that they were talking to themselves without being recorded. Do you remember Mr. Stillwell saying, when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean?
I do.
Okay, and that's on this call.
Correct.
All right. And he does not say the car has been cleaned.
Correct.
He's saying, don't worry about it because when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on the private call between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington that they had no reason to believe was being recorded.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the phone. You made note of 227 VVB11, and we don't need to display it, but it was basically something in Mr. Stillwell's notes that said, "Pop my shit. I really got options. Poor little ops. They be dropping."
Correct.
Okay, and that was in March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m. The phone says that that's when it was entered.
It might say either modified or entered, yes.
Okay, and that was, and we're going to get to it, but you're aware that Mr. Stillwell's grandmother, Betty Jackson, texted him about the shooting, about seeing it on the news that night?
Objection, assuming facts not.
Well, it's going to be in evidence. I'm asking if she's aware.
I heard.
You're aware of that?
I was aware that Miss Alexander notified him about a shooting in Mechanicsville. I don't know if Miss Jackson did.
Okay, it was hours. This would have been hours after Miss Alexander alerted him as well. Correct?
Okay.
Correct.
I'd have to see it. I'm not.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to it. But this was at 12:52 a.m.
Okay.
Right?
I haven't seen it, so I just.
Okay, and we've already discussed ops.
Correct.
Dropping ops. Those are common themes, common topics of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time, your investigation, at the time that he entered this note into his phone, he was in fact at the studio, correct? At 12:52 a.m. on March 15th.
After leaving the gas station, they went to a studio. I did not have location data on Mr. Stillwell to say, but I believe they should have still been at the studio.
Still been at the studio creating music when he entered that note.
Creating music, hanging out. Like, yeah, that's what they do. Hang out at the
Okay.
studio.
All right, cool. And then you talked about search words, a search that you noted about a Windsor Street shooting, right? That was in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
So he didn't, and I clarified that on direct. He
Right.
didn't search Windsor Street. He searched Fox 5
Okay.
and then
Well-
clicked on, and then within Fox 5, then searched the Fox 5 website.
I appreciate that. So on 3/17 at 2 in the morning, Mr. Stillwell clicked on the Fox 5 website to this article.
Correct.
Okay, didn't search, your testimony, he didn't search words like Windsor Street or anything, but he clicked on the article and that's what shows up in the phone.
I'd have to see the screen. I believe he searched Fox 5, traveled to the Fox, like say I open my phone and I want to go to whatever web, Amazon. I search Amazon, click on Amazon, and then on Amazon, I would then search. That's what happened. So he searched for Fox 5, went to Fox 5, then went on Fox 5, I believe searched Windsor Street shooting, and then clicked on the article, is what it looks like.
Okay, and Miss Knight, could you just display 227 VV88 so everyone knows what we're talking about? Okay, so this is what you're talking about, right? The search.
Correct.
Okay, and that's and this is 3:17 at 2:31 and 56 seconds in the morning, correct?
Correct.
No, that's want to show you some documents, investigator.
Sure.
It's okay with you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Viverito, I am approaching you with what's been marked 57A, DS57A, DS57C, and DS58. Could you look at these and tell me if you recognize?
Sure. Okay, these are excerpts from Mr. Jackson's phone.
Right, and those are, and are those excerpts from, are those conversations from the data that was downloaded from Mr. Jackson's phone?
Sure, the first one is the one that I spoke about that I had seen of Miss Alexander informing him about the shooting.
It's not admitted yet.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Are those accurate representations of the data that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit DS57A, DS57C, and DS58 into evidence.
A, C, and E. Say that again, please, if you don't mind.
And there is no DS57B. It's DS57A, DS57C, and DS58.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don't know where the E came from. Okay. Those are admitted.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please, permission to publish, Your
You
Honor.
may.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish 57A first? So in this, in DS57A, investigator, this is a conversation between Taisha Alexander, also known as Polka, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell.
Correct.
Okay. At 3:14:22, at 11:01 p.m., Miss Alexander reaches out to or texts Mr. Stillwell and says, "You okay? Somebody just got killed in the Ville. Ugh." Or ugh. Atlanta, too much right now, right?
Correct.
All right. And then they respond to each other with kisses. Mr. Stillwell asks, "Who got killed?" Correct?
Correct.
And then Miss Alexander eventually says, "I don't know yet." But before that, she sends some sort of screen message, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's at this, the message is sent at 11:19:47 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish 57C. And this is the screenshot that, or the picture that Miss Alexander sent to Mr. Stillwell at 11:19 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And it's a photo, and is that Windsor Street?
I believe so.
And it's captioned, "Somebody just got killed in Mechanicsville."
Correct.
And it's posted by someone named Bori Billions.
Correct.
And whenever Miss Alexander sent this picture or downloaded it, it already had 2,000 views, correct?
Correct.
All right. So by that night, just based on what we see in this phone, by that night at 11 o'clock or 11:15 or 19, the word had spread about a shooting, correct?
Correct.
In Mechanicsville,
Correct.
where someone was killed.
Correct.
Okay. And this was not a secret. It was being spread throughout social media.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, if you could post DS58. Okay. This is a conversation, and I'm sorry, it's marked 58A. So, Your Honor, if we could just amend that to make 58A.
Sure.
Thank you. So, looking at DS58A, this is a conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Boss Lady, correct?
Correct.
And you know Boss Lady to be Betty Jackson, correct?
Correct.
His grandmother.
Correct.
His grandmother who raised him.
Correct.
At 11 Mr. Kokomo, thank you. At 11:19 p.m., Shannon texts his grandmother, "I love you."
Correct.
Boss lady or Betty Jackson responds, "Mama love you so much, heart, heart, kiss, 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 because you're my sweet thing."
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell says, "Yeah." I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but yeah, right?
Sure.
And then Miss Jackson gives a thumbs up, right? And then at 11:26:57, Miss Jackson says to Mr. Stillwell, or texts Mr. Stillwell, "Hope you are not near Windsor Street shooting on the news," right?
Right.
And then she says, "Answer me, please."
Correct.
And eventually at 11:41, 15 minutes later, Mr. Stillwell responds, "I'm at the studio, Mom."
Correct.
Okay. So at 11:26, according to this conversation, not only did Miss Alexander alert Mr. Stillwell about the shooting on Windsor Street, but Miss Jackson says there's a shooting on Windsor Street, right?
Correct.
And it's on the news.
Correct.
Was this information about the shooting on the news at that point?
I know that the article that Miss Alexander had, that's a female, I don't know her real name, in Atlanta, that wasn't like an ATL scoop or a news thing. And then I don't know how Miss Jackson saw it, so I'm not sure if you got word of mouth from Miss Alexander, worried about it. I don't
Maybe
know.
she saw it on the news. Maybe
I don't know when the news coverage began.
Okay. The bottom line is by 11:26 that night, two different people had informed Mr. Stillwell about a shooting, a death, Windsor Street,
Correct.
and the word had spread throughout. It wasn't just Mr. Stillwell that was being informed. The word had spread throughout the Atlanta community that quickly.
Correct.
All right. And basically, the phone indicates on March 17th, 2 days later, Mr. Stillwell clicked on a news article about that shooting.
We sought out the news article and then clicked on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He sought out and clicked on it.
Correct.
All right. Cool. All right. Right when you started testifying, you remember when you were going through a timeline, and I think it was from 2019 to 2020 different events that had occurred?
I do.
And we heard a lot of names, Tanquarius Mender, right?
Correct.
And you said he's a member of the Rolling Crips.
As well as YSL, yes.
Okay, and we heard about Stephen Harris,
Correct.
and he's a Crip. And we heard
No,
about,
I'm sorry, Stephen Harris is a member of YSL.
okay, he's a member of YSL. We heard about Marcus Sims.
Correct.
He's a Crip.
Yes.
Okay, we heard about Wayne Alford. And we heard about a bunch of other names in this
Correct.
timeline that you were going through. Well, first of all, let me just ask you this. When you were asked about all these events, you were referring to some sort of, you were refreshing your recollection with a sheet that was in front of you.
Correct.
Okay, that was highlighted, color-coded.
Correct.
Okay, did you create that sheet?
Mr. Abadi had created the sheet as a timeline.
Okay, so when you were testifying about those events, you were refreshing your recollection. You were being asked questions by the prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And then you didn't have any reports of your own with you, did you, about any of these events?
No, I didn't. I was at the GBI at that time and they were APD cases, so they wouldn't be my reports.
So you didn't investigate any of these events?
So the way it would work is gangs typically doesn't take an aggravated assault or a homicide or things of that nature. We will work with those units and provide them information and assist with their investigations. So the reports, I will help with the cases, but they would fall with those investigators.
Did you have any reports with you when you were if your reports with you when you were discussing this?
No.
Okay. But you were refreshing your recollection off of a sheet of paper that was prepared by the prosecutor.
Well, this is something we had discussed, that there's numerous incidents, so we needed a timeline to keep them correct.
All right, well, let me just ask you this. In all those things, 2019, 2020, that you discussed, all those events, Shannon Stillwell wasn't charged with any of those events, was he?
He was not.
Okay, cool. You remember when you talked about how I was asking you about your reports and you said you write them in search warrant applications?
Correct.
All right, I want to talk to you about that. You did a search warrant application for the house of Jeffrey Williams on 355 Allison Drive, correct?
Correct.
Not moving any evidence. I'm going to ask you some questions about that affidavit. Would having your affidavit that you wrote
Sure.
up there with you, would that be helpful?
Sure.
Okay. These affidavits that you fill out to take to a judge to try to get a search warrant, they're under oath?
Yes.
Okay. A judge relies on them, relies on the accuracy of them, correct?
Correct.
Relies on them to be complete.
Correct.
The intent of an affidavit is not to mislead a judge, is it?
No,
Okay. And you wouldn't mislead a judge, would you?
I would not.
Okay. And you filled out this affidavit on May 9th, 2022, correct?
Following the presentation to the grand jury, yes.
Right, May 9th, 2022?
Correct.
Yep. And that was also in the wake of these various attacks on Lucci, on Rashawn Bennett in the jail,
Correct.
okay? In fact, you were interested, you had that one with Jada Myrick, with Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin, and Mr. Eppinger was trying to get Mr. Sumlin to talk to someone to get payment, right? And you suspected that person to be Jeffrey Williams.
Suspected, and that was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin.
Okay, so you suspected that to be Jeffrey Williams.
Right, and was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin, yes.
Okay, again.
Yes,
just
I
please,
suspected,
just
yes.
Questions I ask, okay? So you saw a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence on these matters, correct?
No,
Okay. You saw the search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home.
for his body, for his cellular devices, and for gang evidence.
Okay. Okay. So in Mr. Williams' home.
Correct.
In your affidavit is what's used to develop PC or probable cause for the judge to rely on, right?
Correct.
And in your affidavit, I think it's in the 4th page, you reference a post that you saw on the internet about Jeffrey Williams posting YFN, and this is already in evidence, YFN, if ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you, right?
Correct.
That's referenced in your affidavit.
Which page is not on 4?
Well, mine's not numbered, but I'm just gonna go by. Right, it's on the 5th page, I'm sorry. If we count, and again, they're not numbered, but I'm just going by the 5th page that I have.
So,
And it would be the first, it would have been the 2nd full paragraph. So there's 1 sentence and then 2 paragraphs down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You can look at may I approach?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, that's different than what I have.
you reference seeing on Double XL, this magazine, you reference seeing this post that Mr. Williams supposedly made, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that made your affidavit because you thought that was important to show Mr. Williams and his veiled threats to Mr. Bennett, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Can I have that back? I'm just gonna need it.
Sure.
I'll bring it back to you. Now, you also, 2 pages after that, whatever page you have it, I have in the beginning, it says details for.
I'm gonna have to see the page because these pages are out. Whatever I have is not the same as yours.
You can have it.
Okay. No, I see that one. Okay. I got you.
All right. Also in your affidavit, you include a text thread between Mr. Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
And as part of this text thread, you draw the judge's attention to a specific line, correct?
I included that amongst other things in the affidavit. Yes.
Well, there's one particular line that you put in a bigger font and you also circled it, or it's circled, correct?
It's circled. Yes.
Okay. And you circled it to draw attention to it, correct?
To what I was referring to. Yes.
Yes. And the line that you circled to draw attention to was YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to highlight that passage said by Mr. Williams in the text thread, correct?
Correct.
You wanted to highlight that for the judge.
Amongst other posts. Yes.
Okay. What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head to the judge?
Well, he's referring to YSL ruling the world
Yeah.
as an organization, and it could be a play on words or a play on things that have happened, saying 24M on a racial expletive head.
Okay, 24M on a racial expletive head. It sounds like Mr. Williams had money on someone's head.
It could be taken that way. Yes.
It could be taken that way, and you highlighted it and circled it for the judge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that too. You wouldn't have misled the judge about what was being discussed, would you? You believed that to be a threat, didn't you?
I didn't say it was a threat. It's saying that he's willing to, that's how they talk. They'll talk about, they have the ability to put money on people's heads.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3 and 4? Is that correct?
Jeffrey Williams 3, as well as Jeffrey Williams 3A.
Okay. Could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3? Oh, before you do that, in this thread that you highlighted in your affidavit to the judge, this thread between Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams took place on February 7th, 2021?
Yes. You can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoe get in line. Slime rule the world. Believe it. Y'all niggas got this motherfucker spending 24 million on their heads. You can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoe get in line.
Okay. And could you please publish 3? You see, what's displayed is Jeffrey Williams 3A?
I do.
Okay. And it's a reaction, Jeffrey Williams reacting after Lil Uzi Vert put a $24 million diamond into his head.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know about Lil Uzi Vert and the $24 million diamond and that reference when you filled out this affidavit?
I did not, but I would still stand by what I put in the affidavit.
Okay, so you're telling me right now on a sworn statement to a judge with knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got a $24 million diamond put into his head the days before Mr. Williams typed that, you would still put that quote, YSL ruled the world, 24 million on an N head in that affidavit?
Objection. Vague, compounded, maybe mischaracterization of what the witness just said.
Overruled.
I did not have knowledge of Lil Uzi Vert getting a diamond in his head.
Okay, so all right, so let me ask that last question again. Instead of saying I would do it again, if you had knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got $24 million diamond in his head and that Mr. Williams was referring to that, would you still have put that in the affidavit?
Yes.
To mislead the judge?
Not misleading. May I explain?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is this social media direct message is different than what you see on here. Lil Uzi Vert, I don't remember, is a member of YSL. So I think it might be a new, like a term they're going to coin, like wipe his nose, things of that nature. So 24 on somebody's head might be a new thing that they're going to go with. He's saying YSL rules the world. As the leader, he can make that assertion.
You're doing a lot of explaining. Did you do any of that explaining in your sworn affidavit to the judge?
The sworn affidavit reads, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Okay. And clearly, when you put highlighted and circled 24M on a N's head, you're sending a message to that judge, are you not? Let's be real.
I'm referring to my words that I wrote say, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
All right, and just so we're clear, as we sit here today, as someone, a law enforcement officer, even with knowledge of this, you would still put that in front of the judge?
There are different interpretations to everything as we've seen throughout this whole trial.
I agree. Can we make our determinations, or are you going to make the determinations for us?
Objection. Arguments is
Sustained.
Do you think maybe you misinterpreted what was said by Mr. Williams? Is that a possibility?
I think it differs from what was presented on the internet and between direct messages, as we've seen.
So your answer is no, your interpretation is perfect, pristine.
My interpretation was YSL rules the world and they have $24 million. That's what I wrote in my words in the affidavit. I didn't say Mr. Williams has $24 million on YFN Lucci's head. I didn't say that. I said YSL rules. He claims that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Now, you didn't say it. You just put in a bigger font and circled it for the judge, right? Right?
It wasn't a bigger font. That's how the message reads. It's the same font as the date and time, the same size as the date and time as the name, the Instagram handle.
In the circle?
It's circled, correct.
Let's talk about you, Ms. Knight, could you pull up 227 VV A6B? Thank you, Ms. Knight. Okay. Yesterday, you indicated that, now this is from a video.
Correct.
With Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
Rolling a blunt.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's other individuals there, correct? There's other individuals in the room?
Correct.
Okay. And then it's on Mr. Stillwell's phone, so you're presuming that Mr. Stillwell was filming the video?
It was filmed from his device. So
Right,
yes.
right. Okay. So yesterday, you made a claim that a gun, well, what did you say? A gun is, I don't want to jumble your words. What are you claiming about the guns on this table?
A gun is what?
You identified or thought a gun was consistent with something?
It could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Could be consistent.
Correct.
Okay. And which gun is this?
The one towards the back right here.
Okay. Could be consistent with a Glock 27. All right. It could also, well, first of all, are you a firearms expert?
I'm not.
Okay. You're just someone who's owned a Glock before.
Several, yes.
Okay. And before yesterday, had you ever made the claim that, oh, I reviewed this video and this appears to be a Glock 27?
That was my first time testifying yesterday, so where else would I make?
What about reports? Did you ever write a report and said, I reviewed this is very important. I reviewed this video that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone, and I believe that could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Well, while reviewing the evidence in preparation for trial, when I took a better look at this video and found it, it was probably 2 or 3 days before I testified. And that's when I first had to really research through and look at photos and kind of isolate what kind of gun that was.
So the answer is no, you didn't write a report.
No.
Okay. And certainly the first time saying it to me or anyone on this side was yesterday in court.
Correct.
Okay. You say it looks like it could be consistent with a Glock 27 based on the shape of the bottom of the grip. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Springfield firearm, correct?
I'm not familiar with a Springfield, but from how the magazine looks, also it could be consistent with a Glock.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Sig Sauer. Could also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson, correct?
I'm familiar with a Glock.
Right, because you're not a firearms expert. You're only familiar with these Glocks.
I never claimed to be, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, well, you start identifying guns in court, kind of making yourself an expert, but you're not an expert, are you?
I'm not.
Okay, and you don't even know, whatever this gun is, if Mr. Stillwell left with that gun or didn't leave with that gun. You don't know if anyone left with that gun. You don't know whose gun that is.
Correct, but we don't know that they didn't.
Okay. Great. Let me ask you this about your Glock 27 that you say this looks consistent with. When you shoot your Glock 27, does it expel shell casings?
I don't own a Glock 27. When I was purchasing a subcompact Glock, I was going back and forth between the 27 and the 43. I prefer to shoot a 9mm, so I went with the 43.
So you don't even own a Glock 27?
I just said when I was researching the two, handling the two at the gun dealer.
So now you don't own a Glock 27. You were researching it, which means you were handling the gun at the gun dealer. That's your experience with the Glock 27.
I never asserted that I owned one. I've seen one. I've handled one. I can recognize one.
So you've handled one at a gun dealer, and that's what you're basing the identification on.
As I've recovered a good bit of guns in my career. I know what they look like.
All right, let me ask you this. Since you know about guns, at least through your career, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they expel shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they make a loud bang?
Yes.
When you shoot a Glock 27, does it create a muzzle flash?
It should. I mean, when you shoot it, like during the day, you wouldn't see it, or sometimes at night you can see it, but.
Okay, and when you shoot a Glock 27, does it emit gunshot residue?
If it's inside of a contained area, yes, it would.
Okay. All right. Remember on Friday, you talked about you get to the end of an investigation, something seemed small is huge. And we were talking about the post. All right. Well, there's one thing, surveillance video. You would agree that starts huge and remains huge? Like surveillance video is a pretty important part of the case.
Every investigation is different, but yes.
Okay. You've seen the BP video, correct?
I have.
And You've seen it, Detective Hogan showed it to you?
He did for the purpose of identifying the individuals, yes.
Right, okay. Have you seen the FedEx surveillance video?
I have.
Okay. I'd like to watch it with you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could cue it up. Okay, before you start, Mr. Kokomo, investigator, when did you first see the FedEx video?
It was after I met with Investigator Hogan in the afternoon of the 16th, so it would have been after that.
Okay. Well, are you aware that, and maybe this will help you answer this question, you're aware that Detective Hogan swore out warrants against my client without ever viewing the FedEx video?
I can't speak to what he did or did not do.
Okay. When did you most recently watch the FedEx video?
Probably maybe like a week ago,
Okay. How many times in total have you watched the FedEx video?
a few times.
A few times. When you say a few times, how many is it?
And I've watched it a year ago or a couple years, like 2 years ago. I watched it.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could please publish. Mr. Kokomo, if you could pause that video right now. Thank you. Investigator Viverito. At this point in video, as we have it paused, you would agree that Mr. Drinks' red Versa is on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi with tinted windows
Correct.
is in the middle. And you would agree that Mr. Nichols, actually Miss Lewis, Mr. Nichols' wife, that Ford Fusion is on the right, correct?
Either the right or staggered behind it, yes.
And according to your investigation, Mr. Drinks is alone in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell is in the car with Mr. Garlington per your investigation.
Correct.
And Mr. In the car, the Ford Fusion, we have Mr. Nichols driving,
Correct.
Mr. Boyer,
Correct.
and Mr. Farley.
Correct.
And your theory is that while at this light, Mr. Stillwell shot Mr. Drinks, correct?
I'm not the homicide investigator, so I'm going along with the evidence that was presented to me by homicide. But yes, that's consistent with what Detective Hogan, his case.
Well, you know, he swore out a warrant for Shannon Stillwell for actually shooting Mr. Drinks.
That's consistent with what Detective Hogan had found.
In this video, you could see headlights, correct?
Correct.
You could see traffic lights,
You can see tail lights and traffic lights, yes.
and you could see brake lights, correct?
Correct.
All right, awesome. Mr. Kokomo, could you just play the video? And I'm just going to ask you to look at the cars closely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, pause, Mr. Kokomo, please. All right, so we're paused at 102:36 on this video. At this point, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi is pulled off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Nichols and with Mr. Boyer and Mr. Farley have pulled off.
Correct.
Okay, while they were there at that light with Mr. Drinks, did you observe any muzzle flash on that video?
No, and with this quality of video, I would not expect to see it.
Okay, right. You just see brake lights and traffic lights and headlights, but no muzzle flash. Okay, I got you.
A muzzle flash is much, much, much dimmer than a brake light. Like if you're shooting at night, you're hard pressed to see your own muzzle flash.
Firearms expert again.
I'm telling you my experience from shooting a firearm. We do take night firing courses.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Gunshot residue. You aware that the headliner from Mr. Stillwell's car, the Audi, was collected and tested for gunshot residue?
I am.
You ever talked to Alexander GBI analyst Alexander Coven about the results that he found?
I have not.
And you are aware that warrants were taken out certainly before any of those GSR results were in, correct?
Correct.
Talk about tint. You've been preparing with the state. You know that the state has said that Mr. Stillwell had tint applied to his windows of that white Audi upon renting it, correct?
Correct.
In violation of the rental agreement, I may add.
Correct.
Okay. And this tint was applied on Flat Shoals Road, according to the district attorneys, at about 6:30 p.m.
According to them, yes.
Okay. You were able to observe the white Audi on March 16th?
I did not walk. Wasn't that interested in it at that point, so I did not walk. It was very, very dark.
Have you seen the pictures that Miss Antoinette Green took of the white Audi after it was recovered when Mr. Stillwell was arrested?
I have.
Did you see any damage to the tint, specifically the front driver passenger tint on that car?
I did not.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could rewind again. No, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Keep it here. Keep it here. Just play it. I'm sorry, Mr. Kokomo. Okay. You saw that car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell? Pause it, please. You saw
Yes.
that? Mr. Stillwell, you're aware that he, well, you've already stated this, he was victimized in the past. Someone shot through the rear windows, killing Tiara Jones.
Yes.
And now that car that sped up is next to Mr. Drinks, correct? Or approaching Mr. Drinks.
It's approaching, but it stopped short of Mr. Drinks.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play it. Okay. So now there's a pause. So now there's one car next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
It's still not next to him. You could see from that angle that it looks like the front of the car. I'm sorry. The front of the car is like, from what I can see, looks like the front of the car. The front wheels are still towards the back of the vehicle. It's not like exact with the car.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play. Pause. See that car make a U-turn?
I do.
Okay. What car was next to Mr. Drinks when that car suddenly made a U-turn?
Judging by how the lights are, that car still appears to be back a little bit, but next to it.
All right, so now you're making three-dimensional evaluations, but we can't see a muzzle flash of this.
A muzzle. Mr. Sharp, I'm going to explain to you. When you're, and I don't know if you're mischaracterizing it. When you go to the range, example, to fire your weapons at night and there's a line of shooters, it's not bam, 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 lights everywhere. It's a very, very muted, if it shows. So this far away with this quality of video, I would not expect to see that.
Okay, well, let's talk about this car.
Sure.
this car makes a U-turn. Did you see, is there like a train that's crossing that would have let this person know, no, I need to find another route?
No,
Is there a officer saying, hey, turn around, you can't come this way?
no,
Is there an animal crossing the road that would have made this man do a U-turn?
no,
Who is this? Whose car is this that made the U-turn?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if anyone ever tried to use these license plate readers to determine whose car that is, so we could talk to them about why they made that sudden U-turn?
That would be part of Detective Hogan's investigation, but I do not.
Okay. Hypothetically, could that car made a sudden U-turn at that exact moment because they heard a loud bang?
Check should not be speculation, although she's an expert, she's not an expert in.
I'm gonna allow it.
That would be problematic based on the video.
That would be problematic based on the video. So you're telling us that you know that this person did not make a turn due to a loud bang?
If you're going off the loud bang theory, may I explain?
Yes.
If Mr. Kokomo can hit play, or rewind it back and hit play for a second. You can see there's a gentleman or some person walking here. They do not break stride. They do not flinch. They do not stop. They do not jump back. They continue walking towards your loud bang or your gunfire.
Well, actually, they disappear into the bushes, don't they?
It's not a bush. It's a shadow. And I went out there.
There's not trees right there? I've been out there too, Miss.
Okay, I've been out there too, so they're like walking through, but they don't break stride. They don't jump. They don't run back. They don't run from the gunfire. So if it was gunfire enough to make a car stop, pull a U-turn in the middle of the road, that would certainly be, and using your theory, make a person get taken aback a little bit and run away.
So who's that person?
I went out there and canvassed. That's an area where it's there's a large homeless population. It's very transient, and there's also a Greyhound bus station right there.
So you didn't talk to this person?
I did
You're
not.
saying that they didn't break stride and all that. You've never talked to that person. You've never identified that person.
Could not. I tried.
Okay, but again, I'm going to ask you, and if your answer is really no, then that's fine. You're telling the jury that you, as the determiner of facts, have determined that that person did not make a turn because of a loud bang.
Consistent with the person walking that would be outside of a vehicle that had no reaction at all. That's what that would lead me to believe. And I didn't charge this case, so I'm not the determiner of facts.
All right, let's talk about something else while we got this video. Mr. Kokomo, if you could just play. I want you to pause for a second, Mr. Kokomo. I want you to pay real close attention to Mr. Drinks' car.
Okay.
These brake lights. Yeah, you see the other car pull up a little bit more?
Correct.
And you see the brake light go once, on and off?
Correct.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Drinks was shot twice.
Correct.
And you're aware that the fatal shot was to the neck.
Correct.
Specifically, it was through the basilar part of the occipital skull.
I don't know that. I know it was in his neck.
Okay. And as the investigators you sit here today, did you find the brake light going on and off significant?
I saw the light going on and off, yes.
You don't find it significant?
I'm not a medical examiner, but
Okay. Cool. Have you spoken to the medical examiner in this case, Miss Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley?
No, I have not. I'm
Okay,
not the homicide investigator.
All right. Are you aware that Dr. Sims Stanley testified that upon being shot
Objection.
in that exact spot,
Hang on just a second.
Improper question with a lack of foundation. And she can't listen to the testimony to know what the doctor would have testified to. And she said she has not spoken to.
Overruled.
that the loss of any control over your body parts would be instantaneous.
Okay.
Okay? And that if shot in that exact spot, no one would have the ability to lift their foot on and off the brake.
Okay.
Have you spoken to Dr. Stanley about that?
I've already said I have not.
Okay. Did you know that she called that a medical impossibility?
Objection, that's improper with a lack of foundation. So this was the speculation.
Those two objections are overruled.
Objection, facts not evidence of mischaracterization of her testimony.
That objection is also overruled.
So, how long had, and we can rewind it, Mr. Kokomo. I want to know how long after Mr. Stillwell in that white Audi had left Mr. Drinks, how much time passed between that moment and when Mr. Drinks' brake lights are going
A couple of
on
seconds.
and off? Well, we're gonna, Mr. Kokomo's gonna let us figure this out. Right now, that's Mr. Stillwell next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell's leaving now at 1:02:26. And the brake lights have now gone off at 1:02:45. 19 seconds to be exact, correct?
Sure.
All right. That car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the brake lights were going on and off is also the car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the car pulled a U-turn, correct?
I don't know if I'd characterize it as on and off like multiple times, but that was the car that was a little bit further back from his car, yes.
Okay, and that's the same car that was next to Mr. Drinks at the time of the U-turn, correct?
Staggered behind Mr. Drinks, yes.
Okay. Have we identified that car?
You keep asking me about the homicide investigation. Unfortunately, with APD, we're not allowed to be in may I finish? I can't answer your questions about Detective Hogan's homicide in full.
So you don't know if anyone used LPR readers to determine the license plate of that car? That was
You
next to Mr.
would
Drinks?
have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, and we don't know who the driver of that car is, do we?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay. Has the headliner from that car that was next to Mr. Drinks, when the brake lights were going on and off, when the other car was doing a U-turn, has that headliner ever been collected?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
What are the gunshot residue test results from that car?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, it's a good time to pause for lunch. So let's be.
Y'all, we're just
back,
going to keep it moving. We're going to go
at
to what happened after lunch this
1:40,
day.
please.
Court is over for the day. For anybody who thinks that Detective Vivarito came back suddenly, she did not come back suddenly, but we are just doing replays. So this is the messy part. This is when trial got messy, y'all. So let's roll right into it. You want to work with lawyers? Hit us up. We're going to help you. Other than that, y'all, without further ado, don't forget to comment, like, subscribe. This is when court got messy.
And are those cars just all at the light currently?
Yes.
And do we now see cars moving in the?
Before we continue, if y'all can hit the like, that would be much appreciated. If you haven't liked the stream, please do like. Y'all know what I was thinking? I was thinking it would be really freaking fun. And I might do this. I was thinking I should do this, but I'm not sure. I was thinking what I should do is do a marathon and just play like, I probably got like 200, 300 of these videos. Just make a a playlist and just play them all back to back over the weekend till Monday. That would probably be fun. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that because I feel like it might break my YouTube channel. I'm scared. I'm scared to do that. It might break the YouTube channel. Y'all hit the like button. We'll keep it moving. This is after lunch. Just keep it moving.
The opposite direction.
Yes, oncoming traffic is starting to move.
And actually, Mr. Abadi, can we go back to when the cars first get to the light? I want you to tell me, I'm investigating, what time does the red car first get to the light?
One hour, 1 minute and 36 seconds.
What time, and tell me what time the Audi gets to the light?
At the 45-second mark.
And what time does the Fusion get to the light?
52-second mark.
What time does oncoming traffic start?
1 hour, 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Are they still at the light?
They are.
What time does this car that's behind pull up?
1 hour, 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
Do you see the white Audi pull off?
I do.
What time was that?
You may have to roll it back for a
If
second.
you could pull back for a second.
You may have to go back more because it's already pulled off.
You can go back to 102.11. We'll pause. Do you see the Audi pulling off?
Foot comes off the brake at about 1 minute and 1 hour, 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and they pull off at 1 hour, 2 minutes and 24 seconds or 23 seconds.
And prior to the Audi pulling off, do you see the Fusion make any movement?
No.
Okay, let's go back. Can you go back to 102.15?
Oh, the Fusion starts creeping up.
And what time is that?
It's around like the 17 or 18 second mark.
And is the white Audi going into oncoming traffic?
Yes, it darts into incoming traffic, oncoming traffic.
The lane that Mr. Drink's car in, is that the left turn lane?
It is.
The car that pulled up behind, does that car go left and turn left?
Yes.
And you said that you've been out to this area before.
I have.
Is the middle lane a turn lane?
No.
Is it only the left lane?
Yes.
Now, if we can go back again to 102.15. Now, investigator, I want you to focus on, remember the individual you saw walking in the video before?
Yes.
I want you to focus on that individual walking.
Okay.
And when you, if you can show the jury when you first see the person walking.
Right there. Or is it not on my screen? It is. Oh, there it is.
And you keep playing. Do you still see the person walking?
I do.
Are they still walking when the car makes a U-turn?
It is. They are.
Can you still see them walking?
It's muffled, but yeah, they're still continuing towards the intersection on foot.
And is Mr. Drink's car still sitting in the left lane?
It is.
Do you still see the individual walking?
You see, surfacing right here. It's very hard to see, but you see the movement right here.
And he's still walking towards the light?
Correct.
Okay. On Windsor Street, where the individual is walking, what is to the right of where he's walking?
I believe I remember correctly, some bushes or shrubbery, and there may be a wall of some sort. I can't 100%.
Now, we're going to have to go back again to about 1:02:11. Again, is that where all three cars, the Fusion, the Audi, and Mr. Drink's car all at the light?
Correct.
Now let's focus our attention on the car that pulls up. What time does the car pull up?
At about the 27 to 28 second mark at 1 hour, 2 minutes, 27 or 28 seconds.
And I actually want to pause. Mr. Abadi, are you able to zoom in to that portion now? Thank you. Is that just a zoomed in area of the location that we've just been looking at?
It is.
All right. And now I'm going to focus on the white car that pulls up. Do you see the Fusion pull for it first?
Correct.
Is that the Audi pulling off into traffic?
Correct.
Now, is the white car behind those cars?
It is.
And from here, can you tell if the car that pulls up is behind the car with Mr. Drinks?
You'll see like a gap here. It's like the tires are back towards the back of the car.
In the turning lane?
It's in the middle lane.
Okay. Keep going. And do you see the car flash on and off and the car still behind Mr. Drink's car?
Yes.
Right. And is that light red?
It is.
And does the light turn green when he goes to make the left turn?
It is.
Following road traffic?
Correct.
Or following the correct signals?
Correct.
And is the car still sitting there?
It is.
At any point in time in this video, do you see any muzzle flash?
No.
But was Mr. Drink still shot inside of that vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when the Audi that Mr. Stillwell takes off, does he go left as well?
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to 397 VVD. Now, do you see the categories of the information that's contained within this exhibit?
I do.
Do you see column I?
Yes.
And what does column I say?
speed.
All right. I want to go back to March 14th, 2022. And I want to scroll to when we last looked at this document at 9:59, was he at the location at 464 Windsor Street?
He was.
Okay. At 10 o'clock, was this at 464 Windsor Street?
He was.
That's the same BP gas station.
Correct.
All right. At 10:01, was the ankle monitor at 405 Cooper Street Southwest?
It was.
All right. And do you see that column I where it says 17 and 18?
Correct.
All right. And that's the miles per hour, right?
Correct.
Okay. When we go to 10:02, PJV2 plus VR, is that at 18 seconds?
18 miles.
18 miles per hour?
Yes.
Excuse me. And I want you to remember this PJV2 location, all right?
Okay.
The next location, 500 Northside Drive Southwest. How many miles per hour?
90.
And what time is that?
10:03.
Is that 2 minutes after the car is at the, or the ankle monitor at the PJV2 location?
A minute.
Excuse me, a minute after the PJV2 location,
Yes.
right? I want to show you 397 VVF. Mr. Sharp's going to tell you why he objected. I had already asked the witness the question about the 90 miles per hour. So that question was done. My next question, I asked her to read the location of PJV2. That's it, what was on the spreadsheet. Then that is when Mr. Sharp objected. So that is the objection that's on the floor. At this point, I've asked her to read PJV2.
Well, she is reading off of an ankle monitor report from the ankle monitor company. To the extent that she reads off of it, that's not really my issue. It's when she starts to interpret the data. She doesn't work for that company. I don't know, for instance, the PGV2, whatever, PJV2, I don't expect to hear her testify or what that means, because she's not the ankle monitor person. The ankle monitor person would have been the person to ask about those things. So I don't get.
And what is VJV2?
So the next thing that I was going to show her, which was already admitted, is the picture of PJV2, which is a location that's already in evidence.
But how does she? Okay, so
What you were going to ask her to read.
Yes. So this is the spreadsheet, Your Honor.
Okay.
On here, which I had her read earlier on the spreadsheet. The column has the name, column D has the date and time, column E and F is longitude and latitude, and column G is a location. So before the objection, I believe she was reading, or she had read at March 14th, 2022 at 10:02 p.m., the location PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia. That is what my question entailed. And that was the
Okay, and
objection.
she read that?
She
Or
read,
is- Okay, she read PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia?
I believe that.
Or is that when the objection came?
That might have been when the objection came.
Okay, and then what?
And I was just going to have her read the date and time of that location. Then I was going to show her what has been admitted already as already admitted as 397 BVF.
That plots that location
Correct.
that's
by the ankle monitor company? Or by whom?
We showed the ankle monitor company that picture as it correlated to this location here. So we printed out Google images of these locations, PJV2, 464 Windsor, which is what I just showed her previously.
By the latitude and longitude?
Yes.
Somebody plotted latitude and longitude
I don't.
on a map
No, we
to get
pulled
that
up-
location?
No. We pulled up the map. We went into Google and we put PJV2 plus VR. We just Googled it. And we pulled up the location.
So essentially, they want someone who doesn't work for the ankle monitor. And mind you, the ankle monitor company person is already here. They want someone who doesn't work for the ankle monitor company to take something that's on the ankle monitor company's Excel sheet and then compare it to a Google printout that the prosecutors printed out, and
That is already in evidence?
that's
You're right,
already in
it's in evidence. It's not, we're not admitting it through her. It's in evidence. The ankle monitor witness introduced it. He
Okay.
introduced it along with the record of the pictures. And so
Okay.
at this point, when Mr. Shard has
Okay, and
challenged.
then what? So you'll then say, and here's this other piece of evidence that is a plot of PJV2 plus VR.
Is that the location at the light that for the surveillance video that we just observed? Because all of this is in this is all in response to Mr. Shard's cross-examination about what occurred at the light.
Can you put that back up again, please? The thing that was just up. And from this, you are going to have her extrapolate that because at 10:02, his ankle monitor showed him at that location, then what? Because you came up here and were saying this is going to be able to show that the timeline is accurate across all the different devices. How is it going to do
So
that?
the challenge that Mr. Shard made is that the 9:59 phone calls, this started with the phone call at 9:59, which is the wiretap phone call. Mr. Shard asked Investigator Viverito, are you able to know if that is the accurate time? Because of that line of cross-examination, we are now showing Investigator Viverito other admitted evidence that shows a correlation to that 59 time. So when you look at this chart, before we get to the 10:02, which is at PJV2, at 9:59, the
Please
ankle.
put that exhibit back up.
The spreadsheet.
Or hand it to me. I'm happy to have a paper copy of it. So now we're talking about 9:59 and not 10:02.
Your Honor, we're showing Mr. Shard started off at 9:59. Then, if you can recall, he went through the entirety of the surveillance video at the FedEx. So that's after 9:59. So what we are showing is other evidence that
he does not dispute that he was at the light.
He disputes
at the same time as Mr. Drinks was.
Your Honor, he disputes that Mr. Stillwell is the person who was shooting. He disputes that the call at 9:59 was a call to get on FaceTime to shoot Mr. Drinks. We are saying that call, that FaceTime call, is a call where they said we are getting ready to go shoot the ops. That's why they get on FaceTime. So he is challenging all of that, Your Honor. So what we are showing is at 9:59, if you look here on the ankle monitor, he's at 464 Windsor Street. That is the BP gas station.
Then a minute 9:59 is accurate. And lined up to, I mean, I don't see how you can establish that 9:59, according to the ankle monitor company, is spot on to the second. 9:59 according to the wiretap.
But we're saying that it's accurate time, Your Honor, because he's at 464 Windsor, which is where, if you look at the BP gas station video footage, that is when all the cars begin to pull off from the surveillance video at the BP gas station.
But there is no cross-reference to the wiretap, which is the point. That's my only point, is 9:59 on the wiretap. We don't know when it is on the rest of these devices. And this information does not give us, or other surveillance systems.
Agreed. Do you have him on the video at the BP station talking on the phone and going like this?
We have the wiretap that has him. We believe the phone plot.
I know you believe it. Do you have evidence to establish it?
Our evidence is circumstantial evidence that he is at the gas station. Do you mean, do we have direct evidence? No, Your
No,
Honor.
do you have evidence that the 9:59 that you want is the same 9:59 on all of the different things that recorded time in video?
That is why we're showing this, Your Honor, because we're trying to show circumstantially that all these times are.
How
together.
are you showing circumstantially that it lines up?
Your Honor, because when we look at the ankle monitor information, he is at the 464 Windsor at 9:59. The call comes in at 9:59. The BP gas station surveillance video has 9:59. So we are showing that all of these things coexist. So the time could not just be off because all of the time are at approximately 9.
That's if he got the call when he was still at the gas station.
Your Honor.
The fact that they all at some point say 9:59 doesn't establish anything if you don't have a video that shows him talking on the phone at 9:59 so that you can go, aha, see, the video lines up with the ankle monitor that says 464 Windsor Street. Otherwise, it's just what you want it to say, but it doesn't actually, even circumstantially, establish that. You can argue it, but you can't have a witness say, yep, this says 9:59, so that means
But we
that's
didn't
when
ask her to say that, Your Honor. We never asked Investigator Viverito to say that. We asked
I
her
know,
what
but
time
you were telling me that's what you were
No,
leading up to having her say.
No, it's not, Your Honor. What I said, I would never have her say, is he exactly on the phone at that time? Because he's in a tinted car, so we don't know. What we know is from the wiretap that at 9:59, there's a phone call. That's what we know.
That at 9:59, according to however the wiretap clock was running.
Correct. Your
Yes,
Honor.
so nobody disputes that.
Your Honor, we've stopped talking about
Ms. Hilton, you
9:59.
came up here and said, I'm asking these questions so that I can establish that the timeline lines up for everything.
Yes, Your Honor, the timeline lines up. So
Okay.
at this point, I can show that all of these different devices are around approximately the same time.
I don't think anybody disputes even that it's approximately the same time.
Mr. Shard does. Okay.
You can have her, it's in evidence. You can have her read something, but you cannot have her say, yeah, that means all of these times lined up.
I never was going to
9:59 here and 9:59 on the wiretap were the same thing.
We never had her. We were finished with the 9:59, Your Honor. The only thing I had just asked her was about PJV2 when he objected. Well, we were finished with 9:59 about 5 questions ago. So the only thing that Mr. Shard objected to at this time was that she was reading PJV2.
No,
That's
that
what the
she was about to interpret.
She was not, and that's the thing.
Okay, well, great. She's not going to.
Okay, well,
That wasn't the state's intention.
Okay, then I have no idea why you think any of this is going to establish that all of the times lined up, but.
I'm going to object on relevance grounds at this point because I don't know where we're going, but it seems that they were trying to establish something. They said they're done establishing that, and Investigator Viverito is still interpreting ankle monitor data. So I'm going to object to relevance in 403.
Your Honor, as I stated earlier, Mr. Shard has challenged what occurred at the light.
I know.
So at this point, we're just showing, based on admitted evidence, what occurred at the light, Your Honor. That's all.
Can I ask a question? Why is it improper or not relevant? So if there has been questions and testimony about whether the times for everything sync up, I think it's been Mr. Sharp's, his argument the entire time. Well, in the screenshot that was admitted to Detective Hogan and
Okay, I didn't rule that it wasn't relevant. What we discussed up here at the bench was that it's not within the scope of redirect, which is when Ms. Hilton said, oh, yes, it is, because I'm going to be establishing that all of the times line up.
On cross, he disputed that the 9:59 from wiretap was anywhere close or could be related to the 9:59 anywhere else.
Was established as being the same 9:59, and I have heard nothing that, maybe you could tell me how you can establish that.
So at 9:59, when he makes the FaceTime or the call, it's He is at 464 Windsor Street. Okay, so then you go to your next step.
No, that is, how do we know that he's at 464 Windsor Street?
Says it.
Because some other item of evidence says it, and we don't know that they're all running on the same clock.
That's what we're trying to show you it is, because at 9:59, if everyone would just wait and we'll get to the big ta-da. So at 9:59 on the wiretap thing, it says 464 Windsor Street. On the ankle monitor, on a separate device, at 9:59, Mr. Jackson is at 464 Windsor Street. That correlates, they're the exact same place at the exact same time. At 10:02, it shows that he's at PJBR2, whatever. That's the intersection of I-20 and the light. And then at 10:02, on the FedEx thing, and it says 10:02:17. So it's the exact same thing. It's to show that all the times line up. All this questioning that the times are not accurate, that the times don't sync up. We're proving that they actually do sync up, which is what he challenged Investigator Viverito about this 9:59, and she's just making it up, and all the evidence is being presented as how she wants it to. And now we have physical evidence from different videos that show they actually all do sync up, that they're all running on the same, time width or band, whatever.
I think you can argue that. I don't think that is established. But if you want to have her say, but Ms. Hilton says she'll have already left 9:59 anyway. So I'm still at a loss as to where we are. But we'll just get her back in and.
I have a motion before the jury comes out, you bring her back in, because unfortunately, it's my job to further tax the patients in the court.
What's that?
Yeah, I have a motion to strike the testimony of Investigator Viverito as well as any evidence that came under her. And the reason I make this motion, Your Honor, is yesterday it came up that she had not been, that she had been following the case. The court asked me to not pursue that. I'm not.
Come up that she had been following the case. It came up that she knew that somebody had mentioned her on Twitter.
Okay, and your opinion would have been different if she was following the case? Because
No, if you know that she was following the case, that doesn't exclude her as a witness. You can let the jury know that.
Okay, because
You can ask her that.
I can ask her about her following the case?
Sure, and we'll see what she says.
Okay.
And if that's so, then it still doesn't exclude her testimony. It just lets the jury know, well, she may know some of this other stuff from listening to some other witness.
Okay, because what I would like to get into, and we may as well bring it up now before the jury is here, is that she got into an altercation out in the hallway with Kayla Bumpus.
Why is that relevant to the guilt or innocence? of
I'm
these
about
men?
to go there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just let me finish a second. She got into it because she was watching Kayla Bumpus's YouTube feed about this case. And Kayla Bumpus apparently called her.
Okay, you may get into whether she has been tracking this case.
Mm-hmm.
You may not get into whether she got into a dispute with somebody
gets into
about their posts.
It gets into her bias against these defendants, Your Honor. It goes directly to it.
What are you proposing to ask?
I'm proposing to ask if she told Kayla Bumpus in the hallway that was the last time she was going to call her a hoe. It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time who was going to
Sorry for the pronouns, that Kayla Bumpus was going to call Investigator Viverito
we need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was, or just that somebody?
I think we need to get into who it
Why?
was.
Why?
Because she's married to Mr. Jackson.
Well, was she at the time? Is this for real, y'all?
Yeah.
None of this is relevant. Whatever is happening between Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Jackson, has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence.
Unfortunately, the bias of a witness, fortunately, or I strike that. It is not fortunate or unfortunate, except for the fact that it is dragging this case on even longer. But a witness's bias towards a party may always be shown.
If she is in dispute,
Don't talk at the same time.
Kayla Bumpus is not a party to this incident. Kayla.
Yes, but if she's married to one of the parties, then that might qualify.
If I just concur, I don't know. I'm not the proponent of this evidence. I'm hearing Mr. Weinstein out, but my silence should not be viewed as acquiescence that I believe this should be admitted. I need to hear what Mr. Weinstein's saying because I may have an objection myself.
What I'm saying is that if there is a relationship between Ms. Bumpus and the defendant, then Investigator Viverito's bias against that.
Against being called a bad name?
No, if she is in an altercation with someone that's in a relationship with the defendant, I think, and especially if it is a threat, because
How is that a threat?
that's the last time you're going to call me a hoe. I mean, I've had clients arrested for less.
You may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'm not finished with my sentence. You may ask if she is following the case and has been following the case in any kind of manner. But it's really only relevant if she listened to the testimony of a witness. So you could ask that. But if she's just looking at, and I don't even know if she was looking at, maybe somebody told her. So why don't we get her in here and find all of that out outside the presence of the jury before we go into something that ends up being a bunch of nothing?
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up when the jury wasn't here, Your Honor.
So can we also bring up before we go into the side searches, the fact that Ms. Bumpus represented Mr. Copeland, I'm about to open up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think saying who this is before we find out anything, I mean, do we know whether, we don't even know whether she's actually married to him or if she was married to him at the time, or if Miss Viverito knows that, or if it was because of any kind of bias against Mr. Stillwell, or just that she doesn't like being called that name.
Well, and no one would, Your Honor, obviously. But if she is in an altercation with someone in a relationship.
What do you mean by altercation?
A verbal altercation.
Okay. I mean,
You know,
a verbal, that's the last time you're going to call me that?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the last time you're going to call me that? That's not exactly an altercation. Is that,
Okay.
is that all you've got?
That's all I have.
Okay, that's it. I think that this is 403 material.
There we go. One for the stick.
Hoisted on my own petard, Your Honor.
Correct. All right, let's get the witness back in and the jury back in.
And looking at 397 VVF, do you see that same PJV2 plus VR location that you saw on the spreadsheet?
I do.
Okay. And are you able to tell where that intersection is?
I am.
Where is that?
At Windsor, looks like just north of Rawson or at Rawson.
Now, on cross, do you recall when Mr. Shard asked you about the handgun that was on the table at 2830 Waters Road?
I do.
And he asked you about three types of guns: Springfield, Sig Sauer, and Smith & Wessons.
Yes.
Right. First, let me ask you, do you know if a Springfield makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
Do you know if a Sig Sauer makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
And do you know if a Smith & Wesson makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as stated in 531 VV, 532 VV, and 533 VV for demonstrative purposes only. Tell me if you recognize those types of weapons in 531, 532, and 533 VV.
One is a Springfield XD firearm. One's a 6 Sauer P229, and one's a Smith & Wesson.
And looking at those three weapons, are they able to illustrate what you were talking about, the distinction between the Glock 27 as well as these other types of weapons?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 531 VV, 532 VV, and 533 VV for demonstrative purposes.
Admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Looking at 531 VV, are you able to tell the jury about the distinction you were making between the grip of say Springfield versus the Glock that you were talking about on the table at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, it would be along the bottom part of the grip.
Say it one more time.
Along the bottom part of the grip. Should be right. You might have to scroll it up for the jury.
Or can you use the one at the...
Or I'm sorry, right here. This is straight across, like with a little bit of a piece that comes down towards the back.
And is that distinguishable from what you were describing with the Glock?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 532 VV.
Again, the same thing. You'll see there's something that comes down in the back, but otherwise it's higher up towards the front.
And you have to speak into the mic for me because I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's lower towards the back, higher up towards the front. So it kind of a part that dips down in the back and then comes up.
And for 533, I'm sorry, what kind of gun is this 532 VV?
I believe that's the Springfield XD.
Or 532?
I'm sorry, which one? 532? It's a 6 hour P229.
Okay. And then 533 VV.
You'll see again here, there's a piece in the back, but then once you get to the front, it's just straight across.
And then what type of weapon is 533 VV?
That would be the Smith & Wesson. I'm sorry, the 530. Yeah, the Smith & Wesson.
Now I want to go to, and Mr. Kokomo, if you can help me out, please. DS57A, DS57C, and DS58A. And while that's being pulled up, Mr. Shard, they asked you whether or not there were people, I guess, not to say looking for Mr. Stillwell, but that there'd be some concerns for his safety because of the Tierra Jones killing. Do you remember a line of questioning regarding Tierra Jones?
Yes, several years ago, that was an incident.
When was the Tierra Jones killing?
It was several years ago. I can't remember the exact date.
Do you remember the year?
Not offhand. All right.
Now looking at, I believe this is DS57A. Is this the communication between Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander regarding the shooting at McDaniel?
It is.
At I-20 and McDaniel.
It is.
Do you see any response from Mr. Stillwell in the text message that's, dang, babe, I was just at that intersection. Or man, glad it wasn't me. I just missed being at that location.
I do not.
Do you see any text messages to Miss Alexander that says, man, I was just at that BP gas station a little while ago. That's up the street from there.
I don't.
I want to go to DS58. And is that the communication between Mr. Stillwell and his grandma?
It is.
Right. Do you see where she says, hope you are not near Windsor Street shooting on the news? And says, answer me, please.
Yes.
Did he say anything to his grandma? I'm like, no, what, grandma? I was over there earlier, but it's not me.
He does not.
Now, we talked about searching for on Fox 5. Do you remember talking about the searches on Fox 5?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any searches on March 14th when both his grandmother and Taisha were asking him about whether or not he was around that location or if he heard about it? Did you see any searches for the shooting on that day, on March 14th or in the early morning hours of March 15th?
No.
Are all of the searches on March 17th?
They are.
And is that the day he was ultimately arrested for these charges?
Yes.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 437 VV, page 2145. April 1st, 2022, from 11 p.m., 11 minutes to 11:20 seconds into that call.
What time's again, I'm sorry?
11 to 11:20. You can pause the call.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume. Hey.
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them. You know how they gun powder, forensics, all this shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
During that call, he says when they talk about that GSR stuff, when they wipe it down, it's gonna come back clean.
Correct.
At any point, he's saying, I don't know I don't even know what any of this is about.
No.
Does he say to his best friend, I don't even know why they took this?
Proper commentary, also facts and evidence.
Sustained.
Does he say to Demikian Grant on this call, I don't even know why they took that car?
No.
Does he say to Demikian earlier in the call, that Miles and Quay, they don't need to worry?
Yes.
Miles and Quay, were they both in a Ford Fusion?
Yes.
Okay. Were they in the car that was furthest from Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
Did you hear when Mr. Stillwell told Mr. Garlington, I told them not to talk to the police, don't say nothing? Did you hear what he told Mr. Garlington that?
Yes.
And this entire call is on the contraband phone.
Correct.
That can't be monitored.
Correct.
Or outside of it being a wiretap, cannot be monitored.
Correct.
LPR readers, what information do you need about a car in order to look for a car on an LPR reader?
A license plate, a tag number.
Do you at least know the make and model of a car?
Just kind of leading.
Overruled.
You can try by make and model, but it's not very accurate sometimes, especially at night.
With the two cars that we saw in the FedEx surveillance video, were you able to see any license plate information on either of those two cars in the FedEx video?
I was not.
And at that FedEx video, is that where we see the Audi and the Ford Fusion run the red light?
Yes.
Court's indulgence. No further questions.
All right, recross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Investigator Viverito, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So you were just asked about LPR readers, and I think the context is figuring out the car that did the U-turn and the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell.
Okay.
And you said you need a license plate and that you can't see the license plate from that video.
Or if you have it, sometimes a make and model search might work, but at night, in my experience, it's not very accurate.
Well, are you aware that it was in fact a make and model search that night that revealed the license plate of the white Audi and the white Ford Fusion?
No.
Okay. That Detective Bender, I believe her name is, did? Okay. So the bottom line is LPR search by make and model, It's never going to work if you don't try, is it?
No, but if you're saying she did it for those two, it probably should have captured whatever other car.
Okay, I agree. All
Yeah,
right,
but-
so what's the license plate of the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell?
Well, I was going to continue. Like over the summer, I've been working in investigation quite extensively, looking for a very particular two cars in the city. I probably have searched every LPR in the city by make and model. And at night, you may put white Nissan, you may put white this, white that, and I'm getting back white Tesla. When I look at the license plate and pull up the results, they're not correct.
Okay, I appreciate that anecdotal story about what you've been doing this summer, but the fact is that night, make and model was used to reveal the license plate of the Ford Fusion and the white Audi.
Right, my
And it was nighttime on March 14th, correct?
right, but depending on what LPRs those cars had hit, that location on Windsor right there, I don't know if there's one right there that would have caught it clear enough.
Okay, well, what LPRs did the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell that has not been tested for gunshot residue, what LPRs did that hit?
You'd have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, you keep saying ask Detective Hogan. One minute you're on the side of Windsor Street trying to find homeless people as part of this case.
Correct.
And the next minute you don't know anything about the case and it's ask Detective Hogan.
That's not what I said.
Okay, well, I want to know, do you know if any LPRs were run on the make and model of any cars besides the white Audi, the Ford Fusion, and the red Versa? Do you know if any other LPRs were run or even attempted to be run?
First, I wasn't in charge of running the LPRs for the case.
Okay.
And if they were running it by make and model, that maybe if you have a make and model, it's much easier than just say not having one that you're looking for.
Okay. You talked about the phone conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington about he never told Mr. Garlington, I don't know why I'm being arrested or something to that effect, or I don't
Correct.
understand. Okay, when people are arrested, you've arrested people before, right?
Correct?
Okay, and you typically tell them what the charges are. You give them that courtesy.
Yes, of course.
And you tell them what you're arresting them for.
Of course.
Okay, they don't have to agree with you, but you do inform them of it.
Correct.
Okay, so are you saying that Mr. Garlington is the first person that Mr. Stillwell would have talked to after being arrested on that jail call or that phone conversation? Is that what you're saying?
No, he'd been in custody for a minute at that point.
Okay, and you would agree that there's probably been significant ability for the people that arrested him, other people involved with the case to inform him what his charges are and generally what he's accused of.
I don't think that's what Ms. Hilton meant. That's not how I took the question for me.
Okay, cool. We pulled out this mapping information for the call on March 15th at 2 a.m.
Correct.
And it showed that, remember that radius? And it was
Correct.
Mechanicsville.
Correct.
Mechanicsville is in fact in the city of Atlanta, correct?
Correct.
It's in the city.
Correct.
All right. And finally, just one other thing I wanted to ask you about. This night, could you do me a huge favor? I think it's 471 VV. This is 471 VV, and that is a picture of Mr. Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And on it says, on the picture on the right says, what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, bloodied killers.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm not an Instagram person.
Okay.
Those words, are those words that Mr. Nichols typed into this photo?
No, I stated that yesterday.
Okay, well, we're going to go through the whole process.
Okay.
So these words are when you pick a song such as Young Boy Never Broke Again, Villain, and someone clicks on the post, the music plays, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and as the music plays, lyrics come up.
correct. You select a portion of the song that you would like to play.
Well, that's not entirely true. Instagram suggests a
Sugge-
portion.
It's like between a 10 and 30-second portion.
Yeah, and
that
Instagram
you can
suggests.
you can agree with it or you can modify it.
Right, but Instagram suggests.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm posting something and I want Young Boy Never Broke Again, Villain, I'm going to post, I'm going to say that's the song I want, and Instagram makes the suggestion.
Correct.
Okay. And now I want to go to the video. Miss Knight, can you help me out with the VVA? Thank you, Miss Knight. 471 VVA. And Miss Knight's about to publish it. What I would like to do, and I know we've seen it already, but if you would indulge me, tell me when the screenshot that you took and provided in Discovery for 471 VV, tell me when that comes up. So, Miss Knight, if you could just rewind it, and it's very brief, about 1 second. Investigator Viverito, when you saw this story by Mr. Nichols, you had to scour this story to find the spot on this post where it had those lyrics, didn't you?
Well, no, I turned over in Discovery the video in its entirety because I felt all of it was pretty damaging and consistent with the case. But it's my understanding that we had to condense the social media, so that was the screenshot that was turned over in lieu of the video.
I'm going to ask that question again. To get that screenshot, you had to parse this to a millisecond to get those words up on the screen.
Or I just took a screenshot and it happened to be that one and we kept it.
Oh, it just happened to be that one.
There are other things that probably would have been better to keep
Okay.
that weren't kept.
So, so you just happened to screenshot. Now, you would agree that in this video, there's Mr. Nichols and these lyrics are being shown on the screen as music is being played.
Yes.
And you would agree that many of the lyrics, as the song is being played, are up on the screen and easy to read.
Correct.
Okay. And right before the lyrics become easy to read, there is a split second, a millisecond, that has those lyrics in that picture. 471 VV, isn't that correct?
Correct.
You don't even know if those lyrics were the ones. First of all, you don't know if it was just suggested by Instagram or actually chosen by Mr. Nichols, right?
The song was chosen by Mr. Nichols.
Of course, the song.
Okay.
I'm talking about the lyrics. You don't know if it was the Instagram choosing these lyrics because these are the most popular ones in the song, and they make a suggestion.
No, but based on the rest of the videos on the post, the theme is murder, bullets, guns, things like that. It fit.
So again, and you don't even know when it's on for that millisecond. Just supposing, hypothetically, if Mr. Nichols did choose the lyrics, you don't even know if that was Instagram just had the last lyrics up and then was getting to the lyrics he chose, which are shown clearly, or if it's something that Instagram just chose. You don't know.
I don't, but he can preview the post before it posts to his account.
Okay. So you have absolutely no evidence that Mr. Nichols intentionally chose those lyrics.
Which is why I included the video in its entirety with the other posts about murder and shooting.
And in preparation of this case, you scoured this video and paused it at that exact millisecond when it had those lyrics.
Did not. I took a screenshot.
Okay, took a screenshot. I'm sorry. At that exact millisecond where it had those lyrics that are in 471 V.
I probably took several trying to catch all the lyrics, and that was probably when we had to condense the evidence. That's one that was chosen.
How many different screenshots did you take?
I have no idea.
Well,
We're
can
talking
you
about
just tell me from your report?
I can't. You can look at my folder that was a subject to discovery and tell me.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Weinstein, anything? Okay.
Good afternoon, Investigator Viverito.
Good afternoon.
So you mentioned that Mr. Kendrick's phone was seized at the time that he was arrested on May 9th, 2022, correct?
It was.
And his phone was extracted.
It was.
Did you review that extraction?
I did.
And if you reviewed that extraction, did you see that he had been spending several months in LA and had only returned to Atlanta within a day or two of the day he was arrested?
I did.
Did you also see other location data within that phone?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in that location data, again, he'd been spending the bulk of his time in California, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you look through all the photographs on that phone?
I looked through a good bit of them, yes.
The two photographs that were shown in court this afternoon, are those the only two photographs of interest that you believe were in the phone?
No, there was probably a few.
Okay. Did you find any evidence on that phone that Mr. Kendrick was in possession of any firearms?
No.
Okay. Let's briefly return to the Richard Mill watch.
Yes, sure. Sure.
I understand the eye roll. During the seizure that day, and I'm looking at a property report.
Sure.
During the seizure that day, you, and when I say you, I mean APD, can I say under your supervision? Is that accurate?
I didn't work for APD at that time, so I
Well,
couldn't.
Okay, then let's just say APD. APD seized. APD seized a necklace and a pendant from a bedroom, correct?
I guess I'd have to look at the report. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, well, you were involved in this. They seized a blue box of jewelry, correct?
Correct, in a red box.
And a red box of jewelry. They seized jewelry that was on Martinez Arnold.
I believe so.
They seized a Chevy Corvette,
Yes.
a Dodge Durango,
Yes.
a Mercedes-Benz AMG,
Yes.
a Mercedes-Benz GLS class,
Yes.
a Porsche 911,
Yes.
a Jeep Grand Cherokee,
Yes.
a pink Lamborghini,
Yes.
another Mercedes-Benz aluminum silver,
Yes.
about a jewelry that was located in a Mercedes AMG.
Yes.
And they even seized a ring found on Jeffrey Williams' hand, correct?
I'd have to see which one was on his hand. I didn't have any contact with Mr. Williams when he was arrested.
Okay. So despite seizing all of that, you left behind the Richard Mill watch, pink with a white ceramic case.
Again, Mr. Weinstein, as it's being inventoried, the jewelry's being looked at. I use photographed. The jewelry is being put on this thing. If you watch the video, and it's placed on the shelf, and nobody messes with it again.
So was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Detective. You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused. Do you have any more witnesses?
I know, but before we do, we just need to, can we have about 5 minutes, Your Honor? I just want to confirm that we have it in evidence.
To make sure that everything's in evidence? Sure. Will both be examined by your attorney and cross-examined by one of the prosecutors. Do you understand that? All right. And do either of you need any more time to talk with your lawyers about your decision whether to testify?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kendrick, do you personally want to testify or not?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you personally want to testify or not? All right. I find that each of these defendants has made a decision whether or not to testify with an understanding of his rights. All right. All right, we need to do anything else before we get the jury out, and I'll ask if you rest. And then have y'all made a decision about whether y'all going to present evidence? Okay, you want to let me know, or you want to be dramatic about it? Okay. All right. All right, then I'll get them out. We'll close the evidence. I'll let them go for today and tomorrow. Have them come back on Thursday. And tomorrow, I mean, we can start the charge conference. And, forgot something. There'll probably be a motion, I suspect. Okay. All right. Forgot about that. Okay. So I guess technically you need to rest before that motion. So I'm going to have to bring them in, then excuse them again. Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I understand that we're trying to keep things moving. I'm going to ask if Your Honor would consider giving us the afternoon and evening to look at the directed verdict motion. I know that you've suggested we need to be doing that, but there's only 24 hours in a day, and I think it would probably be more fruitful if all of us had an opportunity to review kind of what's come in, and so we can sit down and have an educated discussion.
Sure, that's fine. So tomorrow we'll gather together. You'll present whatever motions you have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whatever response there is, I'll have to consider all of that. But I would also like to do the rest of the charge conference, the RICO part of the charge conference.
Can we have a further discussion with that once we excuse?
Yep, sure. Okay. What are you, do you need?
I was thinking procedurally, what happened? We rest, then we have to, we bring them.
We rest. I let them go for the day. All right, Ms. Hilton, does the state have any further evidence?
No, Your Honor, the state of Georgia rests.
All right, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, considering the hour, I think that I'm going to let y'all go for the day. And then actually tomorrow, we will all have matters to take up outside of your presence. That's been kind of a common theme in this trial, and it happens in every trial, I promise. So y'all will have the day off tomorrow, and we'll see you back Thursday at 9 a.m. And just let me remind you all of the instructions that have been out.
That I need to be aware of to prepare for argument, because I don't want it to be
Good
sprung at the last
question.
minute.
I mean, I haven't gotten any. Are there going to be any more forthcoming? I've been trying to put some together from various things that I've culled from different RICO cases. And that was pretty rough when I sent it to y'all yesterday. I've worked on it a little bit more today. So I'll send y'all an updated draft, which, Ms. Persfield, let me send that to you right now. So what this is now, it will look somewhat familiar, but it's in a little bit more polished form. So the first 4 pages are what I've put together, and then the last page and a half probably is lifted, some of the language lifted from the APS RICO, not APS Atlanta Police, APS Atlanta Public Schools cheating trial. I have looked at some other trials too and tried to pull some language from that. But if there's something else, I haven't gotten it yet. Mr. Floyd, are you going to be providing us with any suggested jury instructions on RICO and or a possible verdict form with regard to RICO, which would be really nice?
Those are separate but related questions, Your Honor. So to answer the first one, we haven't sent anybody any additional ones. We've looked at yours. They've been kind of evolving. But I don't have very much to complain about them. They're largely drawn from APS, and I wrote those. So I'm not, it's only just a matter of whether there's anything in between.
Those aren't actually drawn from APS. I didn't look at the APS stuff until this afternoon, but okay, you can take credit for it.
Well, okay. I thought that's what you said. I'll tell you that they are, if they're not drawn from APS, they're drawn from cases that use a version of the APS charges.
Okay.
There might be an intermediate generation, but they.
Anyway, I hear you saying you think they're pretty good.
You heard me say, I think they're pretty good.
Okay.
And I mean, I can't at this stage, because we're just starting this process.
Sure.
I can't foreclose that depending on what you decide to do with one charge, we might suggest that another needs to be supplemented or we add something.
Sure.
But I think
You don't have any whole scale additions that you think need.
No.
We'll just hash through it. Okay.
I do not, and I think there's one issue that has to be resolved. I mean, I only have 2 charges submitted by Mr. Kendrick.
Yeah.
I don't have any charges submitted by Mr. Stillwell. On Rico.
They're working together on it.
We're working together.
Okay, that's what, I'm just making sure I'm accounting for everybody here. I understood they were from the defense. They had the name Kendrick on them, so that's why I made that specification.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna surprise you. We disagree with them. I'll explain why. One is a short explanation, one is a longer explanation. You have statute of limitations. And then,
Yeah, I already told him he's totally wrong on half of that.
okay, it's,
You missed that part. but-
Okay.
Your Honor, it's fine.
All right, it's the opposite. The rule is the opposite of that.
All right, well, we'll get into the nitty gritty tomorrow if that's okay with everybody.
Sure. And the other one, which is how you instruct the jury about overt acts and what conclusions they need to reach, that feeds into the jury form. And I've done a good bit of research and I have some things to say about that.
Well, if you have anything for me to consider sort of in the interim, because you probably are not going to be, I mean, you might be working on the directed verdict motion and response, but if you're not, and if you have something that I could be considering in the interim, go ahead and send it to Ms. Persifield.
Will do.
Because, yeah, I mean, it's a lot more straightforward when you're alleging RICO and not a RICO conspiracy. And so I definitely want to get right what it is that the jury has to find.
Understood. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I can tell you that what the state submitted is based significantly on EPS, which was also a RICO conspiracy case.
Mhm.
It is also based significantly on the jury charges that were submitted in a federal Georgia RICO case based on sex trafficking this year.
Okay.
And also on a case that was tried last year in Brunswick that was a Georgia RICO conspiracy.
All right.
So it's sort of the evolution of that. And I'll address what you want me to address, however you want me to do it.
Okay.
All right, people, we hit 1,000 likes today. I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I think the rest of this is just them talking.
All right. So if
It's actually moved into the
Yeah,
real.
that's this guy. I'm sure y'all don't want to sit around watching this guy again. I'll give y'all a round of applause. Thank you. Y'all are asking for the likes. I really appreciate it. Y'all are helping the channel grow. Rev, you are right there, constantly asking for the likes. Lou, always on top of it. I see you. Now I thought it was like Grandma of 18. Now it's Detective Robot V Burrito. Y'all crazy, changing your names. Y'all are always just asking for the likes and supporting the channel. I appreciate it. I think I will go live again tomorrow. I have an idea of what I'm gonna do for the video. I'm gonna do one in the morning. There's something to be explored here. Something that people are talking about on Twitter. So we'll see y'all back tomorrow morning. So how do I pronounce this? Is it Nishi? I would say Nishi. Thank you. We got Slim Life came through with a super. KJ became a member. Shakur SP. Super. Lisa Snipes became a member. Hair Alchemist. Super. J. Marie. Cami Phillips with the supers, appreciated. Devontae. Happy G Day to Yak. Brea C. I think I might not have seen that at the time, but thank you for the $10 super. And Gemini Rising. Y'all can watch the video from today. I tried something a little different, y'all. I did an AI podcast. Matter of fact, let me show y'all a little bit of this. This is the kind of thing that some people are absolutely going to 100% from the bottom of their soul, they're going to hate. Okay. This AI podcast that I put on today's video, some people are going to hate this from the bottom of their soul. Okay. So it just is what it is. Some people are literally going to hate this from the bottom of their soul. So, you know, you can't get around that.
And in this case,
I feel like this AI podcast is, you know, it definitely has some ground to make up. Okay. And if you're one of these people who just can't handle the AI voice, you're going to hate this. Like, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, you might want to, you know what I'm saying? But for me, I kind of like it, but it's definitely not all the way there yet. So I'm going to play y'all a little bit of it. So what this AI podcast is doing is there's two people who are talking, and what I'm having it do is explain what happened yesterday and today. So it's very good for you, in my opinion, it's very good for you to be able to understand what is going on. But what I noticed is that I'm going to show you the difference. It sounds much better on speed 1.25. On regular speed at 1, it just the humanness is not quite there. At 1.25, it sounds more human. It sounds human either way, but it's better at 1.25. So I'm gonna speed it up. But first, I'm gonna let you hear how it starts off. It's not bad, y'all. I mean, for y'all nitpickers or people who just can't handle it, you know, it is what it is.
But y'all stay here
Check it out
and work on all of these various things.
all right. So
Gemini, if you're still around, this was today. You can watch the video. It's probably going to be hard to understand, but this AI will help you understand it if you can handle the AI voice.
we've got a really interesting case here.
Yeah.
You've given us like hundreds of pages of legal transcripts
Wow.
from a Archeo case.
Yeah.
It's against.
Oh, by the way, this thing can't say RICO for some reason. It says Archeo. I don't know why. It just can't say RICO. It's crazy.
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell.
Okay.
And the prosecution's trying to prove they're part of this organization called YSL, and that they committed a bunch of crimes, including some murders as part of their involvement. So we're going to dive deep into all this and see if we can figure out what's really going on.
All right.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right. So just to kind of set the stage for our listeners, RKO, that stands for Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically a tool that law enforcement uses to go after organized crime.
Right.
Like the mafia, drug cartels, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
And in this case, they're saying that YSL is this criminal enterprise.
All right, I'm gonna speed it up now. So that's kind of what it sounds like on 1. Let's put it on 1.25. I think it sounds better. Maybe even 1.5.
Right.
And that Kendrick and Stillwell were key players.
Gotcha. So we're looking at the transcripts to see how they're trying to prove that.
Exactly. It's like a puzzle, right?
Yeah.
We've got all these pieces of evidence, arguments, strategies from both sides.
Right.
And we're trying to put it all together
like it.
to see the bigger picture.
It's going to be interesting to see how they use the evidence.
Right. And the arguments that they're making.
Yeah, because this is a high profile case.
Oh, absolutely.
And RICO cases, they can be pretty complex.
Yeah, they are. And this one's no exception.
So what jumped out at you when you first looked at these transcripts?
Well, one thing that really struck me is right off the bat, the defense is coming out swinging.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, they're not holding back at all.
Okay.
They're basically saying the prosecution hasn't even laid out their case properly.
Interesting.
In the indictment. They're claiming there's this key element missing, especially when it comes to these RICO and Gang Act charges.
Okay.
And they're really hammering on this phrase, knowingly and willfully.
Knowingly and willfully. That's interesting.
Right. So I'm thinking, what does that even mean?
Well, knowingly means that the person was aware of the facts of what they were doing.
Right.
Like they knew they were involved in something illegal.
Gotcha.
And willfully, it means they did it on purpose. They chose to be a part of it.
They weren't forced into it or anything.
Exactly.
So one thing about this, usually with the AI voice that I've used, I actually type up everything, and it's quite time consuming. This one is generated automatically. So I just fed it the transcript and it made its own takeaway and the whole conversation was done. I don't even know if I could edit this. So this, I have minimal input besides the transcript that I fed into this, and it made the whole conversation. So I agree, it would sound better if you could minimize some of the I agree with that, but you know, it comes off as one track. It would also be better if I got a voice track for him and a voice track for her, so that I could erase some of this stuff or modify it somewhat. But it comes off as just one track. So I don't really know if that's possible, but it doesn't sound terrible.
They had the intent to commit the crime.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the defense is
RTO.
saying the prosecution hasn't shown that their clients,
Yeah.
Kendrick and Stillwell, actually knew what they were getting into.
Right.
And willingly participated in all this.
That's a pretty big claim.
Yeah, it is. And they're basing this argument
Not terrible,
on
though.
this legal concept called mens rea.
Mens rea. That's a good one.
It's Latin, right?
It is. It literally translates to guilty mind.
Oh, guilty mind.
But in the legal world,
yeah,
it basically means the mental state that's required for someone to be found guilty of a crime.
So, you know, if you want to check out today's video, I put a timestamp on this. This is at about 1 hour of today's video. This whole AI podcast starts. I think it's pretty cool. I listened to it yesterday. I thought it sounded good, but I know some people are just like they're just not with the AI voices. You know, so we have people who are going to get married to a robot one day. We got people who are like, I need a human. No, I'm just joking. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. We will do a marathon. I think I'll do a marathon on a different channel though. I think we'll do a marathon on a different channel. Maybe we'll do a marathon. When would be a good time to do a marathon? Maybe over Thanksgiving, we'll do a marathon because we almost certainly will not have a verdict. And then I can include everything that happened up to whenever we break. And I'll just do a freaking marathon all the way through to a verdict. I'll just line it up on another channel. I'll line up 100 videos and or 200, and we'll just marathon it all the way through until we get a verdict. Something like that will probably work. So y'all you can watch the video. It's the video from today, the AI voices, the AI podcast. It's really informative though. It really is. If you can stand the voices, it's really informative. The video's doing pretty well as well. Lives on the line, final negotiations explained. So I thank y'all for all. Let me give myself a thumbs up on this. Y'all do give a thumbs up on the video, please. I thank everybody. Andre's gone, I think. Miss Lily, I don't know if I saw Miss Lily today. Amy, you're always here. I appreciate you. Appreciate everybody for being here. Queen, y'all who been rocking. Oh yeah, I meant to tell you. I think maybe we'll do the marathon on this channel because I'm really trying to get this other channel to. I'm just trying to get it up to the 1,000 subscribers. It's just been very slow. People have been just slow for some reason. We got going on 300. We need 1,000. So I'm a spam it here. If you have not subscribed to the Morbid Law, go over there, subscribe. It'll probably be that channel where we'll do the marathon. That way we'll just be able to hopefully get the watch hours we need and get the subscribers we need to monetize that channel. That channel, I'm going to be covering Melly and other. I have a couple of videos in production right now for that channel. Once that channel's rolling, we're going to have a lot of videos. You're going to see a lot more of the more shocking and, dare I say, gruesome kind of cases there. Things that maybe make your bones chill. So I appreciate y'all. I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I will see y'all in the morning. Have a good evening, y'all. And I really do appreciate everybody. I really thank y'all. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.